It's this one, and I think you carry on this way. But yeah, in a minute. Guten Morgen, everybody. Welcome back this morning for the last day of presentations. Before we start, we would like to give you a few communications and reminders for the day. First of all, I would like to remind you to look at the posters at the back of the hall. There are very interesting works, so please take a look. And also go and visit our vendors if you haven't done it yet, because they will leave soon. I mean, sooner than the end of our presentations. Also, I would like to remind you to leave your headset at the end of the day, and also your name tags. The headset, you can just bring them back where you got them. And for the name tags, there are some boxes just outside the room. For the next days, I would like to ask you to double check your activities, and in case you need to drop off from any of these, just let us know, so that maybe somebody else can join in. In the next days, there will be a feedback form sent to each of you, and please do fill it in and send it back to us. We value very much your feedback, and that's an opportunity for us to improve. Tonight, there is the party, don't miss it, but remember to bring your red wristband with you. Just one little thing at the end. Regarding lunch, please check what you have booked, if you are vegetarian or not, and try to stick with it, because yesterday, unfortunately, not everyone could take his lunch. So, yeah, that's it. I would say that we can start the day. I would like to introduce Afke Feller to you. She will be talking about chloramine tea. The name of the talk is Looking for Skeletons in the Cupboard, Retracing the Use of Chloramine Tea in the Paper Conservation Studio at the Rijksman, Amsterdam between 1950 and 1985. Please, okay.
Good morning, and thank you, IADA, for having me. Looking for skeletons in a cupboard. Well, it's a fun morning activity. So this is a presentation about one popular bleaching agent. Okay, we've had this problem before. There we go. Chloramine T, or N-chloroformethyl-benzene sulfonamide sodium salt. But before I start introducing chloramine T to you, I would like to ask you, who of you has ever bleached with chloramine T? Okay, that's more than I thought, actually, but still very few, and that's what I expected. And it's not the first time the question was asked at an IADA conference. Some of you might remember a talk by Emily O'Reilly in Berlin 2015 with the beautiful title, "When Goats That Glitter Are Not Always Good." Emily described a Christmas card with a shepherdess and a goat, and that had a beautiful clustering all over its surface. But FTIR analysis turned out this wasn't Christmas glitter, but paratoluene sulfonamide, which is a reaction product of the bleach chloramine T. And Emily also asked a question, and I remember maybe 4 or 5 people dare to say they bleached with chloramine T. And this could also be because the bleach was used by a generation of conservators who by then had already left the profession, but it could also be because chloramine T has a very bad reputation. So chloramine T was introduced in 1916 as an antiseptic. Some 20 years later, the British conservation scientist for the British Museum, Harold Blenderleith, introduced chloramine T as a bleaching agent to conservation as an alternative to the then popular hypochlorite bleaches. In his Conservation of Prints and Drawings, Blenderleith writes, "A much milder form of bleaching agent has recently been applied to cleaning of prints and drawings. This substance possesses the unique advantage that when applied to a print, its bleaching properties are soon lost and nothing of a corrosive nature remains. Washing may thus be reduced to a minimum or entirely dispensed with." As you can imagine, this was great news. Now fragile papers and papers with water-sensitive media, which could not withstand rinsing, could be bleached with chloramine T. But eventually it was found that chloramine T residues do remain and are not harmless. Even for months after treatment, the residues retain their oxidizing power and thus, was expected, would lead to a considerable increase in acidity, weakening of the cellulose fiber, and progressive brightening of the paper. And above all, the formation of hydrochloric acid, which would result in, and here I quote Margaret Hay, hydrolysis until the paper fibers are reduced to powder. It is predictions such as these that hang over our collections like a dark cloud that from time to time causes a mild anxiety with collection managers, as it did with the head of paper conservation of the Rijksmuseum, Idelette van Leeuwen, who knew chloramine T had been used by her predecessors. So more than a century after the heydays of chloramine T, it is time for a reassessment of the objects treated with the bleaching agent. But how to go about finding them? This proved not so easy, as there hardly is any treatment documentation of the time, and we do not have a quick and inexpensive reliable detection method for chloramine T residues, and above all, conservators working at the Rijksmuseum have never come across any damage that could be linked to chloramine T. So we also have to stay open to the possibility that goats that glitter might be okay. In this presentation, I will show you how we determined where to look for possible damage in the collection of the Rijksmuseum. I will first introduce to you chloramine T, and then we'll build 2 timelines. One for the history of chloramine T in conservation literature, and another for the history of the use of the bleach in the Rijksmuseum. At the end, we will combine the 2 timelines and look at how they help in the interpretation of damage resulting from bleaching in the collection of the Rijksmuseum. So what is chloramine T? Well, chloramine T is fantastic. Hence, former paper conservator of the Rijksmuseum, Peter Poldervaart. Here you see a bleaching test that serves to illustrate why chloramine T was so fantastic. It is an etching naturally age-ragged paper, bleached with chloramine T using the method described in the literature at the time. The paper was rinsed in water, dried, and then cut into strips. The strips were then brushed with an aqueous solution of 2% chloramine T until the paper was completely saturated. Then, every 3 minutes, one strip at a time was taken away and rinsed in running tap water for half an hour. In the upper left corner, you see the original color of the paper, and in the lower right corner, you see a strip that has been bleached for 1.5 hours. It is immediately apparent that the bleaching action of chloramine T is indeed very mild, which makes the treatment very controllable. And that made the bleach popular in itself, but what made it fantastic was, of course, the fact that it did not need rinsing. It was thought to be safe to let the bleach air dry, and this is what you see in this bleaching test. This time, the bleach was not rinsed out, but air dried, and the whole treatment is then repeated up to 6 times. In these tests, we used a non-woven to protect the paper during application. But fragile papers could also be treated by spraying the bleach onto the surface and simply letting the object air dry and then evaluate the result. Understandably, chloramine T was a hit. But the joy was short-lived, as more and more conservators started to raise questions as they noticed unwanted side effects, such as the deposit of a white crystalline substance or over-bleaching over time. In the 60s, the first studies are published in which indication had been found that chloramine T without rinsing could affect the paper. And in his 1972 edition of the Conservation of Prints and Drawings and Manuscripts, the promoter of chloramine, Harold Plannerleith, changes his recommendation and writes, "Washing may be reduced to a minimum, but cannot entirely be dispensed with." Finally, in 1975, the Dutch conservation scientist Judith Hovink de Graaf proves chloramine T without rinsing significantly weakens the fiber. Judith Hovink de Graaf, we will later hear, also played an important role in the history of the bleach in the Rijksmuseum. However, despite de Graaf's research, the conservation community remained divided on the topic. Otto Wächter, a famous Austrian conservation scientist at that time, writes that despite the ominous predictions, he has never seen any damage as a result of chloramine T bleaching. He recommends to rinse when possible, but for fragile papers and water-sensitive media, he still makes an exception. Finally, in 1978, conservation scientist Vincent Daniels finds chloramine T can form insoluble substances with aluminium salts that retain their oxidizing power. And in 1987, conservation scientist Helen Burgess finds that some papers bleached with chloramine T, even when rinsed, continue to brighten in dark storage. So even after rinsing, chloramine T cannot be considered safe. But by then, the attention had shifted away from hyperchlorite bleaches towards reducing bleaches. It would be simpler to just use another bleaching agent, Margaret Hay writes. The findings in literature leave some room for debate. Folding tests on paper only tells you so much about that one paper. And the progressive brightening Helen Burgess observed is below the just noticeable difference. But still, these studies prove damage does occur to some extent, but what this really means for our collections remains unclear. What we do know is that the ominous predictions that chloramine T would reduce the cellulose fiber to powder is actually based on a misconception of the chemistry of the bleaching process. Margaret Hay states that during the bleaching, the very corrosive hydrochloric acid is formed, an allegation that has been adopted by several authors, but of which I could not find the source. Don't worry, I don't expect you to read this. But because the chemical process of chloramine T bleaching has never been fully set out in conservation literature, I thought it was time to do just that. And this was possible because chloramine T is still a popular disinfectant, and research in the fields of analytical chemistry and pharmacology continued where conservation stopped some 30 years ago. And this has led to new insights. The chemical process, in fact, is rather complex. It goes too far to explain all the steps of the bleaching reaction here. But if you're interested, I'll be happy to share the explanation of the bleaching process as set out by my co-author and chemist, René Péchard. The most important thing I want you to take away from this is that in no step of the process, hydrochloric acid is formed. So based on the literature, we now can make a simple guideline. Red is the use of chloramine T without rinsing, and blue with rinsing. The symbols above the arrows indicate the recommendations in literature. Red means air drying, blue rinsing, and the crosses indicate the bleach is no longer recommended, either with or without rinsing. In the timeline itself, we see that over 40 years, chloramine T was used without rinsing. Then, from the late 60s until the mid-70s, conservators become increasingly wary, and the bleach is used less and less without rinsing, until from 1975 onward, it becomes clear chloramine T should not be used dry. Now back to the Rijksmuseum. We were able to construct a similar timeline for the use of chloramine T in the Rijksmuseum. So the timeline you see here is still the literature timeline, by the way. We'll go back to the Rijksmuseum later. We did this by conducting interviews with technicians and with their technicians and former paper conservators and conservation scientists, and then relating their accounts to the museum annual reports and notes made at the time. These interviews proved very valuable, not only for the reconstruction of the use of chloramine T, but they also helped us understand the dynamics of the studio at that time. Sadly, we were just in time, as one of the former heads of the conservation studio and an important source in this research, Peter Poldervaart, passed away shortly after. A bittersweet reminder of the importance of recording oral history while people are still alive. I will now take you through the history of the studio in very broad strokes. Here you see the heads of paper conservation and the predecessors of Idelette van Leeuwen in the Rijksmuseum. Chloramine T was introduced to conservation while Willem van Baarsel was head of the studio. He was succeeded in 1949 by his technical assistant, Adriaan Marchal. Unfortunately, we know very little of that time. Van Baarsel was said that he was a conservator of the old guard who was sparse in sharing his knowledge. And he would from time to time disappear with a master drawing to the private section of the studio where he would, and I quote, do his magic. It is likely Van Baarsel used hypochlorite bleaches as they were fairly common at that time. And we know, based on interviews, that chloramine T was not introduced to the Rijksmuseum studio before 1950. The period in which chloramine T was used would almost fully coincide with the career of Willem van Oort, who was, with a short break for 7 years, in charge of the studio from 1952 until 1981. Willem van Oort could not be consulted for this research, as he died in 2004. We could, however, consult his son, André van Oort, who is also a paper conservator, and had worked side by side with his father in his private studio. We also interviewed several former technical assistants, paper conservators, and a conservation scientist who had worked closely together with Van Oort. Van Oort had learned many of his skills from Adriaan Marchal and from the few handbooks available at the time. These books recommended a freshly made 2% solution of chloramine T in water to be applied on the paper with a soft brush and to repeat if necessary. Rinsing would not be required. There are no indications Van Oort used a method very different from the method described in literature. In 1963, Peter Poldervaart started as an apprentice in the conservation studio. Poldervaart recalls that at that time, bleaching was daily practice. Everything that was the slightest discolored had to be bleached. Oh, Sorry about that. Yeah. And van Oort used a method very different from the methods described. And van Oort had a very specific color in mind for what color he thought paper should look like. With regard to bleaching, a clear division was made between the treatment of prints and drawings. Prints were bleached with potassium permanganate, and drawings were bleached with chloramine T. For fragile and water-sensitive drawings and prints, the bleaching was applied either with a brush or through a tissue or directly on the object through a mouth diffuser, and then left to dry without rinsing. The mouth diffuser was quickly abandoned because van Oort started to experience health problems that his doctors related to the inhalation of chloramine T. An anecdote that gives an indication of how often the method must have been used. So when Peter Poldervaart left the studio in 1966, he wrote down all recipes and procedures he learned in a notebook and added the procedure for bleaching with chloramine T under the header, the bleaching of objects that cannot be brought into contact with water. Again, in the notes of Peter Poldervaart, the bleach is applied through a non-woven and left to air dry. And until this day, the Rijksmuseum has drawers full of non-woven tissues labeled chloramine T paper, or chloramine paper, sorry. During this time, the studio is almost permanently understaffed. Year in, year out, exhibition work keeps conservators from the conservation of the collection. Frustrated by the museum's handling of the situation, van Oort leaves in 1964 to start his own studio. He was replaced by paper conservator Charlotte Wolff, and her assignment was to proceed with the remounting and rehousing of the printing collection. But still severely understaffed, Wolff could not prevent that under her supervision, the production of the studio fell further behind. The situation became so bad that the museum decided to reappoint Willem van Oort in 1971. Van Oort, now in a better position and keen to prove his competence, immediately set out to catch up with the studio's backlogs. He streamlined production, and staff members now had to work in batches. Discolored prints and drawings were rinsed when possible. When dry, their color was re-evaluated, and if necessary, they were bleached. The drawings and prints were separated in water-stable and water-sensitive. Water-sensitive objects were bleached dry with chloramine according to the trusted method. So far, the approach hadn't changed, but with regard to the water-treatable prints and drawings, potassium permanganate had now been replaced with chloramine T, after which the studio would, of course, rinse. In 1971, chloramine T became the go-to bleach of the studio of the Rijksmuseum. This reflects the irresolution in the conservation literature at the time. This was the time in which some conservators rejected the use of the bleach without rinsing, while others still made an exception for fragile papers and water-sensitive papers. And van Oort seems to have continued to use the bleach without rinsing because he was an admirer of the before-mentioned Otto Wächter, the conservation scientist who wrote that since the introduction of chloramine T, he had never seen any damage. But van Oort kept educating himself. He read the journals and visited conferences. He was aware of the discussions surrounding the bleach and discussed the subject with Judith Hovink de Graaf, who worked as a conservation scientist for the Central Research Laboratory in Amsterdam, based just a few hundred meters from the Rijksmuseum. Their conversation led to a research proposal by Judith Hovink de Graaf in 1972, and her conclusions in 1975 left little room for discussion. Used without rinsing, chloramine T seriously weakens the paper. After these findings, van Oort stopped using chloramine T without rinsing. However, he would continue using chloramine T with rinsing until his retirement in 1981. His successor, Peter Poldervaart, would still use chloramine T sporadically, always rinsing afterwards. But also in the Rijksmuseum, the bleach practically falls into disuse in the 80s. Attention had turned to hydrogen peroxide and reducing bleaches, while the studio had to treat more and more modern papers that could not be bleached with hypochlorite bleaching because they contain lignin. Eventually, combining all information, we could reconstruct a timeline for the use of chloramine T in the studio of the Rijksmuseum. Here you see two edit timelines. One for water-sensitive drawings and prints, and another for prints. Chloramine T had been used without rinsing for 25 years. In these 25 years, many prints and drawings must have been damaged to some extent. How many we do not know, nor do we know the extent of the damage, but at least we now know where to look. So when we come across an object like this drawing by Rembrandt van Rijn, we might be one step closer to explain the bright spots you see in the right corners. So I hope it's clear on the screen. So in the upper right corner and in the lower right corner, there are these round bleached spots. So knowing that since the acquisition of the drawing in 1930, it had been exhibited 4 times during the period in which the studio used chloramine T without rinsing on drawings. It is not unlikely that this drawing has been treated locally with the bleaching agent to prepare it for exhibition. It could very well be that the overbleaching observed by Helen Burgess has caused this effect. In this case, it might be worthwhile to take a closer look with Max XRF. And this is a Max XRF image of the distribution of the element chlorine. And we see chlorine concentrates exactly and only on location of the bleaching stains. But chloramine T is not the only bleach that leaves behind chlorine residues. Sodium and calcium hypochlorite bleaches could also have been used. So where there's chlorine, it's smart to look for calcium or sodium, and here we go. This Max XRF image of the distribution of calcium is an exact match with the distribution of chlorine. It is a clear example of calcium hypochlorite bleaching and not chloramine T. But we know the bright spots were already there on a reproduction from the 80s, and because our timeline tells us chloramine T was the only bleach used on drawings since 1950, at least we now know that the drawing must have been bleached before 1950, either by von Baersel, Van Oort's predecessor, or before it entered the collection. So, did we find any damage as a result of chloramine T? No. Almost sadly no, but I'm happy we didn't. Can we expect damage? Yes. Do we know where to look? Yes. Could we take away some of your anxiety? I hope so. Could we rehabilitate chloramine T? Maybe. Should we do more research? We could, if we fully want to rehabilitate chloramine T. But should we worry? I don't think so. Thank you.
Not sure if it doesn't work. What did you say? It works. No. Can you hear me? Yeah, great, fantastic. Thank you very much, Efke. We maybe have time for 1 or 2 questions. Anyone?
Olivier Masson. So we are faced with a lot of chloramine T works, and do you have any solution how to get rid of the chloramine T? What kind of water treatment you may suggest to get rid of it? And at the time in the 80s, the chemist of Camberwell told, well, you could also dissolve chloramine T in toluene.
In
toluene?
Toluene. Ah, okay.
So I don't know about this, but maybe so we could have a solvent-based rinsing.
Yeah,
because, I mean, in England, many turners have white spots. watercolors.
Yeah.
So what can you suggest?
I'm afraid I don't have any suggestions because we haven't looked into that, and frankly, I don't know if we should spend, because it's really difficult to trace the objects treated with chloramine T because we don't have a detection method. We can, of course, use max XRF to determine that chloramine T has actually been used, but it's very expensive. So in the Rijksmuseum, we had a really hard time just really finding the objects we knew for certain had been treated with chloramine T. So that's the first problem we have. And then I wonder if it's really necessary to treat all of these objects, and maybe we should just spend our time and resources on other projects, but not everybody thinks the same way.
Well, we came across many works in the studio, and we are lucky sometimes that they are framed. So when you open a frame, it smells.
Okay.
Chloramine T. And you have a lot of crystals, like Christmas spots.
Yeah.
So for us, this is clear, and if possible, with prints, we just wash it.
Yeah. It seems like a perfect solution.
Thank you.
Thank you. Another question?
Mr. Hoffmann, Vienna. I wonder if you saw a difference between the objects that you investigated that were washed and that were not washed after bleaching?
Again, a similar answer. Von Oort implemented a documentation system for the objects he treated in the Rijksmuseum. It consists of a little triangle with numbers for treatments at the back of the drawing. So you first had to find a drawing, then look at the triangle, and then maybe you would find an object treated with chloramine T. But he implemented a system when prints were already rinsed after drawings, and drawings as well, a standard. So we couldn't locate any prints that actually hadn't been rinsed afterwards. We did not do any destructive testings on the samples I showed. This was not part of the research, but it would definitely be interesting to do that.
Thank you very much, Efke. It was really a good talk. Thank you so much. For our next talk, I would like to invite Krista Hoffmann, who will talk to us about the conservation of manuscripts at the Austrian National Library.
Thank you for the introduction, and I also thank Afke for her introduction, because I will continue with timelines. I would like to present you the conservation of manuscripts at the Austrian National Library, also on a timeline from 1914 to 2023. Looking back in the development of conservation, I want to introduce you to two conservators that have so far not been in the spotlight. Started to work as the first book conservator for the library. As freelance during extensive travels after his apprenticeship, he worked with different bookbinders and book conservators, like, for instance, Paul Adam. Between 1914 and 1939, Alois Liska mainly treated manuscripts and rare books at the Court Library, which became the Austrian National Library. He recorded his treatments in a journal. Another important personality for the development of manuscript conservation at our library was Hilde Kuhn. During the National Socialist regime, the young woman, member of a Catholic group, was accused of high treason and served a prison sentence. During bombardment of Vienna, she could escape in 1945. Hilde Kuhn started to work at the library in the same year. General Director Josef Bick had the vision of establishing a conservation department with well-trained conservators. Hilde Kuhn's enthusiasm for books met with the ideas of Josef Bick. With his help, she could train in bookbinding in Vienna and later in book conservation at Bibliothèque Nationale de France in Paris. Hilde Kuhn started to develop the conservation department after World War II. She was joined by Otto Wächter, whom you've already heard of, in the early 1950s. Otto Wächter became head of the department in 1957 and established training in paper conservation at the Academy of Fine Arts in Vienna. Alois Liska and Hilde Kuhn were both dedicated conservators that overcame difficult circumstances and left a legacy at our library. Today, we are a team of 11 conservators with Wolfgang Kreuzer as head of book conservation. We are working for the different collections of the Austrian National Library, among which the collection of manuscripts and rare books forms the core. Although we have not met Alois Liska and Hilde Kuhn, we have discovered connections. When I regard the manuscripts that they have treated, I am impressed by their respectful attitude and their sensitive approach. They seem to speak through their work. Recently, Theresia Burgheiser researched on the life and professional development of both our predecessors. You can find information on the results in 2 blogs in German on our website. We were lucky to meet with their relatives, the great-niece of Alois Liska and the children of Hilde Kuhn. Today, I want to present you our work for the manuscript collection with examples from preservation, conservation, and research. I will conclude with common themes that we discovered since 1914. Probably in the 1920s and 1930s, Alois Liska and his assistant Johann Spiegel made custom-sized dust jackets for all manuscripts. They used the material available in the scarce times after World War I, groundwood paper. The design was simple but efficient. Jackets with flaps that protected the binding and covered the edges with a very precise cut. About 100 years later, in 2020, we finished exchanging all dust jackets against new ones made of archival quality paper. For all manuscripts acquired before 1870 and all special holdings. The illuminated manuscripts and other selected ones were in addition stored in archival boxes custom made from corrugated board. Manuscripts with textile bindings receive a special designed box and an adapted dust jacket made from unbuffered paper. The rehousing included a condition assessment of these 21,279 manuscripts. We stayed with the same design of dust jackets, but used higher quality paper. The exchange lowered the rate of volatile organic compounds and the dust level in the stacks. During World War II, the manuscripts were stored in the basements of the library and some of them in salt mines. The monitoring that we have implemented includes control of insects, microorganisms, dust, and climate. Part of the collection remains in the historic stacks. The most valuable manuscripts are stored in fully climatized, high-security rooms underground. Alois Liska and Hilde Kuhn started their work in difficult times with lack of resources. We are more fortunate, but still struggle with limited funds. This forces us to make compromises and find solutions that work within historic building structures with limited space. We try to keep all manuscripts acquisitions before and after 1870 as stable as possible. Conservation projects focus on specific holdings. Jait Karadana could complete the conservation of damaged Oriental manuscripts with high priority. As an example, you see one folio of the 13th century Theriac book, Codex EF10. We assess the condition of manuscripts that are requested for digitization, exhibits, and lawns. We make treatments that are possible within the respective timeline. The aim of these interventions is to stabilize the book and to ensure the safe return. We record the need for more intensive treatments in our conservation database. In the yearly planning with the collection of manuscripts and rare books, we discuss the priorities for conservation and plan projects. One ongoing project is the control and, if necessary, the consolidation of miniatures in illuminated manuscripts. In the slide, you see a 13th century homage to King Robert of Naples, in which detached paint layers and gilding were consolidated with isinglass glue. Another project is the conservation of codices with endangered original bindings, based on our assessment during rehousing. The aim of treatments is to stabilize the book structure and to make access in the reading room or digitization possible. One example is a parchment manuscript from the 14th century, the Golden Legend of Jacobus de Varenne. The large losses of the leather cover reveal the structure of the binding and the book block. Loose squires made the manuscript unstable. Agnes Adam tried to stabilize the codex while preserving the original structure. The broken leather headband was secured with a thread. Agnes Adam partially resewed the book block so that loose squires were again fixed. Detached parts of the leather cover were glued with rice starch paste to the boards. Losses in the leather were not compensated. In collaboration with the textile conservator Sylvia Zechmeister, Sabrina B. tries to find solutions for the treatment of silk and velvet bindings, some of them with embroideries, as for example, the 16th century treatise on pikes dedicated to Emperor Maximilian II. Approaches of textile and book conservation are combined to preserve the delicate covers. Sylvia Zechmeister teaches us to dye textiles and threads for infills. The black velvet of the cover had been colored with an iron gall ink complex that deteriorated the silk fibers. On the back, the velvet was mostly missing. It was infilled with a black dyed linen. The so-called Black Prayer Book, Codex 1856, is an example of a manuscript which has been treated by Alois Liska and Hilde Kuhn and is still a challenge for us. Please excuse that I change from the challenge of green copper pigments, as mentioned in the abstract, to the challenge of black-dyed parchment. The Book of Hours of Galeazzo Maria Sforza, the 5th Duke of Milan, was created in the second half of the 15th century in Burgundy, probably in Bruges. The thin parchment folios were dyed black with an iron gall ink complex. The scribes wrote the text in gold and silver inks on the black background, a contrast that appealed to the tastes of the Dukes of Burgundy, Philip the Good and Charles the Bold. Rich illuminations illustrate the calendar and the liturgy of the hours. Unfortunately, the iron gall ink complex severely degraded the thin parchment folios. For this reason, probably Alois Liska unbound the book in the late 1920s. The original red velvet cover was preserved separately. Alois Liska stabilized tears and losses in the parchment with black-dyed silk gauze. He mended tears with bridges of silk gauze and possibly gelatin. Large missing areas were infilled or lined with silk gauze. General Director Josef Karabacek met and corresponded with Father Franz Erle, the director of the Vatican Library in the early 20th century. On the advice of Father Franz Erle, silk gauze was ordered from Lyon in France. We have several examples of manuscripts that Alois Liska treated with silk gauze and gelatin. In most cases, he used the reinforcements locally. The bifolios of the Black Hours with miniatures were stored between 2 sheets of glass plates. All other bifolios were put in paper folders. In 1975, almost at the end of her career at the Austrian National Library, Hilde Kuhn undertook a second treatment of the Black Hours. At that time, investigations by Gerhard Banig, Manfred Schreiner, Anna Habertitzel, and Heribert Stachelberger detected high levels of iron and copper ions in the parchment. Scanning electron microscope images revealed the severe degradation of the collagen fibers. Hilde Kuhn and Otto Wechte used parchment glue to consolidate parchment like on the 6th century Vienna Dioscorides. Humidified parchment folios were dried stretched in a frame. In her report on the treatment of the black hours, Hilde Kuhn writes that a treatment with parchment glue like any other human treatment was impossible. The parchment folios were deacidified with ammonia gas. Hilde Kuhn mounted all 154 folios between sheets of polyacrylate. One sheet was drilled with little holes to allow air exchange. The folios were stored vertically in compartmentalized wooden cabinets. I'm sorry. In 2023, we make a new attempt to find a solution for the stabilization of the extremely fragile folios of the black hours. In a first step, we investigate the materials, parchment, black dye, inks, and pigments, to better understand the degradation mechanism and the needs of the different components. For the material analysis, we collaborate with the Academy of Fine Arts, the Technical University Vienna, and numerous international colleagues that generously offered their support. Serifidiment identified calf parchment by protein analysis on a sample from the black hours. SEM-ADX analysis at the Technical University confirmed the presence of iron and copper in a parchment sample from the black hours. In comparison with new calf parchment and undyed 5th century calf parchment in good condition, SEM imaging showed the stronger degradation of collagen fibers from the black hours. A comparison of these 3 samples in the light microscope confirmed these results. Instead of fibers, mostly melted lumps can be seen on the sample from Codex 1856. With XRF scans on folio 94, Urso, Dubravka Jembrich-Simbürger from the Academy of Fine Arts detected high amounts of iron and copper and minor amounts of zinc and potassium in the black parchment. The images of XRF scans mark the distribution of the elements silver, chlorine, iron, copper, zinc, gold, calcium, and sulfur. Red indicates high intensities, yellow and green medium, and blue low intensities. And in the middle row, you see the results of iron, copper, and zinc. The silver contains pure silver without other elements that would indicate an alloy. Chlorine was detected in areas of silver, which indicates chlorine-containing silver corrosion products. In the whole manuscript, we observe a general stable condition of the silver inks with some surface corrosion. The gold ink was made of pure, high-quality gold and is in very good condition. Presumably, the inks were made from powdered gold and powdered silver leaves. Initials were highlighted by gold leaf gilding on a ground of gypsum, as confirmed by the detection of calcium and sulfur. And here you see a detail of folio 94 and in normal and raking light where you can see the ground for the gold leaf gilding. We would like to explore how we can mechanically stabilize the fragile parchment folios without interfering with inks and pigments. We want to investigate if the polyacrylate sheets can be exchanged against air-permeable paper mounts that might include antioxidants. Alois Liska and Hilde Kuhn attempted to conserve the black hours with the methods and materials available at their times. In their treatments, we observe respect for the original. They abstained from infillings or retouching that would have changed their appearance. They stopped treatments that proved to be detrimental. We take up the challenge to preserve the black hours. Can we discover common themes in our timeline since 1914? the starting point of in-house conservation of manuscripts. One obvious theme is the lack of space and resources. Sorry, go back. A lack of space and resources are circumstances that accompany the history of the library since its beginnings. Today, we have better conditions than Johann Spiegel, the assistant of Alois Liska, whom you see working in the first room of the manuscript collection near the window. Still, limited resources compel us to find practical solutions, to improvise, and to set priorities. One of the major assets since 1914 has been and still is the work of dedicated conservators. Only with a team of creative and highly motivated conservators can we accomplish our multiple tasks. When we look at Alois Liska's records, we wonder how he could read so many books. Hilde Kuhn was a single mother of 3 children that worked 48 hours a week during most of her career. Another continuum in this timeline is the use of natural adhesives. Alois Liska worked with wheat starch paste, gelatin, and other protein glues. Hilde Kuhn and Otto Wächter refused to use soluble nylon on the 6th century Vienna Dioscorides, as recommended by Plenderleith and Cormans in 1960. Wheat starch paste, gelatin, and parchment glue were the preferred adhesives. Cellulose ethers, methylcellulose, and hydroxypropyl cellulose were the only synthetic adhesives used on a regular base. I remember the large containers of methylcellulose and Closale when I started to work at the library. In former times, cellulose ethers had to be ordered in large industrial quantities. We still mostly use wheat starch paste, protein adhesives, and cellulose ethers. In case of water-sensitive media, like iron gall ink or silver ink, we prepare remoistenable tissues coated with gelatin or Closale G. The coating can be activated by humid plotters or plotters exposed to ethanol. In the first half of the 20th century, the general directors Josef Karabacek, Josef Donaubaum, and Josef Bick saw the need to conserve manuscripts in a professional way. This was the starting point for the conservation department at the Austrian National Library. The care and conservation of manuscripts and rare books continues to constitute one of our core tasks. This includes a close cooperation with the collection. The enlargement of the library and its changing functions shifted our position as conservation department. In 1969, 8 out of 100 full-time employees were conservators. In 2023, 9 full-time equivalents out of 304 are conservators. Our ties with the collection of manuscripts and rare books are still close and important. The new head of the collection, Katharina Kaska, understands the needs of collection care. The process of decision-making has changed as new challenges arise and new means of investigation develop. Looking at the work of our predecessors, it appears that decisions were made with the artwork in focus. In the treatments of Alois Liska and Hilde Kuhn, we discover respect for manuscripts and their authenticity. We continue to strive for the best possible care of manuscripts so that they may last many more years and centuries to come, ad multos annos. I would like to close with a quote by Václav Havel, the Czech author, dissident, and president. Hope is not the conviction that something will turn out well, but the certainty that something makes sense, regardless of how it turns out. This hope guided Alois Liska and Hilde Kuhn, and it keeps us going. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Krista. Any questions?
Is this on? Yeah, there we go. Krista, I was just curious, can you tell me a little bit more about the black document? It seemed from the pictures that the perimeter, the margins, were where there was loss and deterioration. Where there was gold and silver ink, I didn't see any indications of holes or damage there. Is there an explanation maybe for that? And second question is, the silver ink that was used, has it oxidized and gone black in any of the places, like you would normally expect of a silver material?
I start with the last question. No, I was also surprised, and first we thought that it's not a real silver ink. Huh? There is only, as you may have seen in one of the slides, some slight corrosion, but it has not gone black. It's in really good condition, as well as the gold ink. And the bifolios with only text are in better condition than the folios with miniatures that obviously were more exposed or more looked at and handled. Yeah? So in the folios with miniatures, there is also losses and tears in the miniatures.
Other questions? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Krista. It's really fascinating to follow the story of institutions. For the last presentation, we actually have a video. Zoe Kini will present hidden stories of recycling at the National Library of Greece.
Hello everyone, I'm Zoe Kini and I'm a book and paper conservator at the National Library of Greece. I will talk about participating in the ICON's Art Collection Matter workshop and the outcome of that, our field project Hidden Stories of Recycling at the National Library of Greece. So, a few things about our Collections Matter project. I was first informed about this project in March 2022 when IAC hosted a meeting for its fellows together with ICOM representatives. And just a month afterwards, there was a call to participate in our Collections Matter project. And to quote ICOM's website, Our Collections Matter was launched in 2020 to accelerate, increase, and amplify activities that support sustainable development. Heritage collections can contribute to a sustainable future in a significant way, but not without scaling up our efforts to connect them more efficiently with the challenges we see around us. Many collections-based organizations are interested in doing so, but are not sure where to start or what tools to use, and it's time to act together. Within the program, everything worked as a loop. Each participant was acting as a liaison for their institution. So as a participant and liaison, I had to keep the library informed and involved in the project that included several meetings. So we had 5 meetings within the workshop with the ICOM team, starting in May 2022, and the last meeting was in January 2023. And after each meeting, I gave feedback to the conservation team and the collection managers. The working methodology was to have time to brainstorm and work as groups with our collections, of course. And then I had meetings with our Director General when necessary to get the final approval for our actions. Then our progress within the library was communicated to the next meeting with the ICOM team. So what did the Our Collections Matter project involved? We participants were expanding knowledge and comprehending the SDGs and of course the Our Collections Matter toolkits. We had some time to brainstorm, a lot of time to exchange ideas, a bit of consulting, and of course lots of networking. In our first meeting, the kickoff meeting within the National Library, I updated the conservators about the program and discussed the SDGs. And the benefits of that was that several ideas were discussed among conservators for actions regarding recycling, waste management, conservation of materials that might be harmful in their disposal, and of course ways to improve our practices within the lab. Within this meeting also we set criteria and preconditions for our program, and that was to use our collection, to be manageable within our own resources, to execute it within the time frame of the Our Collections Matter project, and that was 6 months, and for all conservators to participate, and of course we had to involve the public. I have to say that it is always nice to have some time off everyday work and examine new ideas and new perspectives. And that's what this project is about. So during our meetings, we took some time to discuss and reflect on how we should communicate our collection's unique nature and identity to the wider public, other than researchers. And how do we make our collections relevant? And also, how do we make reusability relevant? The more we were getting familiar with the project and examining our collections, the more questions were raised. Collections managers were reflecting on how many objects are identified as crafted or created with reused materials within our collections. How do we communicate them sufficiently and how? How we raise their uniqueness and praise their used parts? And for us conservators, we were thinking about how can we approach their treatments and how these treatments were approached in the past. For example, do we remove parts that are reused or keep them despite their fragile condition? Or if possible, should we restore reused parts that were removed in the past, but we still have them? As you can imagine, each case is different and treated differently through the times. Do we acknowledge and share the findings of their identity and biography to the researchers? And also, how often do we collaborate with collection managers on conservation decision-making of such objects? After a few weeks of working with our project, we finally launched our project, and it is an educational program. The title is Hidden Stories of Recycling at the National Library of Greece. And here you can see our invitation as it appeared in our website and social media. The narrative for this program was that recycling and reusability is not a new practice. The use of available material has been common practice since ancient times. Historical objects from the moment of their creation until today have undergone interventions and modifications in order to reach our hands in their present form. So the audience, the public, would have the chance to visit the conservation lab at the National Library, where the conservators would present ways of reusing and recycling materials in historic objects, such as manuscripts, rare books, and archives, and also explain the approach to their conservation treatment. This program was implemented for the first time during the European Conservation Days in 2022. A few words about the program. It was addressed to the wider public. In practice, one had to book a place online, and we formed 3 groups with about 15 participants per group. So within one day, we had 3 programs running. The program involved demonstration and presentation of objects from our collections, narratives, and discussion with the public. And it was divided in 4 sections, as you can see here, under 4 different topics: manuscript waste and textiles in bindings, reuse of substrates, the case of palimpsest, change of use, and paper, a product of recycling. These Our Collection Matter 3 projects address the SDGs targets that you can see here. You can find further information on these targets on the ICOM websites. And I have to say that working with the SDG targets helped us to form our project, seek for interconnections, and also identify gaps and areas of improvement. So, in our conservation lab, we had prepared 4 stations for the audience to visit, one of each topic of discussion. So starting with our first station in the lab, we explained how historic objects are products of time, even before the invention of printing, but especially during the first century of printing books. The need for raw materials in bookbinding was high, and as a result, bookbinders often used scraps from manuscripts, known as manuscripts waste, to bind books. It was more practical and, of course, economical to recycle pieces of existing bindings, such as parchment, paper, and cloth, rather than buy new materials. So manuscript scraps were commonly used in bookbinding as spine linings, end leaves, boards, and book covers. Often these leaves had the original writing on, with an easy-to-read text that enables to identify the origin of the text. This category also includes large parts of discarded bookbinding, such as cover of volumes that have been placed on new ones, possibly of a different content but of similar dimensions. For example, you can see here on the top left a part of an Islamic binding used as a board to a Greek gospel. And this station, this part also included books with in which fabrics from other objects, such as vestments, have been used as covering material, as you can see in this case of the 3 rare books. The textiles could vary, of course, from a nice brocade to cheaper cotton ones. As you can see, we had plenty of books for our audience to see and explore and discuss further on that afterwards. But the next station was one of our magnificent palimpsest manuscripts dating in the 15th century. After explaining the reuse of parchment, we have used the portable microscope to show them how we examine the manuscript in visible and UV light using, in this case, a dyno microscope. In this case, the handling of the object, of course, was only performed by conservators. In our third station, we talked about paper and its manufacture, because people are not aware about historic paper and how in Europe was actually made out of rags. In fact, it was a powerful industry with multiple stations in the cities for collecting rags and supplying the paper makers. In Europe, hemp and linen rags were the main source of pulp, but of course, cotton eventually taking over. We discussed the origin of paper, the paper-making process in Europe, the watermarks, and the increasing needs for fabrics and rags to make paper, and also interesting stories, for example, how paper was connected with the outbreak of the plague in 1348. And that takes us to our final station, where we discussed the change of use for a book. We started showing different examples, such as this book, for example. It looks ordinary with a 18th, 19th century leather binding, but in fact, it turned out to be a box to hide precious belongings. The hole in the spine of this book looked quite big. When we further examine it, it seems like it was caused by a bullet that was found in the text block. The book was an accidental victim, probably, of the civil war that took place in Greece in 1944, just after the Second World War. And then we talked a bit about institutions making book barriers on windows and doors during war periods. In this document here, the handwriting belongs to an important collector, an archivist, and holds important information of an archive, but it was actually written on a butcher's paper. And finally, this printed document was used as a paper support for a letter by Lester Stanhope in January 1824, informing John Borrowing that Lord Byron was expected to join them in Mesologi in one of the most important battles for the Greek Revolution. For the record, Byron died in Mesology a few months after. So after these different demos, we asked the public to tell us other uses of books, uses that they could think of. And they came up with dozens of ideas, and I'll just mention just a few of them, like bedside table, table leg, stopper to keep the door window from opening, for flattening paper like roll posters, weights for gymnastics, especially during the pandemic, writing pads, ruler, mouse pads, coasters and placemats, fans, headset, mosquito repellent, to host 3D works of art, decoration, place them on the top of the head for posture improvement, and so many others. So some points raised during the program were the nature of historic objects and their materiality, objects' identity and authenticity, reusability of materials through time as a standard practice, the library collections and the similarities that it holds with private collections and family heritage that we have in our houses, and also acknowledge the production practices and the history within its historic objects. Our project was very well received by all participants, and we had excellent comments afterwards. We are planning to repeat it at regular intervals. So the benefits from participating for the library was that the SDGs were further discussed among some of the library professionals, and of course with the public. It is important that we became familiar with the Our Collections Matter toolkit. The toolkit is a very powerful tool because regardless if your institution fits to a particular case study or not, you can explore case studies, and they have such diversity that you can build on your background and expand your approach on different levels. And finally, we had the chance to start discussing about officially incorporating SDGs in our institutional policies. So just to recap, the ICROM Our Collections Matter workshop allowed participants to come together and learn from each other, resolve problems and share knowledges and practices and also their concerns and difficulties. The organizers they were really more than generous in sharing their knowledge and experience with SDGs, and that really helped us and provided a good insight on the possibilities and advantages of working with the SDGs. And as a result, this allowed the participants, to work enthusiastically with our projects in our own institutions. For our project at the National Library, it really allowed us to take time and examine our collections and acknowledge the possibilities of research and narratives that we have. Questions were raised and ideas were discussed, setting new challenges on how should we make our collections matter and how should we promote our work. The possibilities of working with the SDGs within our institutions are really numerous, and since they can be adjusted to each institution's background and character, you can understand, the possibilities that you have. Our educational program was just a fraction of what we can do in the future, but still it really provided an excellent start. Moreover, for the conservation team, it was important that the role of conservation as a multi-layered profession was raised in identifying history and connecting it with living history. And also the project aroused a discussion on conservation decision-making in some of these objects. We had the chance to discuss treatments and research approaches and exchange ideas on materials and techniques that we could further use. So thank you so much for your attention. Many, many thanks to the organizers that allowed me to present my paper online. I'm so sorry that I couldn't make it. And for the lucky ones that they are attending the conference in person, have a great time. I'm looking forward for your questions.
Okay, thank you very much to our speakers. We actually have some few more minutes to take questions for FK and Krista, if you wish to do so.
Krista, can I ask you another question about the black document? Have y'all ever thought, or is it in Europe, I don't know if it's something that's being considered in any of the laboratories or research facilities, the use of parylene as a consolidant, as a strengthening for fragile documents. In the States, there was a fair amount of research on the use of parylene as a consolidant for brittle materials. And I didn't know if something like that would ever be considered at the Bibliothek.
We have so far not considered it.
Or nanoparticles in some sort of form as a strengthening for what will it ultimately probably be the demise of the parchment that had been coated and colored with iron gall inks or iron products.
So we started with trying to characterize the different materials, and we would like then to start investigating how we can at least a little bit stabilize the bifolios, but the aim is to make them stable so that new digital images can be made, and there is also the question of a new facsimile. Yeah, so that would be the aim, and of course, basically no access afterwards.
I hate to keep asking questions, but there was several months ago a survey that went out on the internet asking about the disassembly of manuscripts or books and whether it was justified to rebind them or put them in some sort of individual folders because of their fragility or use. Is that something, I mean, obviously with the black manuscript, y'all kept it in separate sheets. But I was wondering if, amongst others here in the audience, that kind of discussion is still active as to whether one should keep them apart for handling purposes or research ppurposes. Is that something y'all consider a lot?
So I can just only answer now for the black hours. As I told you, it was already disassembled in the early 20th century, kept separately, and the parchment is so fragile that there is no question of reassembling it. And I would also like to answer that we very rarely disassemble manuscripts, but there are some instances like now we have a discussion with the Vienna Dioscorides, which was rebound in the 1970s, and it will be digitized and to make a new facsimile, and there we discussed the question if we should, how we should store it in future. And I'm very eagerly followed this discussion, this recent discussion.
Any more questions? Yeah.
So I'm Karin Eckstein from the Bavarian State Library in Munich, and we also discussed this item because we have some manuscripts that were separated in the 70s and 80s for facsimiles, and some of them are still separated, and it's I can't tell the right solution, but in my experience it's sometimes a problem when the manuscripts are separated, then some think the pages are separated, and we can show them more often, or can handle the pages with miniatures more often than they were bound, and we can show more of them in an exhibition. So my experience is that when they are separated, they are sometimes handled more often than when they were in a book and you can only show one page. And also we had this discussion when we had the exhibition Pracht auf Pergament in Munich in 2012. There were pages shown from the sacramentary of Henry II, and when you have these separate pages and show me several miniatures of a manuscript, they are not shown in the right order, so you don't have the miniature with the normally following page, so that's another page shown then, and this is also a point one should suggest when it's separated and shown. But if you have such a fragile object than Christa Hoffmann showed, then it's a different thing, I think. So it depends on the condition and if it's possible to bind it again. But when it's disbound, it's sometimes ordered much often. We try to keep it low, but so there always is the question when it's separated.
Thank you for the contribution. Any more questions? Right. I think we're ready for the break right now, and I'll see you back at 10.
Hello, hello, is it on? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second session of this last morning of the conference. It is my pleasure to chair this session. Before we start, I have a few housekeeping remarks to read to you that the organizers wish me to convey. So if you can give me just a second of your attention for these very practical things before we dive right in. The first thing is, make sure you check out the posters and the exhibitors' stands, because a lot of them will be gone after lunchtime. So if you haven't visited them yet, make sure to check it out. At the end of today, also please make sure to leave your name tag so that they can be reused, and you will find boxes to this effect right outside the auditorium by the stairs. Thank you for that. The third thing is the organizers are aiming to send out a feedback form for you to fill out, and they will really appreciate your feedback. So thank you in advance. If you're signed up for any activity and for whatever reason you have to cancel, please inform the information desk as soon as possible so that someone else can be offered your spot. Tonight, there is a party at Turm for which you're going to have to put on the red wristband that's been provided to you. It should be in the envelope you picked up upon registration, so make sure you have your red wristband with you. See you at the party. One more thing, of course, remember to leave your headset at the end of the day. One remark regarding lunch etiquette. There has been issues yesterday, so can you please make sure you stick to the original dietary choice that you made when you registered to the conference so that everyone can find food. And then we have a few preprints left over, and you can purchase them for the price of 15 euros. And one last thing before I introduce our first speaker, the third talk of this session will be given in German, so if you need to grab a headset, now is the time to do so. Thank you for your attention, and without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce Katharina Fahrenkamp, and she will be telling us about www.bestandserhaltung.eu, an e-learning project. Katharina, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for the introduction, and good morning, dear colleagues here in Halle and online in front of the screen. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to speak to you today, and thanks to IADA for this great conference, and especially for this wonderful backlight. Pink is my favorite color. Okay, I hope this will work. No. What do I have to do? Is it this button? Yeah. Ah, okay. Okay. First, I would like to give you a short overview of the institution I work for. I work as a paper conservator at the LVR Archivberatungs- und Fortbildungszentrum in Pulheim-Brauweiler near Cologne. It's an archive advisory and training center that offers services for around 580 non-governmental archives in the Rhineland, a part of North Rhine-Westphalia. As you can see at the picture, we have our workshop in this beautiful old abbey, and yeah, the upper photo is the entrance. The third photo is the entrance to our workshop. In my daily work, I carry out consultations or create reports or statements. Conservation treatments and the implementation of workshops and trainings to archive employees are also part of my work. It's a very exciting field of activity because I have to deal with many different preservation and conservation issues. As all of you know, archival materials, books and other written documents are exposed to many dangers. Endogenous and exogenous factors can cause several kinds of damage to historic materials. Although there are various offers in the training program of the LVR-AFZ and also from other counseling centers, it is not always possible to participate in a face-to-face training. E-learning courses in vocational education offer an interesting opportunity here. Over the next 20 minutes, I would like to tell you about two projects in which I have worked over the past few years. Both projects, two different e-learning modules, can be found at www.bestandserhaltung.eu. The first module deals with the topic Bestandserhaltung, it's preservation, and the second with Notfallvorsorge, emergency preparedness, which I will present in a little more detail. By working through the two modules, users acquire the knowledge required for the proper handling of a variety of different historical documents. The aim is to teach users to prevent further damage and to take the right steps in the event of different types of damage. Both courses are free of charge and available only in German language. But I think with a translation program, the courses should be easy to follow. The modules are intended to serve as an example of how knowledge transfer with preservation and conservation issues can work. We are all familiar with the term e-learning, but what does it actually mean? E-learning means electronic learning. Teaching and learning processes are supported by electronic and digital media, tools and offers. There are several advantages. E-learning courses make it possible to learn independently of location and time, and all of you know we have little time. Training and further education can therefore be integrated more easily into everyday working life. This is particularly interesting for small institutions with few employees and a small budget. Individual learning preferences are taken into account so that users can learn at their own pace. By repeating the whole course or individual parts, learning content can better be internalized. Variety is created with different didactic tools and media so that learning becomes more diverse in contrast to textbooks or pure text from the internet. Abstract contents can be illustrated and visualized with images, workflows, or videos. Different tasks ensure variety and thus higher attention. Users always get feedback, which is important for self-monitoring of learning success and to maintain motivation. Ideally, learners have fun working through the courses. We hope so. And after learning, it's important that the acquired knowledge is transferred into professional practice. The first module which I present to you now deals with the topic preservation. The project period was from 2014 to 2016. The project partners came from 4 countries: Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and Germany. The project was supported financially by an EU program called Erasmus+. This is a program for adult education and vocational training. Because the topic of e-learning was new in the archival field, experts had to be found. So archivists and conservators worked together with psychologists, web and graphic designers, and filmmakers. As you can see on the sheet, it's an open university in Haarlem in the Netherlands. They worked as our external service providers. Yeah, this collaboration was a very exciting and educational experience for me and for the whole team. Because the course was created as a joint project between 4 countries, the aim was to find topics that were relevant in all countries and whose work processes were as similar as possible. It was important that scientific and professional knowledge, as well as internationally valid standards, formed the basis of the course. The basics of preservation and a little bit of conservation should be transmitted, from the acquisition of archival materials to dry cleaning, removing metal parts to packing and foliation. In addition, the learner should gain knowledge about storage, climate standards, packaging options, as well as many different types of damage. And at the end of the course, the learners should be able to decide for which type of damage they can take action themselves and when an expert must be consulted. The module is primarily aimed at employees in small archives or libraries without an in-house conservation workshop, career changes, administrative employees and interns, and furthermore for all those interested in dealing with historic materials. Yes, I briefly explained the structure of the course. For the didactic concept, it was decided to stagger the learning according to levels of difficulty. Knowledge is built up piece by piece. Therefore, the various steps in the preservation process were broken down and prioritized. Subsequently, these work steps were sorted into 3 levels of difficulty, and learning goals for each level were defined. In level 1, you start as a beginner and acquire basic knowledge in dealing with archival materials. Level 2 is for advanced users. The focus is on handling damaged records. After completing level 3, you are a professional. In this level, the focus is on handling mold and health protection. Theory is offered when it's needed. Texts provide the basics of the theoretical knowledge. Videos and pictures visualize what has been learned and deepen it. Therefore, all previous steps are shown or touched upon again and again, so that the process becomes holistic. Thus, depending on the level of knowledge, learners are taken by the hand and knowledge is steadily built up. Users can then apply and deepen their knowledge with a variety of tasks. These tasks are designed as quizzes or mini-games. It is important that learners always get feedback, are motivated or given a hint in case of a wrong answer. Here you can see the start page of the first module, preservation, with the different levels, the little white stars. Level 1 was 1 white star, and level 2 was 2 stars, level 3 was 3 stars, and another section with further information and references. The e-learning course was the first of its kind in the archival field in Germany and has now been online for 6.5 years. It will get a content and technical revision the next year. Now you know the structure of the first course. Perhaps you recognize the 4 phases according to how e-learning courses are structured. The first phase is activation. I'm interested in learning this content because I have a problem in my daily work, perhaps a lot of dirty documents. The second is demonstration. Show me how to do it. Then I could watch a video in the e-learning course which demonstrated the dry cleaning. The third phase is named application. I apply my new knowledge virtually. This means I solve a quiz and then I get feedback. And the last one is integration. I'm able to apply my knowledge in my professional practice. Means I buy suitable materials and tools and carry out the dry cleaning independently. Let us see if we can also find these 4 phases in the next module. For the second module, the topic emergency preparedness was chosen due to its being an elementary component of the preservation management of archives and cultural institutions. The project started in 2020 and ended in December of last year. The focus here is on water damage. Institutions are often unprepared when such damage happens. In a short time, severe damage or even loss of historical records can occur. The e-learning course aims to build up the necessary knowledge to prevent damage. The more prevention is done and the faster action is taken, the lower the resulting damage will be. The course aims to ensure that users are prepared for water emergencies and that they acquire the competence to act. The project was financed with funds from the KEK, der Koordinierungsstelle für die Erhaltung des schriftlichen Kulturguts, der regionalen Kulturgutförderung from the LVR and from the Luxembourg National Archives. The project period coincided with the COVID pandemic, so the course was mainly created in online meetings. These circumstances made it clear again how important distance learning offers can be. The flood disaster in the southern Rhineland and Rhineland-Palatinate caused devastating damage in summer of 2021. Once again, the need for emergency preparedness was sadly demonstrated. The experiences my colleagues and me gained during the several weeks of emergency operations in the salvage and first aid of affected archives was also incorporated into the course. You can see a lot of photos. But it were not only major disasters and catastrophes for which the course was created. Above all, it prepares for minor water damage, which can hit any cultural institution unexpectedly. Users learn how to deal in different damage situations. They get to know different kinds of damage caused by water, get knowledge about cost factors, and are able to identify risk, analyzing and minimizing them. The target group includes employees in archives, libraries and museums, conservators and those responsible for preservation, as well as non-professionals interested in memory and cultural institutions. Trainees and volunteers can also benefit from the course. A categorization into 3 levels of difficulty was not possible here. Therefore, the module was structured in 3 chapters. Chapter 1, acting in the event of damage. Chapter 2, why emergency preparedness, and being prepared. The course consists of various elements: text, tasks, numerous photos, graphics, and videos. The texts provide the basic framework, in addition to instructional videos on specific fields of action, such as salvage or the packing of wet archival materials. Eyewitness interviews provide insights into real-life damage situations. 3 colleagues report on their personal experiences, and learners can benefit from their expertise. Documentation templates, workflows, and Excel sheets are meant to be downloaded and implemented into one's own emergency planning. Here you can see the different sections of the course, and you can also find further information and references. And this is, especially for this course, many documents that you can download. The course starts by throwing the user immediately into action. Imagine you arrive at your archive on Monday morning. It has been raining heavily all weekend. You go to the basements where the stone rooms are located. You start to have a bad feeling about this. Yeah, the question is, what should I do now? Should I turn on the light? Should I run to a shelf and grab a box? Or should I run away screaming? The learner is directly confronted with an emergency damage situation. From a didactic point of view, the course starts with the highest priority, the actions that need to be taken in the event of an acute water damage. Yes, in Chapter 1, Acting in the Event of Damage, users learn how to react appropriately in the event of damage, initiate emergency measures, and coordinate a salvage team. Above all, practical steps are shown in videos. Users learn how to salvage archive materials properly, to document processes and prepare wet objects for drying. The handling of heavily soiled records is also taught. Several videos filmed during a workshop demonstrate concrete actions. Here you can see a video for air drying. Eyewitness interviews provide insights into past damage events. The 3 colleagues are from Germany, from Switzerland, and from Luxembourg. Users can solve different tasks, for example, multiple choice. Here you have a task that asks you how to remove water and light soilings from the object. You have to choose an answer. Or what do you have to consider when handling water-damaged objects? Users can also solve text exercises or drag-and-drop quizzes. The first one is a text exercise where you write down your first thoughts, what you would do in a damage situation. And the second is a drag-and-drop quiz. Drag the correct terms onto the photo. What do you need for air drying? Workflows serve as an orientation, for example, an overview of which stations are necessary to manage a damaged situation. This is a left picture, a workflow, or a table that can be used to assign various materials or objects into suitable drying processes. Yeah, and we worked with this table in concrete damage situations. You can see the different objects, bound or unbound, or large format or photos, and is it possible that you can do the air drying, or can you freeze them, or freeze drying, and you can read what you have to do. The second chapter shows how important preventive measures are. This is illustrated through a multitude of damage images. The elimination or reduction of damage is often very time-consuming and costly. In some cases, conservation is no longer possible. Here you see a damaged record with a red color, or a badly damaged photo. Exemplary calculations and a list of possible cost factors show that the balance always tips in favor of prevention. Chapter 3 focuses on identifying, analyzing, assessing, or minimizing risks. Users learn to identify damage and risk factors in their own institution. In addition, users can fill out a checklist in which they can review important safety aspects within their institution. In green, yellow, or red, it visualized what action is needed and what needs to be optimized. Users learn to do a risk analysis. An Excel form can be used and downloaded to determine risks of level of various hazards. The result is a hazard catalog and a matrix for your own archive. In order to prepare one's own institution as well as possible, different systems for the compilation of emergency materials are presented. Here you can see boxes with emergency materials or a contact list for your network or for external service providers. And this is in a very small format, though you can put it into your pocket. The emergency preparedness module is intended to motivate people to deal with in-house emergency planning, to define processes for practical action, and to rehearse communication chains and the handling of archival materials damaged by water or perhaps mud. The better the preparation, the faster and more coordinated action can be taken. At the end of chapters 1 and 3, there's a comprehensive quiz where learners can apply their knowledge and receive feedback. If their answer is incorrect, the learners receive motivating words and tips. They can then independently assess their learning success and put what they have learned into professional practice. Yeah, the first picture is you see a situation and you have to find out the hotspots or the wrong things on this photo, or a multiple choice task with the right fire extinguisher, or you have to assign damaged pictures in the right box. To conclude my presentation, I would make a short review. The work on both modules was very interesting for me from the beginning, and I was able to gain many new experiences. The open communication in the working groups and the successful cooperation were very positive. Getting a glimpse into completely different areas of work, some not so common, was very insightful. As a conservator, you usually do not get to collaborate on the creation of websites or the development of didactic concepts. And what I have also learned, as an expert, you first have to escape the curse of knowledge. Content has to be brought down to the point in a clear and understandable way. Putting yourself in the perspective of learners who don't have the same level of knowledge is sometimes not so easy. Basically, both modules are not only suitable for integration into everyday work, professional life, they can also be used in training and education. The positive feedback confirms the success of the concept and its implementation. Until today, Module 2 has been accessed more than 5,500 times. Users are mainly from Germany, but the website has also been visited in Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Italy, Great Britain, Finland, the USA, and China, for example. There would certainly be a few more interesting topics that could be prepared as an e-learning course, and I hope that the platform will continue to grow in the coming years. Yeah, I thank you for your attention, and I invite you to discover the two modules for yourself. Thank you.
Is it working? Yeah. Thank you very much, Katerina, for this beautiful initiative you just presented to us. I'm sure we have many questions brewing in the audience.
I'm sorry. Couple questions. In your, if you go through the 3 steps, modules, you listed that you are now a professional. In your experience, have you found that those individuals who have gone through all 3, have found jobs, or has it improved their standing in a current job, perhaps? Is there some professional standing that you can get with passing through your course? And the other thing I had to ask was, all of your pictures show the conservators, the preparators, wearing gloves. And in America, at least, I have a lot of trouble talking to curators who want to wear gloves when they're handling artifacts and rare books. And I am constantly telling them, no, you need to wash your hands every minute or how often, but you cannot handle artifacts, in my opinion, wearing gloves. And I thought that was kind of odd.
Okay, I try it with my English skills to answer your question. I think nobody of you needs the first module. I think you can go through it, but I think you are more than a professional, what we mean in this context. It was prepared for, not for conservators, but for for people who can't work in their jobs anymore and want to have a small job in an archive and have to clean or packing the records. And for them, it's very good to go through the courses. And we get feedback that it's very good for them who don't have any ideas how to handle historic documents, I think. And the second one, you always see pictures with gloves, because when you do the dry cleaning, we always use gloves. And the first module, the second one was with pictures in concrete damage situations. These are pictures taken in the flood 2021, and with mold and dirt and other things, and I don't want to touch them with my hands. I think you don't see a picture just to handle a clean document with gloves. No, and I don't like it too. But maybe depends on the object if you need gloves or not.
Hello, Idlet van Leeuwen, Rijksmuseum. Excellent initiative. I wish I knew this before, because it could have saved me lots of instruction to people also in museums. Yep. Could you say something about the time it takes for a person to go through the whole course, the first one and the second one? So I have an idea about, well, if I tell somebody, please do this course, how much time do they need to spend on it?
I think for the first course you need maybe 1 day, 4, 5, 6 hours. I don't know. It's but the second module is much more, and it's much more input. And I think you can't do it in 1 day, and you have to think about it. You have to repeat it, and I think it's better you have 2 or 3 days with breaks. And yes, and I talked to my colleague Anna from the Federal Archives of Germany, and she said that all her colleagues in a emergency coordinating team have to go through the emergency preparedness module to learn all the relevant things one time a year, I think, every year, again and again, and yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Katerina. Another round of applause for Katerina. And now, without further ado, let's welcome our next speakers, Maria Chiara Palandri and Giulia Oretti. And they're going to present about Mapping Colors, an interdisciplinary research project on pigments and dyes in early cartography. The floor is yours. That's okay.
Okay, thank you, Marie-Noël. And good morning. And today, Giulia and I are pleased to present some of the preliminary results of our research project, Mapping Color. Let's see if I'm able. Ho spento. È questa? Okay, welcome. The National Library of Norway map collection, card-centered, contains approximately 150,000 maps and covers a 500-year map history and an equally long color history. This provides an opportunity to lay the foundation of an international interdisciplinary research project that combines history, cultural heritage, conservation science, and image processing to exchange knowledge under different perspectives. With this aim, a corpus of representative atlases and loose maps was selected to draft a first pilot project, including 11 copies of the Abraham Ortelius Theatrum Orbis Terrarum, of different editions from 1570 to 1612, and approximately 30 loose maps, mostly Scandinavia, from the same atlas. These were detached from different copies, as we can see from the guard residues, and the text printed on the back. We will present some of the topics of our research focus on. Obviously, Ortelius and the genesis of the Theatrum, the technological and historical insights into papers, printing, coloring, and pigments, and the preliminary results of the analytical investigations.
Our historical research started from Abraham Ortelius. He was born in Antwerp in 1527. His father was an antiquities dealer, and his mother taught him and his two sisters the art of coloring maps. Together they ran their family business, which consisted in buying maps and color them. They would often mount them on canvas and wooden frames to be hung on walls and sell them to private customers, booksellers, and publishers. He had received an education and would become what we would call a humanist, with an interest in geography and history, and a collector. At 19, he was enrolled in the Guild of St. Luke as a setter, colorist. He would then Latinize his name and officially run his own business as colorist and dealer in maps, books, prints, coins, and other antiquities. In the course of his life, he would become friends with all the most eminent scholars, diplomats, artists, booksellers, and publishers of the time, as we can understand from the many entries on his album Amicorum, his book of friends. And for example, he developed a lifelong professional and personal friendship with Gerard Mercator. Ortelius is the author of what is considered to be the first modern atlas, the Theatrum Orbis Terrarum, that was published in 1570. 15 years before, around 1555, he had started collecting the best and most updated maps he could get, thanks to the network of cartographers he had access to reduce them to fit onto one sheet of paper, have them engraved and printed, and he also started writing the text that would accompany the maps. The atlas was an instant success, and while Ortelius was still alive, approximately 7,300 copies were printed in 24 editions, followed by 10 editions after his death in 1598. Ortelius would periodically update and expand the atlas, and the number of map sheets grew from 53 in 1570 to 166 in 1612, and it was translated in 7 languages. The atlas was the most expensive book at the time of its publication, with varying prices depending on the quality of paper. For example, there is mentioning of a petit papier and a more expensive grand papier, but also based on the binding and on the coloring. A color copy would cost at least twice as much as an uncolored one.
Regarding the paper, if we do a quick calculation, around 1,350 sheets were examined. We know from the archives record that the paper for the first edition was ordered by Ortelius directly from Plantin, who also carried on a retail trade in paper in his shop. Plantin, in the Grand Livre, which includes the commercial exchange between 1568 and 1573, records that between the 28th of December 1569 and the 23rd of February 1570, he sold 47 reams of grand papier real double fan to Ortelius. The number of sheets needed by Ortelius to print the first edition corresponds almost exactly to those he bought from Plantin. However, it doesn't tell us much which paper mill it comes from, what size, format, and what quality. Regular purchases of paper are noted in Plantin's ledger, and only sporadically does he have information on the origin and quality of the paper. Normally, size and varieties were combining kind of code names that had precise meanings for Plantin, who knew exactly the quality, size, and price of such entries. Unfortunately, the meaning of these names, like petit papier, grand papier, papier carré, have been lost. The paper purchases documented by Plantin can help us to get a picture of the paper trade in Antwerp in the 16th century. Most of the paper used in his press came from France, either ordered directly from French paper merchants or imported via Antwerp dealers. If we look at the paper in the atlas, and of course their watermarks, most of them came from French district, especially from the area of Troyes. Some of the watermarks can be easily identified, as they also include the name of the owner of the paper mill, and therefore can be ascribed to a relatively limited period, as Nicolas Lebet, Edmond and Claude Denis, and Simeon Nivelle. The examination of the paper and the identification of the watermarks has, in some cases, allowed a more precise dating of the loose maps. Plantin never reports the size of the paper, but we know that in the 16th century, the largest sheets of paper only seldom exceeded 45 by 65 centimeters. All the paper we observe were trimmed, but by the size of the sheets and the position of the watermarks, we believe that the format was the imperial, one of the large formats at the time. So far, the evaluation of the quality of the paper was done through a visual examination. Of course, further analysis will be carried out to assess the composition of the paper and therefore to see how much this may have influenced the degradation of the colors over time. It was not unusual for a book to be printed on different paper qualities, as in a standard or a deluxe editions, but we found the difference in paper quality within the same atlas. This also was not unusual, as we see in these two maps from the same atlas. In the introduction to the first edition, Ortelius acknowledges Franz Augenberg, with whom he had a friendly, lifelong relationship, as an engraver of most of the maps. From 1595 edition, the brother Ferdinand and Ambrosius Arsenius are also mentioned. The same title page was used for all the edition of the Theatrum, with variants in the title according to the language used for the text. These variants were sometimes in form of printed slips pasted over the previous text in the central panel. The first edition of the Theatrum was printed by Gilles Coppens van Diest, an Antwerp printer who had experience in printing maps. As for the printing order, it must be remembered, of course, that two different processes were involved in the printing and two different presses. The explanatory text was always printed first and in a sufficient number of sheets, and the plate, the cover plate, was printed as needed for that edition. We have seen the long time over the many edition about the Theatrum, so many changes could be made to these cover plates, or to add information, or to extend their printing life. Some of Ortelius' maps were published for more than 40 years, with several thousand impressions, and if they were printed from the same plate, of course they have need to be reworked or repaired in case of breakages. Here we have two maps from Holland, and showing from two different editions. And if we look better in this detail at the sea, we see that it was the waves were replaced by stippling, but of course you can still see the waves underneath. Just quick, this map, the map of Scandinavia has been through enormous changes during the time, and so that we can name states. And this is a really helpful tool for date a map in this, especially a loose map.
The last stage of map productions was coloring, and although the map production was huge in the Netherlands in this period, very little is known on the people who colored maps. As the map business grew in the second half of the 16th century and then reached its peak in the 17th century, coloring became increasingly professionalized. And from the 1540s, we find the profession painter of maps registered in the Guild of St. Luke. So we would have professionals, such as painters, engravers, specialized map colorists, and illuminators engaged in the coloring work, but also routine print colorists, workers by the dozen, collectors, and even children. So the quality of the results would vary a lot, as you may imagine. Most insight in the profession can be achieved by studying map colorists who either did exceptionally good work or excelled in related fields, and otherwise colorists would generally not sign their work, especially if they work as servants and were not registered with a guild. A rare source of information is, again, Plantin's archival records, which include billing for map coloring and supplies and prices for colored and uncolored maps. Plantin supplied about half of his maps in color, especially to private customers. And the rest he would trade white, uncolored. There is mentioning of fixed rates for coloring, a façon of 12 stivers, for example, and a more expensive façon of 30 stivers that included the use of live gold and silver. We know that Plantin regularly outsourced coloring work to at least 12 map colorists, but mainly to Mink and Liefrinks, that received an astonishing 36 guilders in 1588 for a teatrum in Spanish that was decorated with gold and silver, and Ortelius, whose coloring activity probably remained his best source of income until about 1573, presumably to pay for the printing of the atlas. This is a tentative reconstruction of the palette of colors of a map colorist, mainly from historical sources, and only water-based media could be used for painting prints and maps as a requirement from the guild. And you'll notice there's a strong presence of organic colors, and this is because some guilds would also encourage print colorists to use less costly materials, and organic colors were less expensive, and it's not surprising that given the thriving textile industry in Northern Europe, the use of organic pigments and dyes was so predominant, and they were also appreciated for their transparency. The coloring maps was used both as an aesthetic addition and to convey geographical information. Its use was recommended to indicate different spoken languages already at the beginning of the 16th century, and later on to better distinguish the landscape. And this could be done by coloring only the edges with thin, even strokes of highly pigmented paint, as it would be done in functional maps that were almost always colored, and printed decorative maps could also be colored if they already presented an abundance of details. A transparent ground color would be preferred, modeled with shadows and lights, while if they had little ornament, then a lot of color would be used, and gold and silver was sometimes added, thus indicating that a map was not intended for everyday use. And the paints could progress from thick gouache to watercolor transparent washes. The support had to be prepared for coloring with a water glue solution, sometimes with the addition of alum or starch to avoid the migration of the paint, and then it would be varnished with the first layer of beaten egg white and gum arabic to make it glossy and more resistant to moisture, and sometimes a second oil and resin-based varnish would be added. All these practical instructions on paints and varnishes could be found in recipe booklets and illumination art books that were extremely popular and were continuously translated and reprinted well into the 18th century. And we know that one of these recipe books, Alessio Piemontese's De Secreti, was immediately bought when Plantin published it in French in 1558 by Ortelius himself. One of the maps of Scandinavia was selected to establish the analytical methodology for color analysis. G738 comes from a Spanish edition of the Atlas, Teatro de la Tierra Universal, published by Plantin in 1588. And both mechanical and chemical-physical damages are present on the support in the areas corresponding to the green color in the form of browning with migration on the adjacent areas and the verso, and fracturing of the embrittled paper support. The paper has a watermark that identifies the French paper maker Jehan Gouault, active in Troyes, owner of several paper mills and one of the most important merchants of his hometown in the 16th century. The watermark represents an open hand perpendicularly to a cartouche with his name. And we know from the ledgers that Gouault sold paper directly to Plantin, and transactions are reported from 1575 to 1588. So far in the pilot project, we've taken a multi-analytical approach that includes visual examination and also imaging and spectroscopy-based techniques. The first examinations were done by the National Library of Norway with the video spectral comparator, our document examination workstation that combines digital imaging with multi-wavelength illumination technology, and different light sources were used to investigate the surface, the printing underneath the coloring, and the presence of fluorescent materials, as well as the details of the paints and the watermarks. And we've also made use of the inbuilt microspectrophotometer to collect reflectance spectra of the colors so that we could compare them with the reference spectra obtained from the pigments checker from Cultural Heritage Science open source. We also used the good old stereo microscope to have a closer look at the pigments. And for the spectroscopy-based analysis, we have established a collaboration with the Museum of Cultural History, University of Oslo. A selection of maps has been observed first with the portable XRF, and later with a Raman microscope. And here you can see, for example, the color red. The XRF detected the presence of mercury, and the Raman spectroscopy gave clear evidence of the presence of cinnabar. And here's an example of the green color that has been observed again with the XRF first, and later with an infrared microscope that confirmed the presence of copper proteinate we are currently investigating. And thanks to the collaboration with the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, we were able to investigate a selection of maps with a hyperspectral portable scanner. Several pixels were manually sampled to represent the different colors and used as target pixels for pigment estimation in a spectral library of Kremer pigments. And we were able to find a match with the vermilion in the library for the red color.
We have heard about microfading testing in those days, so again, we did in the end also this measurement. As you know, the microfading is a non-destructive accelerating aging method that can be used to measure the light sensitivity of different materials, pigments, and dye. This is done by exposing a very small area to a high-intensity beam of light and collecting the resulting data of the reflected spectrum. If we look at the results of the test conducted on this map, We see that almost all the colors have a medium sensitivity to light, while for the color defined as ochre 1 from the Sphinx on the cartouche, the sensitivity is very high. Can you see? It's just jump up. We are still investigating this color, probably an organic one. In conclusion, this table summarizes some of the preliminary results achieved so far. Currently, we are focusing on the reds, where in some cases the composition has been confirmed as vermilion, and the greens, on which we are still working. Today, we have presented a very small part of our research, but we have still a lot to do. Of course, we need to answer to many questions about the elements found, and with the hyperspectral imaging, we would like to simulate the degradation and change of colors to reconstruct their original appearance. Furthermore, we certainly need to expand our research, including maps produced in different time periods and in different geographical areas, and of course, much more. Thank you.
Maria Chiara, Giulia, thank you very much for this beautiful historical survey. I'm pretty sure the audience is very curious to ask a few questions now. We have time for that. We have a hand up over there.
Hello, Lucy Voss from ABK Stuttgart. I wanted to ask if you could go back to the table that you showed, I think just a slide ago. And that's it, thanks.
Can I?
This one? Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I think so. There was not any question about it. About this?
Hi, my name is Christa Hoffmann from Vienna. Thank you for your very interesting talk. I'd be especially interested in the condition of the copper containing green pigments. Are you planning to do a condition rating, and are you also planning to relate the condition to the investigation of the paper and the ingredients in the paper?
Thank you for your question. Yes, absolutely. We're very interested in the green pigment, in the green color. It's actually one of the main reasons we also chosen this collection, because it's also a very interesting conservation question. So yes, we will investigate it, and we've already seen a variety of degradation levels, so it's going to be really interesting. And it's going to be interesting also to have a look at the paper and see the correlation between the paper quality or maybe a preparation of the paper that has had an influence on the condition of the green color. Yes.
Question? Well, if not, let's thank Maria Chiara and Giulia again for their excellent talk. Our next speaker is Julia Feld. She will give her talk in German, if I'm not mistaken. And the title is How to Move an Archive During a Pandemic, the Experience of Relocating the Historical Archive in Cologne. Julia, we're all yours.
Ja, guten Morgen und willkommen zu meinem Vortrag. Ich erlaube mir, auf Deutsch vorzutragen, und ich möchte über den Umzug des Historischen Archivs der Stadt Köln in den Neubau berichten. Nach dem Einsturz des alten Archivgebäudes im Jahr 2009, von dem Sie sicher gehört haben, waren Archivgut und Mitarbeitende auf mehrere Standorte verteilt, zuletzt vor allem auf das Restaurierungs- und Digitalisierungszentrum in Porz und das Landesarchiv in Düsseldorf. Im Sommer und Herbst 2021 fand dann der Umzug von Archivgut, Werkstätten und Büros aus diesen beiden Standorten in den Neubau am Eifelwall in Köln statt. Die Umzugsvorbereitungen am Archivgut begannen Anfang 2018 und wurden durch eine Person koordiniert. Dazu wurde zunächst eine Bestandsaufnahme gemacht und insgesamt 28 Arbeitspakete definiert, die verschiedenen Objektarten, Verpackungsformen und Zuständen entsprechen. Wie man auf den Fotos sieht, waren Teile des Archivguts nach dem Einsturz nur sehr provisorisch verpackt worden. Das galt teilweise auch für Neuübernahmen. Es war also noch viel zu tun. Das Hauptziel der Umzugsvorbereitungen war es, das Archivgut so zu verpacken, dass es transportfähig war, also ohne Beschädigungen in den Neubau transportiert werden konnte und natürlich auch, dass es im Neubau gut gelagert werden konnte, also möglichst in stapelbaren Kartonformaten, die zu den neuen Regalgrößen passen. Außerdem fanden Sortierarbeiten statt, um unterschiedliche fotografische Materialien in den entsprechenden Klimazonen der neuen Magazine lagern zu können. Zu Beginn wurden außerdem diverse Nebenarbeiten durchgeführt, die mit dem Umzug nichts zu tun haben, zum Beispiel Sichtungen für geplante Vergaben. Es hat sich aber schnell gezeigt, dass der zeitliche Aufwand dafür zu groß ist. Darum haben wir das dann wieder eingestellt, um uns stattdessen ganz auf die Umzugsvorbereitungen zu konzentrieren. Hier sieht man exemplarisch einige Beispiele für unsere transportgerechten Verpackungen. Wir haben zum Beispiel gerollte Großformate in passende Archivkartons verschiedener Größen verpackt, bei montierten Urkunden die Siegel zusätzlich mit Paramol geschützt und kleinere Mappen in Archivkartons mit Abstandshaltern fixiert. Die unteren Fotos zeigen Kartons mit fotografischem Material und überformatige Mappen, die nicht in Planschränke passen. Diese haben wir für den Transport mit einem Kantenschutz auf Paletten gepackt und dann später in Regalen gelagert. Organisiert wurde das Ganze so, dass die meisten Arbeitspakete einen verantwortlichen Restaurator oder Restauratorin hatten, der das Arbeitspaket entweder alleine oder mit einem eigenen Team von Assistenzkräften bearbeitet hat. Daneben gab es jeweils einen Pool von Assistenzkräften und RestauratorInnen, die mit einer festen Stundenzahl pro Woche wechselnde Arbeitspakete nacheinander bearbeitet haben. Vereinzelt wurden auch PraktikantInnen und MagazinerInnen einbezogen. Und bei dieser Vielzahl an beteiligten Personen war es natürlich wichtig, immer den Bearbeitungsfortschritt und den Zeitplan im Blick zu behalten und gegebenenfalls bei der Personalplanung nachzusteuern. Dazu wurde unter anderem diese Tabelle verwendet, in der die verschiedenen Bearbeitergruppen farblich gekennzeichnet sind. Gleichzeitig haben wir den Umzug der Werkstatt vorbereitet und dafür hat jedes Möbelstück und jedes größere Gerät eine eigene Nummer bekommen, die direkt am Gerät angebracht wurde und wurde in einer Tabelle erfasst, unter anderem mit Ausgangs- und Zielstandort und den Maßen. Außerdem wurde für jeden Raum im Neubau ein Raumplan angefertigt, der später beim Umzug an die Türen der Räume geklebt wurde. Auf dem Plan wurden nicht die Namen der Geräte eingetragen, da die Spedition nicht unbedingt was mit den Gerätenamen anfangen kann, sondern die vergebenen Nummern. Und somit war eine eindeutige Zuordnung möglich und das hat gut funktioniert. Für die organisatorische Vorbereitung wurde eine Arbeitsgruppe aus Archivmitarbeitenden verschiedener Bereiche gebildet, unter anderem mit 3 Restauratorinnen. Und wir haben einen externen Umzugslogistiker des Unternehmens Plan Move engagiert, der uns bei der Planung unterstützt hat. Zusammen haben wir die Ausschreibung für die Spedition durchgeführt und später zusammen mit der Spedition Spitzer die Transportbehältnisse für die verschiedenen Objektarten ausgewählt, die Abläufe geplant und ein Umzugshandbuch für die Mitarbeitenden erstellt, in dem alle wichtigen Informationen, Abläufe und Zuständigkeiten zusammengefasst waren. In der Leistungsbeschreibung haben wir Anforderungen an die Spedition, das eingesetzte Personal, die Fahrzeuge und Materialien definiert. Aus Zeitgründen kann ich nur ein paar Beispiele nennen. Die Spedition musste zum Beispiel mindestens 5 vergleichbare Projekte mit positiver Referenz in den letzten 3 Jahren durchgeführt haben. Ein vergleichbares Projekt war dabei für uns entweder ein Umzug aus dem Kunst- und Kulturbereich oder ein Umzug vergleichbarer Komplexität. Und sie musste 2 qualifizierte Projektleiter mit entsprechender Berufserfahrung benennen. Uns war auch wichtig, dass alle eingesetzten Mitarbeitenden im Vorfeld namentlich benannt werden und ein polizeiliches Führungszeugnis vorlegen, dass keine Subunternehmen eingesetzt werden dürfen und dass das Personal während der gesamten Umzugsdauer gleich bleibt. Für das eingesetzte Transportequipment haben wir zum Beispiel vorgegeben, dass es keine ausgasenden Chemikalien und keine ausblutenden Farbstoffe enthalten darf. Die Transporte mussten erschütterungsarm sein und es musste ein Klima von 18 bis 20 Grad Celsius und 45 bis 50% relative Luftfeuchte in den Transportfahrzeugen eingehalten werden. Die Speditionen mussten auch ein ausführliches Umzugskonzept erstellen, in dem sie auf die unterschiedlichen Kartonformate und die in der Leistungsbeschreibung beschriebenen Objektarten eingehen und einen Vorschlag machen, was sie wie transportieren würden. Die Auswertung der Angebote erfolgte über eine Matrix, bei der der Preis 40% der Wertung ausmachte, das eingereichte Umzugskonzept 24%, dazu zählten zum Beispiel die eingeplanten Ressourcen, das Sicherheitskonzept und der Notfallplan und die Qualität 36%. Das sind zum Beispiel die Qualifikationen, die Qualität des Transportequipments und die Qualität und Durchführbarkeit des Umzugskonzeptes. Damit kommen wir zur Umzugsdurchführung. Zuerst sind die Werkstätten und Büros umgezogen aus dem Standort Porz im Juli 2021. Auf den Fotos sieht man, wie die Vakuum-Gefriertrocknungsanlage und die Saugwand in den Neubau gebracht wurden. Wir haben den alten Standort raumweise geräumt, und zwar bei laufendem Betrieb. Das heißt, in einem Werkstattraum blieben genug Tische und Stühle für die RestaurierungsassistentInnen und eine kleine Menge Material und persönliches Werkzeug, sodass sie weiterarbeiten konnten. In den Wochen nach dem Werkstattumzug sind die Mitarbeitenden dann in 3 Etappen in den Neubau nachgezogen. Dafür haben wir dann diese kleine Menge, die noch da war, selbst transportiert. Der Werkstattumzug hat sehr gut funktioniert. Der einzige größere Zwischenfall war, dass die Sanitärfirma, die die Wässerungsbecken abklemmen und anschließen sollte, nicht aufgetaucht ist, sodass wir sehr kurzfristig für Ersatz sorgen und ein bisschen umplanen mussten. Wir haben dann die Umzugsreihenfolge auch ein bisschen geändert. Aber trotz dieses kleinen Hindernisses sind wir sogar früher als geplant fertig geworden, nach 4 statt 5 Tagen. Der zweite Teil des Umzugs war der Archivgutumzug aus den beiden Standorten Porz und Düsseldorf. Der fand im Herbst 2021 statt und dauerte wie geplant 8 Wochen. Zunächst ein paar Zahlen dazu. Es waren insgesamt 60 Speditionsmitarbeiter und 40 Archivmitarbeiter im Einsatz. Pro Tag fanden im Durchschnitt 10 Transporte statt, und zwar 5 mit einem 12-Tonner aus Düsseldorf und 5 mit einem 42-Tonner aus Porz. Im Durchschnitt enthielt ein LKW 30 Transportbehältnisse. Umgezogen wurden rund 231.000 Archivkartons unterschiedlicher Formate und rund 19.000 Großformate-Mappen. Außerdem etwa 100 Architekturmodelle und eine kleine Menge Bibliotheksgut. Die beiden Standorte Düsseldorf und Porz wurden parallel umgezogen und im Neubau lief während des Umzugs der Werkstatt- und Lesesaalbetrieb mit kleineren Einschränkungen weiter. Vor dem Archivgutumzug haben wir zunächst in einem 3-tägigen Probeumzug die Abläufe an allen 3 Standorten einzeln getestet und wo es nötig war, kleine Anpassungen vorgenommen. Zu Beginn dieses Probeumzugs haben wir alle Mitarbeiter der Spedition im Umgang mit Archivgut geschult und dazu haben wir uns im Magazin gemeinsam verschiedene Archivalien angeschaut, zum Beispiel Pergamenturkunden mit Siegeln, um ein Verständnis dafür zu schaffen, wie fragil die Objekte sein können. Zusätzlich haben wir Vorgaben für die verschiedenen Objektgruppen schriftlich zusammengefasst, zum Beispiel die maximale Stapelhöhe. Diese Kombination hat gut funktioniert, unsere Vorgaben wurden von der Spedition sehr gut umgesetzt und sie sind sehr vorsichtig mit den Kartons umgegangen. Für den Ablauf des Umzugs war bei uns das Buchen ein ganz wichtiger Aspekt. Alle Archivalien, Behältnisse und Standorte, zum Beispiel Regalfächer, haben bei uns Barcodes und sind in einer Datenbank hinterlegt. Für den Umzug haben auch die verwendeten Transportbehältnisse Barcodes bekommen, sodass wir jederzeit die aktuellen Standorte und somit den Umzugsfortschritt auswerten konnten. Die Arbeitsteilung mit der Spedition sah so aus, dass die Spedition das Archivgut bewegt hat, also in Transportbehältnisse gepackt, zum Neubau transportiert und in die Regale eingeräumt hat. Und wir haben das Buchen übernommen, also ins Transportbehältnis, in den LKW, in den Neubau und zum Schluss in die Regale gebucht. Wir standen außerdem natürlich der Spedition an allen Standorten als Ansprechpartner zur Verfügung und wir haben eine Qualitätssicherung durchgeführt, auf die ich gleich noch eingehe. Für die Steuerung gab es an jedem Standort einen Verantwortlichen vom Archiv und einen Verantwortlichen der Spedition. Diese Standortverantwortlichen haben sich über Videokonferenzen und einen Gruppenchat auf Signal untereinander abgestimmt. Wie schon erwähnt, haben wir verschiedene Transportbehältnisse für verschiedene Archivgutarten verwendet. Das meiste Archivgut wurde auf Paletten mit faltbaren Rahmen aus hitzebehandeltem Holz transportiert. Das hatte den Vorteil, dass kein Einstretchen nötig war, sodass die Umwelt geschont wird und Kosten und Zeit gespart werden. Das Archivgut ist außerdem besser vor mechanischen Einwirkungen geschützt. Die Paletten können dank der Holzrahmen auch gestapelt werden, ohne dass Druck auf den Archivkartons lastet. Und diese Möglichkeit haben wir vor allem für Sonderformate genutzt, die sonst nicht gut stapelbar gewesen wären. Hohlräume innerhalb der Rahmen wurden mit Schaumstoff und Möbeldecken ausgepolstert. Pergamenturkunden, Handschriften, fotografische Materialien und AV-Medien, die übrigens ausschließlich am Standort Porz lagerten, wurden in verschließbaren Kisten aus hitzebehandeltem Holz transportiert. Wir haben im Vorfeld mit Dataloggern und einem Klimazelt Tests durchgeführt und festgestellt, dass das Klima in den Kisten etwa 3 Stunden lang stabil bleibt, wenn das Außenklima stark abweicht. Danach beginnt es langsam, sich an das Außenklima anzugleichen. Da der Transport vom Standort Porz je nach Verkehrsaufkommen eine halbe bis 1 Stunde dauerte und zudem das Transportfahrzeug selbst klimatisiert war, waren die Holzkisten also für unsere Zwecke geeignet. Sie sind außerdem kostengünstiger als Klimakisten und können von der Spedition besser nachgenutzt werden. Beim Transport von fotografischen Materialien und AV-Medien, die in einem speziellen Kühlmagazin bei 16 Grad gelagert werden, haben wir die Boxen vor dem Auspacken über Nacht geschlossen im Magazin stehen gelassen, damit sich das Klima langsam anpassen kann. Das 6 Grad kalte Fotomagazin wurde erst nach dem Umzug in Betrieb genommen. Bei Großformaten, die in Planschränken lagern, wurden die Planschränke selbst als Transportbehältnisse genutzt. Da die Planschränke nicht mit umgezogen sind, wurden die Mappen im Neubau in die neuen Planschränke umgepackt und die leeren Planschränke wurden zurücktransportiert. Das hatte den Vorteil, dass die Mappen nur einmal gehändelt werden mussten und durch die Bügel waren die Mappen auch optimal vor Verrutschen geschützt. Die Qualitätssicherung bestand zum einen in der Anwesenheit von Archivmitarbeitenden beim Ein- und Auspacken und in täglichen Rundgängen durch alle Magazinräume zum Abschluss des Tages. Zum anderen wurden in der Regel 2 Transporte pro Tag mit Dataloggern überwacht, die Klima- und Schockwerte aufgezeichnet haben. Unsere vorgegebenen Grenzwerte wurden dabei immer eingehalten. Der Umzug brachte natürlich auch einige Herausforderungen mit sich, mit denen wir teilweise nicht gerechnet hatten. Ein wichtiger Punkt war die Pandemie. Die hat zum Beispiel in der Vorbereitungsphase unsere Zeitplanung durcheinander gebracht, da wir im Frühjahr 2020 für 2 Monate überwiegend im Homeoffice arbeiten und alle Verpackungsprojekte unterbrechen mussten. Daraufhin waren natürlich Anpassungen in der Planung nötig und wir haben uns dann entschieden, das Sortieren der Fotos in die verschiedenen Klimazonen einzustellen, da die Fotos transportfähig waren und das Sortieren auch noch nach dem Umzug erfolgen kann. Die so frei gewordenen Personalressourcen konnten dann in die übrigen Arbeitspakete gesteckt werden, die dadurch alle noch rechtzeitig fertig geworden sind. Die Pandemie hat auch dazu geführt, dass bestimmte Materialien durch Lieferkettenprobleme knapp und teuer wurden, zum Beispiel das Holz für die Transportkisten. Darum mussten wir Entscheidungen manchmal unter einem größeren Zeitdruck treffen, um noch genügend zeitlichen Puffer für die Beschaffung und Anfertigung zu haben. Die sich oft ändernden Corona-Regeln haben außerdem eine verlässliche Planung erschwert und teilweise zu komplizierteren Abläufen geführt. Zum Beispiel haben wir mit festen Teams ohne Springer gearbeitet und im Falle einer Corona-Infektion wäre ein gesamtes Team ausgetauscht worden, um die Fortsetzung des Umzugs nicht zu gefährden. Außerdem waren in der Planungsphase zeitweise keine persönlichen Treffen mit der Spedition möglich, sodass wir oft auf Videokonferenzen ausweichen mussten und zum Beispiel in diesen Zeiträumen auch keine Ortsbegehungen durchführen konnten. In Düsseldorf haben die enge räumliche Situation in den Magazinen und der zeitweise Ausfall des Aufzugs den Umzug erschwert. Die Kartons mussten dann vorübergehend über die Treppe ins Erdgeschoss getragen und dort auf Palette gepackt werden, was natürlich ein bisschen ineffizient war, weil es keine andere Möglichkeit gab in diesem Zeitraum. Aber zum Glück hat es nur wenige Tage gedauert, bis der Aufzug repariert war. Und schließlich hatten wir zeitgleich zum Umzug auch ein paar andere Herausforderungen. Nach der Flutkatastrophe im Sommer 2021 haben wir bis in den Herbst hinein Fluthilfe für betroffene Archive und Museen geleistet. Im Archiv waren Dreharbeiten von mehreren Fernsehteams zu begleiten, die über den Neubau und den Umzug berichten wollten. Der Lesesaal war geöffnet und der Werkstattbetrieb lief in reduzierter Personalstärke weiter. All das benötigte natürlich Personalressourcen und erforderte eine gute Planung und Koordination. Zum Abschluss möchten wir ein paar Tipps weitergeben für alle, die vielleicht in nächster Zeit eine Sammlung umziehen möchten. Als erstes, man kann gar nicht früh genug mit dem Verpacken anfangen. Es ist immer mehr Arbeit, als man denkt, und es war sinnvoll, das Verpacken auf möglichst viele Schultern zu verteilen, aber dabei eine zentrale Steuerung zu haben, die den Überblick behält. Unsere Transportbehältnisse haben gut funktioniert, die können wir weiterempfehlen. Zum Auspolstern in den Transportbehältnissen würden wir aber keine Möbeldecken mehr verwenden, da sie beim Auspacken Flusen verlieren und der Boden in den Magazinen dadurch mit der Zeit rutschig wird. Die enge Zusammenarbeit mit der Spedition schon in der Vorbereitung hat zu einer vertrauensvollen Zusammenarbeit während des Umzugs beigetragen. Und wir empfehlen unbedingt einen mehrtägigen Probeumzug im Vorfeld, um die Abläufe ohne Zeitdruck auszuprobieren und in Ruhe gemeinsam die besten Lösungen zu finden. Eine praktische Einführung ins Archivguthandling zu geben und dabei echtes Archivgut zu zeigen, hat sich ausgezahlt, denn das bleibt mehr im Gedächtnis als nur Fotos und schriftliche Vorgaben. Und schließlich, während des Umzugs sind gute und schnelle Absprachen zwischen den Standorten enorm wichtig für die Steuerung. Statt der ursprünglich geplanten täglichen Videokonferenz sind wir schnell auf einen Gruppenchat bei Signal umgestiegen, weil wir festgestellt haben, dass es über den Tag verteilt immer wieder Abstimmungsbedarf gab. Und so war eine schnelle und einfache Informationsweitergabe an alle Beteiligten möglich und Probleme konnten sehr zeitnah gelöst werden. Und Videokonferenzen haben wir dann nur noch gelegentlich bei Bedarf Ja, nach dem Umzug sind nun endlich wieder unser ganzes Archivgut und alle Mitarbeitenden in einem Gebäude vereint. Das freut uns natürlich sehr. Jetzt konzentrieren wir uns darauf, unsere Prozesse und Abläufe optimal an die neue Situation anzupassen und wir sind zuversichtlich, dass uns das auch weiterhin gut gelingt. Für mich persönlich war der Umzug samt Planung und Vorbereitung eine spannende Erfahrung, die meine Arbeit im Archiv fast 4 Jahre lang sehr geprägt hat. Und auch wenn es manchmal anstrengend und fordernd war, hat es mir auch sehr viel Spaß gemacht. Vielen Dank für Ihr Interesse.
Julia, thank you so much for sharing your experience, such a massive endeavor, and sharing the lessons learned. I'm pretty sure your talk resonates with the audience. Do we have any questions or thoughts for Julia? I see a hand up over there.
No. Okay. Just curious, was für ein Wässerungssystem haben Sie eingebaut in das neue Werkstatt?
Was für ein System?
What type of water washing systems have you installed? Do you have a deionized, recalcified water system for the conservation studio?
Ja, das haben wir natürlich.
What type? I mean,
Das weiß ich leider im Detail nicht, aber wir haben auf jeden Fall deionisiertes Wasser natürlich für die Restaurierung. Aber mit der Planung des Neubaus war ich jetzt nicht beschäftigt, darum kann ich Ihnen das im Detail nicht sagen, aber ich kann Ihnen das gerne im Nachgang per E-Mail die Information zukommen lassen, wenn Sie mir Ihre E-Mail-Adresse geben möchten gleich.
Any other questions for Julia? Yes, I see your hand up over there. Several hands up, actually.
Hi Julia, hier ist der Alex vom Tiroler Landesmuseum. Wir sind 2017 umgezogen mit ungefähr 10 Depots und ich würde ganz gerne an der Stelle nur eine Anmerkung machen. Es betrifft die Aufsteckrahmen aus Holz. Sollte jemand irgendwie umziehen, dann hatten wir prima Erfahrungen mit unseren Transportbändern. Die konnte man nämlich prima in die Transportrahmen tackern und somit war das einfach prima möglich, auch Skulpturen oder Objekte zu transportieren. Und noch eine andere Frage jetzt direkt an dich. Wie viele Klimazonen habt ihr denn jetzt?
Wir haben 9 verschiedene Klimazonen insgesamt. Also in den Magazinen ist es so, da haben wir 2 verschiedene Fotomagazine, die separat einklimatisiert sind vom Archiv. Und wir sind ja zusammen mit dem Rheinischen Bildarchiv zusammen in ein Gebäude gezogen und die haben in ihren Magazinräumen nochmal separate Klimazonen. Ich weiß jetzt nicht genau wie viele. Und natürlich sind auch die Werkstätten dann nochmal anders einklimatisiert. Und insgesamt sind es dann 9 verschiedene Zonen.
One last question, maybe?
Genau, du sagst, ihr habt 9 verschiedene Klimazonen. War denn das Klima vor dem Umzug so, wie ihr es haben wolltet?
Gute Frage. Also erstmal das Rheinische Bildarchiv, das ist separat umgezogen, also damit hatten wir nichts zu tun. In den Werkstätten haben wir nach wie vor tatsächlich Probleme mit dem Klima. Das war ja auch schon teilweise in der Presse zu lesen. In den Magazinen war es so, dass das Klima zum Glück zum Umzugszeitpunkt stabil war, bis auf das 6 Grad kalte Fotomagazin. Das hat länger gedauert, bis da ein stabiles Klima herrschte und darum haben wir das eben auch beim Umzug außen vor gelassen, haben erstmal alle fotografischen Materialien in das 16 Grad kalte Magazin eingeräumt, wo es eben schon stabil war. Und genau, haben dann eben die Sachen, die in das 6 Grad kalte Magazin gehören, erst später dann, als das dann funktioniert hat, dort auch eingeräumt.
Wie lange vorher habt ihr angefangen, das Klima zu überwachen in dem neuen Gebäude?
Sobald wir Zugang zum Gebäude hatten. Also das war schon mehrere Monate vor dem Umzug auf jeden Fall, ungefähr ein halbes Jahr, glaube ich. Ja.
Well, last question, and we have a few more minutes, so please go ahead.
Gerade bei euch jetzt mit diesem Katastrophenfall, wie sehr hat das bei der Planung fürs neue Gebäude mit reingespielt? Also präventivmäßig, vorsorgemäßig?
Ach so, das wurde sicherlich berücksichtigt. Da müsste ich aber an meine Kollegen verweisen, weil mit der Planung des Gebäudes hatte ich tatsächlich nichts zu tun. Ich habe jetzt nur den Umzug geplant. Und, aber natürlich hat man das, also Notfallplanung ist bei uns ein ziemlich großes Projekt. Und genau, also da hat man sicherlich alle Vorsichtsmaßnahmen auch ergriffen.
Zu euren Standortverwaltungen, habt ihr das online quasi in Echtzeit übertragen oder tagesweise? Und wenn online, was hättet ihr gemacht, wenn das System ausfällt?
Also wir haben das tagesweise gemacht. Wir haben immer am Ende des Tages in unserer Datenbank nachgeschaut, ja, wie eben der Stand ist, wie viel transportiert wurde und beziehungsweise wir sehen das natürlich auch im Laufe des Tages. Wir haben natürlich die Sachen, wenn sie in den Neubau kamen, ja auch in den Neubau gebucht. Insofern sehen wir schon immer ständig im Laufe des Tages eben, wo wir stehen, aber am Ende des Tages haben wir dann eben immer noch mal ausgewertet, wie jetzt eben ja, der Stand ist und was für morgen geplant ist und so. Genau.
Ich ergänze mal, liebe Julia, ich unterstütze dich. Nadine Thiel ist mein Name, ich leite die Bestandserhaltung im Historischen Archiv der Stadt Köln und wir sind sehr, sehr viele Restauratorinnen und Restauratoren, sodass die Julia tatsächlich nur eine Sparte bearbeitet hat, den Umzug. Also wenn Sie Fragen oder wenn ihr Fragen zum Neubau und Ähnlichen habt, dann sprecht mich gern an oder die Kolleginnen und Kollegen, die vom Haus auch hier vor Ort sind. Julia hat tatsächlich ausschließlich diesen Mammutumzug geplant und durchgeführt und ist da jetzt Spezialistin.
Danke.
Well, with that, let's thank Julia once again. And our last speakers of the morning session are Pascal Kerner and Stefan Biebel, and they will be presenting about the challenges and new solutions for the gray silverfish, and I'm not going to try and say out loud the scientific name of this creature. 1905 in museums, archives, and libraries. Over to you.
Welcome to the last talk before the lunch break. I'm not a conservator, not a paper conservator. I'm a biologist and specialized in insects. I thought I will give a talk in a small room somewhere in the basement, but I'm happy to speak to you as an audience. Stefan Biebel cannot be here because he had quite a catastrophic event in his village with strong hail and storm, and they had to take care of their home and buildings. I will speak about the gray silverfish and a little bit also about other pests. This talk was developed with a conversation with Rebecca Honnold, who I thank from the organizing team. We discussed about speaking here about integrated pest management and new things that we have in the IPM world. We see here the concept of Agnes Brockerhoff just as a reminder, I hope for most of you, about how integrated pest management works. We have on the left side the cycle of prevention, where we try to prevent infestations in our collection. We have the central part of monitoring, of identification, the problem, the insects, the species, And on the right side, we have the cycle of the intervention, where we actually treat the objects, or sometimes we have to treat the rooms and isolate the infested object. And then we come back to the central part of the monitoring, where we see if our treatments were successful. This is the common silverfish. You might have it in your bathroom. I assume you have it in your bathroom. This animal is dependent on high humidity, so we find it in rooms with humidity above 70%, which are usually basements, humid historic buildings, bathrooms, toilets, and so on. And in the past, it has done some damage to our collection. Here we see an insect trap, which shows quite a few silverfish on this trap, give a good indication that, first of all, you might have a problem with the silverfish, and secondly, you have a humidity problem. If you find 1 or 2 silverfish, this can be a normal result of a monitoring, but if you find that many animals on a single trap, then you have to check your humidity, but you have to focus on the microclimate on the floor. Here are a few pictures of damaged books by silverfish. This is in a historic library, so you see they like the art as much as we do, and also by feeding, like to move wherever the good glue is in higher concentration. Here another picture of damage. This is also a historic library. I've been working with IPM for about 15 years, and I don't recall any damage of silverfish in the time that I have worked with different museums in Austria. But today we have this new species. This is the gray silverfish, which is introduced into many European countries. The first record was 2001 in the museum and in general for Austria. So it is present already for quite a long time. But 10 years ago, there was an IPM conference in Vienna, and it was not discussed at this conference as a pest. And last year, there was a other IPM conference, Pest Odyssey, in London, and there were 5 talks, 2 posters, and 3 workshops just about this pest species. So you see how much time has changed the situation, and today this is an important pest across Europe. It is very common in the Netherlands, for example, in Norway, but also in Germany, also in Austria. And this is an article in a normal newspaper showing that it's also a problem for many people in homes. And the way I recall, for many archives and libraries, insect pests and IPM was not a big issue for many years and decades. But since we have the gray silverfish in the collections, they all have to think about IPM, they all have to get training, they all have to start the monitoring. And so this has resulted in a lot of additional work. Here, just a short video of the gray silverfish, in case you haven't seen it. They move up the floor, up the walls, which is already very different from the silverfish. The common silverfish stays on the floor where there's the high humidity, and they don't move a lot in the building. But the gray silverfish moves every night when we are at home, between different rooms, infest new rooms, and the females live for 3 years and when they're adults, and lay about 80 eggs every year in a place where there's a good microclimate and where they can find some food. So this results in an explosion of the population and also a spreading of the infestation within a building. Those are the eggs about 1 millimeter in size, quite large, and yellow color. Here are some pictures of damage by the gray silverfish. This was in an exhibition. Just a few weeks within the exhibition, these holes were eaten by a few large gray silverfish. They scratch on the surface, and if they're very hungry, this can result in this damage. Here also, photographs can be damaged. This is paper money. But I have to say, these are not classic museum objects. They were stored in a breeding box of many gray silverfish. So this is the result of damage if you have hundreds of animals. But it is within quite a short time. I think this damage was done within a few weeks. This book I found in a library. It fell behind the shelf, and you will see the tunneling of the gray silverfish into the book. So here we see really large loss of material. And if you have objects on the floor leaning against the wall, you can find the gray silverfish sitting behind, and they like to eat the tissue paper, and you always find some animals close to the infestation. So you should have a monitoring to detect the silverfish. I use the sticky plunder traps and the pheromone traps for moths. Those other traps are used for other pests like biscuit beetles or carpet beetles. So I just show them to have a more complete picture. And sometimes I find the animal that I try to catch sitting behind the trap, and they are actually feeding on my trap. So I don't know if I'm doing a good job or a bad job, but we definitely see that they are there. And also the pheromone traps that I showed for the moths work quite well for the silverfish. I think they like to hide underneath those traps, and that's why we catch them also in large numbers. My colleague Bill Landsberger from Berlin, he developed these live traps that you see here. The animals in nature live probably in bark of trees. They come from the south of Africa, and they see these paper tubes as some kind of a structure in the room. They walk up, fall into the lid, and cannot get out again, and then we can catch quite a few individuals on those traps. And this is my breeding box, where you see if they have a good climate and they have enough food, then the population just increases over time, and you have a lot of large animals which are sexually reproductive, and you also will find a lot of small animals. If you want to have some, I have them in the hotel room for the workshop tomorrow, but don't worry, I didn't bring them here, so no problem. 2011 was the first time when we really realized that the gray silverfish is a problem. This is a new storage facility that was built in Austria, and all the collections were monitored for pests that moved into the new storage facility, and no location had a problem with this gray silverfish. And the building was constructed 2010, and 2011, all the collections moved. I immediately started with the monitoring, and we had the gray silverfish from the first moment already inside of the building. And now we know that they are transported with packaging material from the companies that are actually working on the construction site. And I advise every museum that is building a new museum or storage facility to start the monitoring already before you are transporting the objects to the facility, because then you can do additional cleaning, additional treatment actions before your objects are actually moved. So this was quite an important and eye-opening result for us. Here are pictures from a workshop in Germany together with Bill Landsberger. These are archive boxes that are transported into an archive. The colleagues already put a double-sided tape around. That was a good idea because we see that inside the archive boxes we have signs from the gray silverfish, excrements, and the colleagues also caught animals on this double-sided tape. So this is probably one of the reasons why the animals have spread so fast across Europe, because packaging material, archive boxes, wooden pallets, wooden transport boxes for art objects, but probably also toilet paper and tissue paper have resulted in the spreading of these animals. And I know very few buildings who don't have an active infestation of the gray silverfish. So also those cardboard boxes are small holes where the animals can hide. And sometimes we find them behind the glass in art objects. This is inside the exhibition. And here's a small gray silverfish. Usually they die inside this space because it is too dry. So they always have to move to certain areas where there is a higher humidity. So this room climate would probably be too dry on the long term for the animals, but they can move in through a dry room without any problem. Many buildings have the gray silverfish, but thank God, very few have infestation or damage on the objects. And this is because the gray silverfish cannot move up metal, smooth surfaces. So this is protecting a lot of our collections in archives, libraries, but also museums. But of course, if you have a large population in a building, then you have to be careful that they don't access somehow the materials. Here I show you now a new method of treating these infested buildings. I'm not a fan of using pesticides. We have already so much problems in museums with historic pesticides. But when population of gray silverfish increased dramatically, we use this poisonous bait gel, which is small droplets on the floor, and this results in the decline of the infestation. This was tested by colleagues in Norway, where the gray silverfish is a big problem, and they show how the population of the gray silverfish declines with this application of this bait gel. And one of the reasons is that the animals, the dead animals that are lying on the floor, are eaten again by the next generation that comes from the eggs, and they are also, there's a secondary poisoning, and this also results in the population to be stopped. And we see here the dead animals on the floor after a couple of weeks, and I usually apply this bait gel now on the small paper strips so we can remove it after the treatment. We know exactly where we have treated the room, and this is unfortunately the only really good treatment method that we have for the big infestations of the gray silverfish. If you just have a few animals, I would not do this kind of treatment. I only recommend it if you have a lot of animals. Just a few more slides on other aspects of IPM today. So, of course, there's the gray silverfish, but we have also other pests. Quite an important book and archive pest is the biscuit beetle that we see here. They like to eat the starch glue on the historic books. Here, some heavy damage in a historic library that was infested a couple of years ago. And we find them also sometimes in old mouse baits, and this is a natural history object from a wasp nest. So sometimes we find them also in other materials. This is from Stefan Biebel, my co-author of this presentation. This is a large nitrogen treatment where the whole archive in Germany had to be treated because of a heavy biscuit beetle infestation. So if you have a good monitoring, you can prevent this beforehand. And I also show you the training of this nice little dog called Funny. It's a beagle, and it was trained with live biscuit beetles and larvae of the Stegobium paniceum. And here we see the dog trainer came to one museum and one library and we tested if the dog can actually detect the biscuit beetles.
Und weiter.
If the dog puts down the nose, he signals that he has found something. And there were no biscuit beetles, but there was a pheromone trap that I just placed here. So we see that the dog reacts to the pheromone. And in this historic library, it was treated. It had a biscuit beetle infestation, but it was treated. And so I hide some live larvae of the biscuit beetle to test if the dog is actually able to detect it. You see, he's very motivated to get more cookies. Maybe he's as hungry as we are. So the dog training worked quite well. You see, he doesn't want to go anymore. And and this is a second method that I want to present. It was just developed 1 or 2 years ago, and it's used for detecting wood boring beetles. So it's an acoustic device that uses the signals of the larvae that is feeding actually inside of the wood, and it gives you these figures, and each dot is the activity of a larvae feeding or biting inside the wood. So this works quite well for wood boring beetles, and together with Stefan, we did the first testing if it's also working for the biscuit beetle, which is the most important pest for historic libraries. And I sent him some infested sweetbread, and we should see on the video here that it is also detecting the activity. We see the dots of the larvae that is actually feeding inside of this infested sweetbread. So now we would need an infested library which has some activity of biscuit beetles, and then we can test this method also on real objects. And at the end of my talk, I want to present you a research project that we have ongoing at the moment in Austria. We are investing climate change and the effects on museum pests. This is my colleagues in this project. And we have a changing climate outside. We already feel it in the long and hot summers. We have an increase of extreme weather events, which result in higher humidity and flooding. And this is, of course, positive for mold growth. And we have new pests that are introduced, like the gray silverfish that I presented. And we want to see how this future climate scenario will influence our pests inside of our buildings. I'm responsible for the insects, and a PhD student is responsible for the fungi. And here we see again the biscuit beetle, how much faster the larvae develop at the increased temperature. So just a few degrees will shorten the development time, and this is why we are investigating this. This is one of the model organisms. There is already a paper out on how climate change will affect the indoor pests, And here we see two pictures from the storage in Vienna at the Natural History Museum, where I'm working at the moment. This storage is cooled to 10 degrees, so there's no activity of any pests here. But the big question is the climate, the HVAC system developed for these high temperatures that we have in the summer month, and what costs do we have in the future to control our museum climate to keep it as stable and as cool as it is today. And in the project we are comparing different building types. This is the Natural History Museum in Vienna. It is most of the area is only heated. There is very few rooms which have other climate control like cooling, dehumidification. Opposite and very interesting for us is the Kunsthistorische Museum, which has in many exhibitions rooms climate control, HVAC system, cooling. So we can compare these two historic building types and see which one is affected more for the insect activity. Then we have the modern art storage buildings, which have a very good climate control. And we have 4 historic libraries which don't have any climate control. So the temperature in the wintertime goes down about 0 degrees. And of course, we have no insect activity in those months. We will have for those 4 buildings climate simulation. This is done by the Fraunhofer Institute, where we look at the building physics, windows, surfaces, the number of visitors, how much time they spend in each room, how much humidity they evaporate, how much temperature they leave during their visit, and with future scenarios of the climate in Central Europe, we can model how this will influence our insects. And I have few hundred data loggers in 20 buildings, and we are still measuring the temperature and relative humidity until January, and then we will start analyzing the data. And here we see one data logger in the room, and we have an external sensor going down to a trap where there is a biscuit beetle activity. And so we are especially interested in the microclimate, actually, where the animals are living, because the room climate is not very relevant for the insect. It is the microclimate that is more important. And here, for example, in a small cupboard with books, there's already fungi growing, so we are measuring the humidity and temperature also inside this box. And Bill Landsberger, the colleague in Berlin, he's responsible for laboratory tests. This is how his office looks like. You can imagine how mine looks, but he has even more pests in his workspace. So he's growing biscuit beetles on the pasta and tobacco beetle on the cigarettes. And his data will be very important for us because we have 7 model pests that we are especially interested, and we will grow them at different temperatures. We see at the individual development time of the larvae, the eggs, the reproduction rate, and also the food or the material consumption. And this will all go into the model at the end. And this is another new species that we can report. I don't know if you have seen this already. This is the so-called ghost silverfish because it is white in color. And we have done a paper about the spread of the animals. It was first discovered in Germany, but already soon found in Austria. And during the investigation, we found out that it was actually introduced already before in Hungary, but it was not published in English, so that's why this information was not available. And interestingly, we don't find it in many countries like France, Spain, Portugal, the UK, the Netherlands, so maybe it's still spreading, but it is already very abundant in Austria. And here just some pictures from the PhD student. She's analyzing the fungi in the same locations where we are monitoring the insects and the climate in this project. So thank you for your attention.
Pascal, thank you. Know your enemy, as they say, and I think thanks to you, we know them much better. And I bet that the schedule of Funny the Dog is going to get very busy after your talk. And turning to the audience now, do we have any questions? Anyone has spotted the gray silverfish yet?
Yes, thank you for your talk. Femke Koevert here from the Rijksmuseum. Yeah, I don't know how good it is for our appetite just before lunch, but it was a very entertaining presentation. Thank you very much. I've been looking into the natural enemies of those types of creatures, and they said that spiders are also might be able to be trained, or not trained, but grown to not build. They don't build nests, but then they do eat pretty many silverfish a day. Do you have any experience there?
I have seen that spiders are feeding on the gray silverfish, but we are using biological control for other pests in museum, like the biscuit beetle, like wood-boring beetles and moths. But for the gray silverfish, there is nothing commercially available that we can order. And in the biological control, you always have to have a much larger number of the parasitoid wasp or the spider compared to the number of the pest to control it, because it's a natural system that you try to change to reduce the infestation. And spiders are great. They're doing a good job in our buildings, but it's somehow a contradiction. If you want to clean regularly, you will remove the netting of the spiders that might help you to find. And I'm asking my colleagues who are specialized in this biological control if there will be something available in the future. But at the moment, we don't have any animal which can really control the gray silverfish.
Any other question? Yes, over here.
Hello, Pascal. I'm Doris Pitur from Vienna. I wonder how the paper manufacturing industry is dealing with this problem. Are they aware of IPM management?
I must say I don't know. They are probably the ones which have the problems and are spreading the animals with paper material. And if you don't have a monitoring, you probably don't really detect this problem. I know that companies who are selling archive boxes are aware of this problem now, so they are checking their storage places and their manufacturing facilities with monitoring, and they have responded to the problem. But with the general paper industry, I work for museums, so that's why it's very difficult to say how big is the problem and where is it actually taking place. Is it in the facility where they're producing the paper? Is it at the storage places? I think we should, or I should, look into that in the future, and because then we can start solving the problem at the base, of course. That would be much better.
We have another question, second row.
Yes, thank you for your nice talk. Anna Meisen from the Federal Archives of Germany. I have a question about the reproduction rate. So you showed us how the reproduction rate of the biscuit beetle changes with the temperature. Do you have numbers for the gray silverfish like this as well?
No, not yet. The gray silverfish is one of the model organisms in the project, but the problem is the development of the nymph until the mature animals is about 2 years. And we don't have 2 years in the project to investigate this species at different temperatures. Because the cooler the temperature, the longer this period becomes. But we will have data next year about how at least parts of the development are influenced by temperature, and the humidity will be stable in the project. But of course, for every insect, the higher temperature, the more activity you have, the faster development. But we of course need real data for the model at the end of the project. But there is good literature on the gray silverfish from the 40s. But since then, there is no one who has done a lot of laboratory experiments about development time. I also cannot answer you, for example, the question, what type of papers do they prefer? And why there have been a problem not before, but only in the last 10 years. And we know that they select certain papers that they like more than others, but I don't know which type of paper is more attractive to them.
Just curious, I've heard of a new species of silverfish that is still survives at a lower humidity than above 60%. Is that something you've come across?
That's the one, probably.
Is that the ghost?
That's the one, but we have to be careful. The egg and nymph stage still needs a high humidity. If you have them in a breeding box and the climate is too dry, the population will collapse and die. But the adults of this gray silverfish can move across dry rooms, but they still lay the eggs at the microclimate where the humidity is high enough. So they are more adapted to our rooms compared to the common silverfish, but the microclimate is the one which is quite important for these animals.
So at least one way to control it would be maybe not so much your temperature, but controlling the relative humidity in the rooms. If you can drop it below, say, or keep it towards 50, then silverfish shouldn't be an issue. And I'm wondering, does that apply also to the biscuit beetle? Are they as humidity sensitive?
No, the biscuit beetles are not very humidity sensitive. They take most of their humidity from the food that they are actually eating, and you find them in dry climates. Also, of course, the biscuit beetle, the population will increase faster if the conditions are better, if the humidity is higher, the temperature is higher, but they don't depend as much on the humidity as other pests.
Okay, and one last question. In Europe or in Germany, Austria, are any of the institutions moving to anoxic environments where the oxygen is removed or reduced? Does that help in infestations of insects?
We have some storages which are at low oxygen, but this is not a problem for the insects. So if we want to do a low oxygen treatment, we have to go below 0.5% for 3 weeks to kill the insects. So low oxygen storage for fire prevention is not sufficient to do any reduction in the population or development. So unfortunately, this is not enough.
One last question.
Back here. Renate Messmer. It's a very simple question. You showed us the traps. How often do you look at the traps, change traps? How do you count? And then the second question, since I'm from the US, or I work in the US, have you heard anything about spreading silverfish, gray silverfish in the US?
For the second question, I think it is present in the US, but it is not a big issue. It is not a big problem. And I have many colleagues in the US, we exchange information, so they are aware of this issue, but it's not a widespread animal. So this might change in the future, but at the moment it is not a big issue. And for the trapping, I change traps twice per year in spring and autumn, and I usually check them every 6 to 4 weeks in the warm period of the year, so between spring and between March and October. And the people who are in the workshop tomorrow, they will have the chance to get more information.
Okay, yeah, I was just wondering how you record the counting.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, one very last question this time.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So I'm Constantina from Natural History Museum in London. I was wondering, you didn't mention silicon dust in your presentation. Did you find that it is not working with a grey silverfish?
The desiccant dust, maybe I just explained to the group, it's a natural powder that is used against insect pests. The animals, it sticks to the body and it destroys the wax cuticula of the animals, so they dry out. And it is used against gray silverfish, against other pests. We have used it in some of the buildings. It has never really resulted in a strong drop of the population. And I stopped using it because it is very hard to remove afterwards. Because it's a very fine powder, and if you have activity in the rooms, it is spreading inside of the building. And if you have a storage and you have a gap along the wall, you can put it inside of the gap and close the gap, then I think it is a very good method. But most of our rooms are used by us humans, and you have doors opening, you have people walking along the walls, and this will result in the dust migrating into the room. And removing it is quite problematic because it blocks the HVAC, it blocks the vacuum cleaner with the HEPA filter, so this is quite an issue. So for the gray silverfish, if there's a high population, we just use the bait gel now. Before, I used the desiccant dust as a first method. The first method should always be additional cleaning. And this I did not mention, but if you clean your space on a very regular basis, you will never have a problem with these animals. But we stopped using the desiccant dust, and the product that was the best is also not available anymore in Germany and Austria. So that's another issue that it is become more difficult.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. With that, let's thank Pascal. Before you all break for lunch, I have one more announcement to make, so just give me a few more seconds of your attentions. Activity number 10 was cancelled. That's the activity regarding the Morbu documents, cancelled due to illness, and the organizers are very sorry about that, but they're not able to offer adequate replacement for this activity. So yeah, thank you very much, speakers and audience, technicians, translators, everything runs smoothly. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's 2 o'clock, so I thought we would go ahead and get started. I'm Adrienne Bell. I'm the book conservator at the Folger Shakespeare Library, and I have the honor of chairing the first session of this afternoon. I do have a few housekeeping announcements to start with, so if you'll bear with me, we'll get through them as quickly as possible. As Marie-Noël indicated at the morning session, the vendors are going to be packing up to leave this afternoon. So if you have anything that you've been thinking about, wondering over, lusting for the past couple days, you're about out of time. Also, the posters will be taken down this afternoon, so please do take a few moments to give those a final look. Please do leave your name tags in your headphones before you head out of the building. That way we can reuse those. The organizing committee will be sending out feedback forms in the next couple weeks. If there's something that you absolutely loved or something that really, really bothered you, please do let them know. That's the only way to affect change. Please double check your activities. If you plan on not being able to go to one, let them know. That way someone on the waiting list can take your place. There is the party at Durham tonight. Please do wear your wristbands so that we know to let you through the door. And also there are some leftover preprints that are currently on sale for 15 euros. Thank you very much. So to start this afternoon session, we have Markus Krohn and Laura Ruprecht, who will be giving us how to mount big pieces of paper on a textile and stretcher frame.
So thank you very much for everyone coming back from lunch, and welcome to our talk on how to mount big pieces of paper onto a textile and stretcher frame. I'm Laura Ruprecht, and this is Markus Krohn. You're going to see now in our introduction a few teaser slides. Don't worry too much about them. Have a good look, obviously, but we are going to go through a step-by-step process of how we mount our textile onto a frame.
Well, I just like to... the green one. I'd just like to mention, as long as I can think of, I joined the family of paper conservators nearly 30 years ago. There's an ongoing discussion how to mount wallpapers, especially pieces of wallpaper. And to be honest, this is not a final solution we present now, but it's a good and well-proved one. It's not that expensive than mounting on a Japanese shoei system, and it's also supporting the whole wallpaper overall, and it's a traditional European method of mounting wallpapers on a canvas. And I'd like to say it also works quite well for big format maps, for example. So here it is.
So, in recent years, we've mounted numerous strips of wallpaper, large maps and drawings onto a textile, and later stretched onto aluminium wood composite frames. We're able to gain a lot of experience and refine and standardize our method. We installed numerous panoramic wallpapers using this process, namely for the German Wallpaper Museum in Kassel. We'd like to talk you through our process. There are a few differences between mounting and stretching a regular artwork or something onto a frame and also a historic wallpaper, obviously apart from the size. Over the years, we've been perfecting the technique of mounting historical wallpapers on aluminium and wood stretchers. So here you can see us in our workshop mounting a wallpaper. Oh, this is one of the many hazards of wallpaper conservation, at least in our workshop. I can't tell you how often we have to fish out one of those from a bottle of paste. Anyway, moving on from that horror. Here we're going to begin with an example project that we did in the Vienna Modern Art Museum. Our frames of choice are aluminium wood frame construction, which are extremely lightweight and also very strong. We've had to try many different variations of canvas. We found a lightweight linen that's pre-washed and ironed to be the best, as this drastically reduces the difficulties in shrinkage and further mounting problems. We use an organic certified linen from the Austrian weaving mill Viehbuck, which I said right this time. Sorry, I'm talking too quickly, I keep being told. So, however, even though this is pre-washed and ironed, it's still very important to check how it reacts when it is exposed to water, because it is a fabric and so it will shrink. Here we cut off a test strip, we measure it, wet it, and remeasure it, and then we can work out how it's going to change. In this case, we have a chipboard on the floor as our work surface. Here we cut the canvas we need for mounting. The boards are then covered in a plastic sheeting. In the other examples that you saw before, we used the wall, but obviously that depends on the format. Next, we apply a coat of rabbit skin glue. Or not, yeah. With a ratio of 1:16 glue to water. You've gone too far now. All right, the reason we do this is to close the open structure of the canvas and reduce the absorptive capacity of the linen. We also use this method because animal skin glue dries much faster than a paste. While the canvas is wet, we do tack it with staples onto the boards, and then it's left to fully dry. The next step in the linen preparation is applying a layer of Japanese paper to the surface of the fabric. For this, we use Cellulose MH300. Once this is dry, the Japanese paper is lightly sanded to make sure that there are no imperfections in the surface. Once this is done, the textile is then ready for the original. We've tried numerous types of paper for this base lamination layer, which covers the canvas, such as archive paper, poster paper, Chinese paper, everything that we could think of, which did not always work well, I will admit. But in the end, we found that machine-made Japanese paper from a kozo fiber is the best because it gives the best and most reliable and secure bond between the paper and the canvas. Here you can see the original object that we want to mount onto the linen. In this case, it's a work of art in the form of a wallpaper by René Green titled Commemorative Toil, which was made sometime between 1992 and 1993. We lay the object face down on a holotex. Then we need to start the expansion process. To do this, we spray the original with water and then leave it for a little while. Next, we apply the paste to the backside of the original, and here we've used Cellulose MH300 as well. Once the paper has expanded, we lay a sheet of holotex on the backside, which obviously has to be done with a certain amount of style. This is law, by the way, when you're in your own ateliers. The extraordinary dimensions of this piece, which is more than 5 meters long, meant that we needed an extraordinarily amount of hands, 16 to be exact in this case. And it was the whole art and handling team of the Modern Art Museum in Vienna. We did do several dry runs as well before we let them pick up the wet original, just in case anyone was panicking. They did a very good job as well, I have to say. So once the wallpaper is in the right position, it's brushed out from head to toe. The canvas with the wallpaper is then stapled to the chipboard for drying. Once the object is dry, we can take the final measurements to be able to order the frame, which is then assembled. When the frame's ready, we cut the linen with the wallpaper from the boards, leaving enough canvas for mounting. The next step is the humidification of the wallpaper on the canvas. Here we're using the following humidification chamber construction. Firstly, a layer of plastic sheeting, followed by wet towel fabric, which is the layer providing the humidity. On the wet fabric, we lay a Poroflex fleece, which is a PE non-woven material without any capillary power. On top of this is a layer of Holotex or parafill, which is the cheaper option. Then comes the original face-up, followed by a final layer of Holotex. Finally, a layer of thin plastic sheeting to cover everything. The wallpaper will need around 1 hour to 2 hours relaxing time in the humidity chamber. We'd like to add a warning here, do not leave it any longer than that. We've tried this many times and would strongly recommend not doing it. Then we slide the frame under the original, lifting it slightly, allowing the wet towels and the Poroflex to be pulled away. Then we orientate the sides, paying special attention to the corners. The original is then fixed in the middle on each side using a staple gun. The wallpaper and then the frame is then flipped face down. Now the canvas can be mounted to the frame with staples under light tension. We only use our hands to create this tension. The whole thing is then flipped face up and left to dry. Even if the surface looks a little bit wavy or not uniform, use our motto, believe in the power of drying. The wallpaper needs a minimum of a full day to dry, and once the wallpaper is dry, you can check if it has the correct tension. When the surface is tapped, it should kind of sound like a drum, but if it's too high pitched, then the tension is too high. And if it sounds more like a bass drum, then the tension is pretty much perfect. Sometimes it'll be necessary to open up the corners and adjust the tension, as we find that on very large objects it can wave in the corners, and then if you open it up and then use canvas tongs, you can normally get those out. So the smiles say it all, don't you think? This was a success. So we'd like to thank you all for your attention and hope you've enjoyed the show. Thank you.
A special thank to Karin Steiner, which is here from the MUMOC. It was such a nice time with you.
I apologize. Something I forgot to mention at the beginning of the session is that we will be holding all questions until the very end. So if you're worried you might forget, please make yourself some notes, and we will be doing that once everyone's had a chance to speak. Our next speaker this afternoon is Karen Kohler. I beg your pardon if I did not pronounce that correctly. And she will be giving us her presentation, Tricky Treatment, revealing a double-sided drawing.
Thank you for the introduction. In this presentation, I would like to share the treatment of a preparatory drawing for a painting by Johann Heinrich Roos, which took an exciting turn. Roos was a German landscape painter who often created idealized landscapes with depictions of cattle and shepherds. The drawing from around 1676 is titled Landscape with Ruin of the Temple of Vespasian. It features a herd of cows, sheep, and goats, with their shepherds resting in the shadow of an ancient temple ruin. The drawing is executed on a Verger paper in iron gall ink over black chalk with brown and gray washes. In connection with this preparatory drawing, two paintings by Roos are known, one of which is in the Minneapolis Institute of Art in the USA, seen here on the right. If we compare the drawing with the painting, we can see some slight differences in the design. For example, the execution of the trees in the upper right corner, as you can see here. This gives an indication that it is actually a preparatory drawing and not a drawing after the painting. Several inscriptions on the drawing further support this point, giving clues to the intended color scheme of the painting. In these two examples, the upper one reads dunkel, which means dark in German. If we go back to the painting, we can also see this nicely implemented as the sheep is executed in a dark shade in the background. To illuminate the conservation concept, I would like to explain briefly the layered structure of the drawing in its before treatment state. The drawing was mounted overall with a starch-based adhesive onto a Verget paper. This support paper was probably attached by a collector and was adhered quite unevenly. The inscriptions on the lower border of this mounting paper, which includes enumeration, indicates that the drawing belonged to a larger collection context, perhaps even an album. At a later date, probably in the mid or late 20th century, the mounted drawing was adhered overall to another support, which was a grey board made from recycled material. The polyvinyl acetate-based adhesive that was used for this attachment was first applied generously to the cardboard, and the drawing was stuck down using pressure. The treatment plan was to remove the grey board and the thick PVAC adhesive layer. The purpose of removing these two components was to eliminate these materials unsuitable for the long-term preservation of the drawing and to improve its aesthetic experience by removing the stiffening cardboard. The treatment started with the manual separation of as much of the cardboard as safely possible. Most of the cardboard could be removed by splitting it within the uppermost layers using a knife-like flat spatula. This work required a high degree of concentration and was performed in extreme raking light for close visual control. The cardboard remaining on the verso of the mounting paper was peeled off. The remaining adhering fibers were removed by moistening them, gathering them in small bundles and picking them up with tweezers. For the removal of the now exposed adhesive layer, acetone was used as a solvent selected during previous tests on samples. Working under a fume extraction hood, small amounts of solvent were applied to swell the adhesive, which could then be gradually gathered and removed with a spatula. Remnants were picked up with a cotton swab, lightly moistened in acetone. With the board gone and only the mounting paper remaining, a first observation of the drawing in transmitted light was possible. We expected to see the mold structure and possibly watermarks of the two papers, but this examination led to a far more exciting, unexpected discovery. In transmitted light, the contours of a second drawing became visible on the verso of the first drawing. After consulting with the owner of the drawing and weighing treatment risks, tests were conducted to find a way to separate the mounting paper from the drawing. Since the adhesive was starch-based and swellable with moderate amounts of moisture, the following method, removal method, proved to be safe for separating the two papers. First, working from the verso of the mounting paper, an area was slightly moistened through a Gore-Tex membrane. This was followed by further local moistening of the immediate treatment area using a small piece of cotton wool. The moisture was allowed to dwell for a brief moment while the area was slightly warmed from above with the help of a pocket warmer. Following this, the historical mounting paper could be lifted off the drawing with a narrow, flat spatula. This procedure allowed the mounting paper to be detached from the drawing in small steps, exposing the previously hidden drawing. And here's one of the most exciting moments of my work. The first corner is lifted and exposes the first details of the second drawing. It became evident that this drawing contains far more detail than previously discernible in transmitted light. The drawing was revealed unharmed with minimal impact. Only a few particles of the drawing media that had detached during previous adhesive failure and were deeply embedded in the adhesive remained on the mounting paper. And here you can see the uncovered Versa drawing after its successful separation from the mounting paper. In addition to the anticipated iron gall ink drawing, previously indiscernible architectural elements drawn in red chalk were uncovered. The Versa drawing also shows a pastoral scene with shepherds and cattle resting among ancient ruins. Just like the rector, this drawing also features notes for its translation into a painting. Indeed, it was found to be a preparatory drawing for another painting by Johann Heinrich Roos, which you can see here. It is titled Shepherds and Flocks Among Ruins, dates from 1681 and belongs to the Gemäldegalerie Alte Meister or Old Masters Picture Gallery in Dresden. As final preservation measures, minor repairs were carried out on the double-sided drawing and the mounting paper. This included tear repair and filling of small losses, some of which received minor retouching. Also, significant distortions of the paper were diminished by weighing in a stack. All signs of historical use of the double-sided drawing, including the folding marks, paint drips, and oil stains, are considered a vivid testimony of the working methods of the prolific pastoral painter Roos and the history of the drawing. The owner wished the drawing to be mounted for double-sided framing. Therefore, the drawing was attached with Japanese paper in a strip inlay and mounted in a double-sided window mat. Here you can see the mounted drawing from Recto and Versa. The historical support paper was mounted with a slosh inlay in another window mat that will be preserved in a separate housing and can thus be presented alongside the double-sided drawing. As far as is known, these are the only two surviving preparatory drawings of Johann Heinrich Roos, which makes the discovery all the more significant. The second drawing on the Versa also testifies to the fact that at least occasionally Roos handled his paper's resources quite economically, using both sides of one sheet for the preparation of two different paintings. Now that they are prepared for their long-term preservation, the two drawings will hopefully find use as interesting objects of study and give their owner as much delight as I had working on them. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would like to sincerely thank the people on this slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. Next, we have Maria Kramer, who is presenting Made from Scratch, the scientific database for the Karlsruhe Piranesi drawings.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Now we will update you on the project I introduced at the 2019 IADA conference, which concerns the Piranesi workshop drawings at the Staatliche Kunsthalle in Karlsruhe. The drawings are housed in two large folio volumes. They were the subject of a joint research by art historians and paper conservators, which was funded by the German Research Foundation. During the project, we realized that our findings called for a digital publication better suited than a printed catalogue. Here's why. The drawings had many complex relations to each other, to antique objects, to Giovanni Battista Piranesi's printing business, and to their 19th century collected state, which originates with the architect Friedrich Weinbrenner. Because of that, we had gathered several large datasets that connected individual drawings in terms of their material and art historical significance, and we wanted to detail the materials and techniques, as well as represent the complex network of connections to highlight Piranesi's influence on his contemporaries and followers. We also wanted to present the experience of leafing through the albums, which we preserved in their original material coherence. The online presentation format is a flexible solution that can appeal to different interest groups: art technologists, architects, archaeologists, designers and lovers of ancient Rome, and even any art lover who discovers Piranesi for the first time, and it would fulfill the museum's mandate for inclusion. But how to make an online research platform from scratch? You need to follow these 3 simple steps, easy as that. Actually, not so easy. Thus, the research team, new to such an enterprise, partnered up with the museum's communications department. They were irreplaceable when it came to speaking tech and knowing about the rules of online content publication. Equally important, we secured funding through the Ministry of Science, Research and Art of the state of Baden-Württemberg and the Ernst von Siemens Kunststiftung. Then followed the brainstorming phase. We looked at existing web presentations such as the Rethinking Guernica website, the Vicus Lab for the visualization of cultural collections, the online catalog of the Royal Collection, and the Monet catalog of the Art Institute of Chicago. We organized a web session to gather expertise from people responsible for such projects, including also Hartfield Online of the Art Academy in Berlin, the Benin Bronzes database, and the Porcelain Collection database at the Art Collections Dresden. For the open tender process in search of a web agency, we collected the specifications for the website. We had to sort our wishes into must-haves, importance, nice-to-haves, and optionals, not negotiable were government regulations requirements. The website should comply with data protection, should be inclusive, be open source, and available in the long term. As researchers stressed the importance of good scientific standards, a profound search engine, options to visualize our findings, and the possibility to quote and download website entries. The communications team, on the other hand, emphasized the significance of explorable and interactable content for broader audiences and optimizing the user's experience. Then, after a prototype pitch, we chose our web design company. Now, the creation process started. This meant loops of group calls between front-end team of the agency and us, haggling for the implementation of features and fixing details. While the back-end team of the agency was programming, we worked on filling the newly created molds of our website with content, formatting text and image captions, adding tags and glossary items, cropping thousands of images, changing file names, and putting everything on the server through the content management system. While we learned a lot about the art and hustle of website creation, the agency team had to get familiar with the complexities of norm databases, build search engines, and Zoom tools. This also meant, despite previously agreed on the specifications of tender, cutting corners at some ends. The intensive continued communication was quite time-consuming, but indispensable. Lots of decisions had to be made that would not be changeable in the final product. How should the menus work? How do we name the categories? What will show up in web searches? Can we add another layer at this point in the user interface? After months of work, this is the final product. And because of technical limitations today, I will guide you through the website using only screenshots, but feel free to tag along using your mobile device. The website follows today's design philosophy of dip, double, and dive. This means you start on the surface of information that increases in depth as you explore the website. First, you are drawn in by large pictures and few words, but the website shows its substantial contents when you start scrolling, searching, and opening menus. The landing page serves as a hub. From there, you can journey out to the main types of page models. The search page, where you get to individual drawings, the albums, where you can leaf through the 2 albums, and the essays page. There are only few. There you also find the conservation research essays. There are only a few English translations, we're sorry about that, but this is less of a problem today as there are online translation services and future automatic translation software may add more options. Now, let's take a closer look at the album and artwork pages. These come with some special tools. You can go through the albums leaf by leaf, or you can skip directly to an album page using the menu on the right. Let's see what page 40 has to offer. When scrolling down, you can click on one of the artworks and get to the artwork page. Both album and artwork pages begin with the Image Hub, where you can view the artwork in different illuminations. Scale and color checker are included. For casual visitors, selected artworks include hotspots with extra information on interesting aspects accessed by the microscope icon. Most importantly, you can click on the image to open the zoom tool. As you can see, the menu on the right changed. You can use it to navigate the different photographs. They include raking light, transmitted light, and multispectral images. For complex drawings, we mapped drawing media, constructional, preparatory drawings, etc. Information on significant aspects of the photographs is added at the right. Here you can also download individual images and the color checker. Leaving the zoom tool and scrolling down, we find a teaser followed by basic information about the drawing, including drawing technique and paper support. We will skip here the art historical texts and jump right down to the key paper qualities and watermark information. They are included on the Wasserzeichen-Informationssystem via external links. Drawing media are documented via text and detail images. Then follow texts on the drawing process and use of the drawings in the workshop. A linked glossary explains key contexts such as Pyrenees' publications and technical terms. And at the end of the entry are norm data linked to the German National Library and key search terms within the database. The entry links are citable even after future content updates, and below, users themselves can add comments. After the release of the website in February of this year, we were happy and relieved to see the results of our hard work online. There are a few things to take away from the project. Decide early on in your research endeavor if and in which form you want to publish online, so you can prepare context according to the website's structure and design. This way, you can minimize how much you have to adapt later on. Have someone familiar with online data systems advise you. This will help to better communicate your team's needs to the web design agency. Having lots of data is wonderful, but you must bear in mind they have to be processed for the website. The content management system does not, in fact, manage your content. You manage your content. Therefore, having helping hands ready that feed the system tags, put captions on the right fields, upload images, and test your system. As you can see on the website impression, we had lots of help to make to the website launch. We sincerely thank everyone participating in our project. Now, the website is waiting for you to explore its contents. We will be looking forward to any feedback on the website or old school via email. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. Next up, we have Justine Boll, who will be presenting Suzu, Yashi, and oxalic acid, observations on historic treatment agents.
Hello, thank you for your kind introduction. We, that means Irene Brückle, Ute Henniges, and me, will share with you the results of a study project that deals with traditional paper conservation treatments. One concerns coloring paper with either Suzu or Yasha to organic dyes. The other focuses on oxalic acid as a bleaching agent. Yes. Susu and yasha have been valued in both Eastern and Western conservation traditions for retouching and toning paper for lining. Oxalic acid has been used for about 2 centuries, mainly for removing iron stains, and therefore also has been considered a kind of bleaching agent. We were interested to see whether these treatment agents can be used without risk for the object. You may ask, are these traditional agents still relevant in contemporary conservation? Yes, they are. All 3 agents are still used in conservation. Several conservators send information and recipes. And there's other evidence which stems from a survey from 2015. It shows that 12% of the international respondents are using Susu. 6 out of 77 American, 5 out of 20 Australian, and 2 out of 31 European conservators use yasha for retouching. Internationally, it is the second most popular herbal retouching agent, with 28% among the survey respondents. Only black tea was more popular, with 56%. I tested the 3 agents on different papers and prepared the agents according to historical and modern recipes. The test samples underwent both thermal and light aging. Subsequently, I recorded the color values with the color spectrophotometer XVTH Pro 1 and tested samples for their pH. High-quality watercolor paints in various shades of brown were simultaneously tested. Furthermore, specimens of all sample types were also tested for their pH value before and after aging. I will now present the key results. First, I will talk about Susu and yasha, then I will discuss oxalic acid. This picture shows a pot full of pieces of aged paper and cardboard. Susu is obtained by boiling down large quantities of this aged paper. The extracts are basically a brown solution that is condensed by further boiling and is stored in dry pans or concentrated liquid. The water-soluble extract of these boiled substances is very similar to the color of aged paper. Susu has been primarily used for toning or retouching insert papers. This approach is based on the idea that the retouching is done with an authentic and inherently color-matching dye that complements aged paper and that will age similarly. However, Susu is made up of degradation products of paper that are colored, in other words, chromophores, that are exactly the substances that are intended to be removed from the paper during washing. The composition of Susu makes many paper conservators today doubt that it is appropriate for conservation applications. All of our Susu preparations had an acidic pH. Yasha is a brown dye that is obtained by cooking elder cones, which you can see in this picture. They come from the elder tree. It is a recipe that comes from Japan, where it is most often used to tone lining paper that is used for lining scrolls, and where it is important to match an original paper color. Elder cones contain tannins and pH-lowering humic acids. Like all wood products, they also contain a certain amount of resins and other resinous substances. The aqueous extract of elder cones contains about 23% tannins, and there are about 4% non-tannins, and less than 1% insoluble components. In the top row, you can see 3 Susu preparations that are all dark brown, and 2 yasha preparations at the bottom, which are slightly lighter. On the right is a light Susu that was precipitated on calcium bicarbonate. For Susu and yasha, thermal aging revealed an acute darkening for all samples, which you can see in the right column. By comparison, light aging showed a less pronounced darkening. The pH values of the sample extracts indicate an acidic environment for both Susu and yasha before aging, and after aging the acidity was increased. The comparison between the dyes in liquid form and the samples of colored paper shows that the choice of paper has a significant effect on the SUSU in painted samples, while it shows little effect on the aging-induced change of Yasha samples. Oxalic acid, which was discovered in the late 18th century, has been one important acid that has been used in the past to reduce rust stains. We used it in 3 and 10% concentrations in water. Chemically, it has been thought to work because it forms chelate complexes with iron. However, since the pH value of oxalic acid lies between 3 and 4, it is not low enough to effectively dissolve the iron oxide. Residual stains remain. Iron stains may be lightened, but complete removal cannot be guaranteed. Furthermore, the surrounding paper is often bleached, creating a light halo around the stain remains. You can see the light halo on the picture. This paper sample shows the results and risks of oxalic acid treatment quite well. It brightens the paper slightly, which is a result similar to what you might achieve in some washing treatments. A gelatin sizing may be destroyed. And also, most significantly, an already weakened paper, like this WEC paper, may suffer additional significant strength loss. This aged paper was fragile, but the losses and tears were a result of the acidic treatment and not there before. So, should we use these agents? No. There are plenty of retouching and toning agents that are stable and predictable in aging and achieve the desired color effects, as for example, watercolors. And if you want to reduce iron stains, which today are often accepted as part of the object, you can use more effective methods without the risk of damaging your object. I would like to thank all of the people mentioned here, and I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Justine. Next, we have Clara von Walthausen, who will be presenting Making Gilbert and George, Investigation upon Gilbert and George's Working Methods and Materials.
Good afternoon. In this abbreviated presentation, I will first introduce the artist duo, discuss the reason for investigating into their techniques, and move on to a few of our findings. Pardon me. Gilbert Prush and George Passmore, known collectively as Gilbert and George, are a British artist duo who have been collaborating since 1967. Left, you see Gilbert and George as singing sculptures, the work that got them noticed as young artists, and to the right, the Dufek's greeting card, which formed their inspiration for making the pictures that I will talk about. Below right, their first postal sculpture made from their desire to be artists every day of their life. From 1971 onward, Gilbert and George meticulously arrange and manipulate photographs to make their photo sculptures or pictures, as they later refer to them. They often incorporate themselves in the work and use found slogans and phrases to enhance their visual message. Gilbert and George first used color in their black and white silver gelatin pictures in 1974, when they colored photographs of selected panels red. They increased the color palette in the 1980 pictures with an additional 4 colors shown in the work Atlas Leaves. 1982 marks the first year that the artist duo colors a single panel in more than one color, and later, color use becomes more intricate with a maximum of 9 colors on a single palette. Shown here, a detail of panels from 3 different pictures. The cyan and blue in the left and center image is more brilliant and denser along the edges where it is covered by the frame. And the lilac in the shoe of the upper right image is almost completely faded when compared to a detail of how the work originally looked, seen at the bottom right. As conservator, it is especially the issue of light sensitivity that interests me. So in collaboration with the Dutch and Belgian institutions that have Gilbert and George's works in their collection, a research project was started within the SBMK Project Photography. In an attempt to uncover their technique, the following approach was taken. Contact with the artists was sought, literature research was performed, and online sources were reviewed. And finally, on-site investigation of Gilbert and George's works was done at 5 institutions to visually study as many of the works as possible. 7 other works had been studied previously, and in all, 14 colored works have been surveyed. Shown here, a portion of an Excel sheet that we put together in an effort to understand their use of color and when these colors were used to identify patterns. So what did we learn? By surveying the Gilbert and George's Center's website, we can study their use of color and the amount of works they made each year. And from the Excel sheet I showed you just before, we can graph the information. We see, for example, that until 1978, they left work either uncolored or selectively colored panels in red. Visual investigation into the paper chosen for printing the black and white image indicates that for all work surveyed, color and black and white, all pictures are printed on the same paper. The fiber-based paper has a medium gloss and a grainy texture. In an interview, we learned that the paper was no longer available in 2000, and that this was one of the reasons for turning to digital means. Although we have not identified the types of colorants, it appears from the way that the colors cover the image and the lack of pigment particles we see under magnification that they are dyes. The far right image shows a speckled image area, colored pink, and at the lower edge, damage of the emulsion layer is visible. From this, we can see that the dye only penetrates the emulsion, as the white baryta layer under the emulsion is visible and unchanged in areas of damage. In the 2 remaining images from the black and white and green picture, we see that panels containing green were colored overall. The middle image is a black area hand-lit. Instead of the black cast you expect to see in the lit area, we see green. And in the scratch that we see in the right image, the green colorant is visible in an otherwise black color field. The red panels studied show similar results. From pencil markings on various pictures, we see that the artist duo sometimes marked the boundaries of an area to be colored or left uncolored. They also used natural borders, such as the black image lines as seen on the right-hand side of the middle image. To the right, a 200 times magnification of the area boxed on the left panel. Here we see that the blue dye covers the pink. Judging from this and other layered areas we studied in different panels, we can deduct that the artist duo laid down the lighter colors first. In the first image, we see brush strokes, and in the second, a brush or a sponge. The use of brushes and sponges was confirmed by an artist documentary and later also by fellow conservator Teresa Mesquite. The third image shows a clear delineated border between the pink dye and the black area, which was left untoned. If you look at the shape of the pink-toned area, you see that it is not a shape that is easily drawn with a paintbrush. However, in studying the negative space, the black area, you can imagine a brush creating the sharp corner and round edges that we see. This brush will be applying a protective mask that isolates the area from being colored. In the left and center details, we see more signs of shapes and lines that support our idea that the artist duo was using photomasking gum. In comparison, the blue dye in the image on the right partially covers the black border, but unlike the images preceding it, it is soft and gradually diffuses at the outer edge. In contrast, the edges with the white in the same image are clearly defined, a little choppy, so here, again, a masking was probably used. Here are two more details of areas with defined borders: the lower edge of the pink region in the left image and the frayed jeans in the center. In the far right image, we see a small remnant of the masking gum. We found traces of masking gum on 4 of the pictures that we studied. Identification of selected dyes will be performed in the collaboration with the Cultural Heritage Lab of the Netherlands, and through analysis, we hope to identify dye families. We believe that some colors are actually a combination of dyes. This is illustrated here, where in the left image we see a small portion of yellow at the orange border. In the middle image, if we look carefully at the black, we see the end of the blue dye overlapping the black from above. We see the orange border, but we also see a yellow halide beyond this. If we look at the 60-time magnification on the right, we see pink and yellow. The subtractive color theory tells us that yellow and magenta, here more of a pink perhaps, gives us red or orange. Here the subtractive color wheel as a reminder. So it's possible that sometimes dyes are layered in order to create a color. In conclusion, by learning about the artist, studying photographic practices, and carefully studying the surface of the pictures in search of remnants and markings left behind, we can build a theory on how these pictures were colored. Here is a summary of our thoughts. The artist duo started by making silver gelatin, black and white photo sculptures that were later called pictures. They introduced red 4 years later. Their color palette gradually increased to up to 9 colors per panel. Pencil was sometimes used to indicate borders to be colored or left uncolored. Imagery and black borders are also used as natural borders. When more colors are added to a panel, photomasking gum is likely applied. Photomasking gum was applied using a brush to cover areas that were left uncolored. Light colors are laid down first using a brush, sponge, or cloth. By layering different colored dyes, new colors may be created. The publication that follows will present a more complete picture of how they performed their hand coloring and the dyes that they used. But I hope that for now, our summarized findings provide you with a first understanding of Gilbert and George's analog hand-colored methods. Charlotte Brayways, who's my co-author in this talk, shortly after writing the abstract with me for the symposium, left the cultural heritage field and went into information technology. But I thank her for helping me with the research, and I'm thanking all the others that are listed here and the organizers of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clara. Next up, we have Mion Schulka, who is presenting the artist's view on the treatment of his work. Klaus Olbert speaks about his large format drawings.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon. So many people. Okay. It's a pleasure to be talking on this panel and present to you a project I conducted with the artist Klaus Olbert during my master's program. The work Feld 3 is a graphite drawing done by Klaus Olbert in 2018. It is part of a triptych called Feld, which is by turn a part of his current series of works, Cranium. The large format work now has a scale of 218 centimeters height to 148 centimeters width. Why now, you may ask? This is something I will explain later. He used varying pencil grades from different manufacturers on a paper made by Canson in 224 grams per square meter. His preferred mounting method are the bulldog clips, and due to unfavorable conditions during an exhibition, the object unfortunately ripped out of those and crashed to the ground, creating creases, tears, and indentations throughout the object, of which you can see in detail here on the right side. Those had to be reduced in a meticulous process, made even more difficult and time-consuming by the scale of the object. The object is still owned by the artist, which opened the rare opportunity to talk to the artist himself about his expectations and the possibilities of the conservational treatment. Klaus Olbert, whom you can see here in the middle, was very interested in this whole process, and so he accompanied it together with a friend of his, Werner Schmidtke, who's also a cameraman. So they produced a film that will be uploaded on the website of Klaus Olbert very soon, and if you're interested in the conservational treatment, you may very well swing by there and have a look at it. The artist Klaus Olbert was born in 1954, and he finished his studies at Merz Akademie in Stuttgart in 1982. He lives and works in Grafenau, which is very close to Stuttgart. And he always worked on the human form, in his early days in a figurative way through relief printing techniques such as wood blocks and lino prints, but he moved away from this rather static expression to a more fluid one by changing to pencil on paper in a style that is more associated to calligraphy or maybe shorthand. He's very heavily influenced by East Asian aesthetics and schools of thought. And for example, the empty space is very much filled with meaning in his drawings, and such is created a room for thought, imagination, and actually a focal point for the energy of his works. He's very adamant about that he never totally goes into the abstract, but always stays with the human form. The interview that we conducted was in correspondence to materials that were provided by the physical and online Archive for Techniques and Materials on Contemporary Artists, hosted at Dresden University of Fine Arts. Before the interview was conducted in February 2023, the artist and his work had to be researched and the focus of the interview decided on. But because depending on the subject, for example, if you're inquiring into a series of work or the oeuvre of the artist in general, the questions must vary. Also, the rights to the interview must be transferred, so that it can be stored and supplied for research purposes. And those things, of course, have to be discussed with the artist in advance. During the interview, it is important to avoid guiding the interviewee into a certain direction and give him or her time and room for the answers. Our questions were oriented mainly at his present series of works. And the first part asked mainly about his creative process, his technique, choice of media, but also inquired into the meaning and the construct of thought behind his oeuvre. The second part consisted mainly of questions concerning aging and the conservation of his work. And now to illustrate what an interview might look like, I would like to show you a small snippet where he talks about one of his sketching methods.
Was bei mir der Fall ist, ich zeichne sehr viel oder ich skizziere sehr viel, am liebsten vorm Fernseher. Also ich habe dann einen Skizzenblock auf den Knien, der ist immer griffbereit. Ja. Ein Bleistift, der auch immer griffbereit ist. Und beim Fernseher, das wird ja jetzt immer schneller auch, also es wird definitiv was Skizzenhaftes. Aber es ist so, und da bin ich wieder bei der Kalligraphie, weil die Kalligraphie ist ja auch dieser eine Moment, wo man sich auch gut fühlt, wo man sich eingegruft hat, sage ich jetzt mal so ganz flapsig. Und dann muss das passen, dann muss das stimmen, dieses Moment. Also man fummelt da nicht rum, sondern man setzt dieses eine Zeichen. Und ich mache das, indem ich mit beiden Händen zeichne.
He says that he sketches a lot in front of the TV because everything is so fast there. His process must be fast too. And he compares it to calligraphy again, where he says that you have to be in the right kind of mind and your thought is directly transferred to the paper and there's no rearranging it afterwards. The interview, after the interview was done, it had to be transcribed, and this is a process that is still ongoing at the moment. But as soon as that is done, it will be sent to him for his approval, and then it will be reviewed by the Artemag team. This archive is really a cornucopia of knowledge and specific to conservation. And I can only encourage you all to visit the website and maybe, if you have the chance, conduct an interview of your own, because the answers artists can give to us as conservators can be so crucial for long-standing concepts of conservation. The interview held a lot of detailed information and was a very enriching experience for me. And the artist was very happy with the result of the treatment, and he also found a new understanding of the fragility of his own work. This also made him reconsider his mounting method. And here we also have the answer of the first asked question of why now 218 centimeters, because he himself deemed the slanting upper and lower edges not suitable anymore for the new mounting or the aesthetics of the new mounting, and decided to level it out. And this is what you can actually see here. And this is also the reason why the artwork is now 218 centimeters long and not 226 as it formerly was. Yes, and now I would like to say goodbye with words from the artist himself. Die Intuition erhellt wie ein Blitz eine Landschaft, die bislang im Dunkeln gelegen hat. Vielleicht hat die Intuition sie sogar erst geschaffen. Nun ist sie in all ihren Nuancen vorhanden. Hier kann die Imagination ansetzen. And with this in mind, I wish you very interesting talks and, as a result, flashes of inspiration in your future work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mion. The last speaker for this session will be Marie-Louise Nordhall, and she will be presenting From Paper to Concrete, the conservation of the collection of the architectural models from the Architectural Archives of the Academy of Arts, Berlin.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the presentation From Paper to Concrete, the conservation of the collection of architectural models from the Architectural Archives of the Academy of Arts in Berlin. The archives of the Academy of Arts in Berlin are considered one of the most important interdisciplinary archives for modernist art and culture in the German-speaking countries. There are over 1,200 individual archives of artists from all sectors of the art. That means around 13,000 linear meters of unique archival material and around 2.5 million objects from artworks, graphic arts, photographs, plants, costumes, sculptures, and architectural models. The archive wants to make this treasure available to the public in a permanent exhibition. But there's a lack of space. So the idea is to set up a show storeroom in the main building at Pariser Platz. This is the building you can see on the pictures in the background. It is the collection of architectural models from the Architectural Archives, which should be shown. To introduce you a little closer to this collection, to architectural models and the idea of the showroom, you will now see a little movie.
Und da sind wir natürlich bei der Grundfrage von Modellen. Was für eine Funktion haben die eigentlich? Also sie haben natürlich auf vielen Ebenen eine andere Funktion. Sie sind erstmal eine Möglichkeit, seine Ideen dreidimensional auszudrücken, wobei das Modell natürlich nicht das gebaute Haus im Kleinen ist. Natürlich gibt es die Skizze, aber das Modell ist eigentlich das beste Kommunikationsmittel mit Dritten.
Für die Vermittlungsarbeit sind die dreidimensionale Objekte immer wunderbar geeignet, weil sich auch Laien sehr, sehr viel besser hineinversetzen können in die Frage, in welche Situation ist dieser Bau hineingepasst, welche Aufgabe hat er, funktioniert das in der Umgebung oder auch für sich selbst. All solche Fragen kann ich mir selbst erarbeiten, wenn ich das Modell angucke. Es hat also eine hohe Qualität für die Vermittlung von architektonischen Fragen. Und deswegen sind wir ja auf die Idee gekommen, dass wir das Schaudepot hier im Hause einrichten und dort einen besonderen Schwerpunkt auf die Modelle legen.
As you could see, the collection includes many different kinds of models, like lightweight paper models, more elaborated cardboard models like this Sharoon building, but also mixed material like plastics, wood, paper, cardboard from Vasily Lucard, or this Sharoon wooden theater, a big size model. But also this beautiful glass play from Bruno Taut from the 20s, or this utopic city floating on the river Seine with 40,000 apartments from Kleihuis, and ending by this concrete casting which weighs over 100 kilograms. The collection houses over 500 of these models, and have half of them stored at Pariser Platz on the second basement floor. Here you can see the depot situation in 21, and so the show storeroom is scheduled to open next year, one floor up. You can see the models are at side level in the middle of the shelves, as well as packed in the upper and lower shelf levels. Associated materials are also to be displayed on hanging walls. What I would like to briefly introduce you today is the process that took place during the last 2 years between one stage to prepare the other. As a first step, the value of the models was determined in 3 categories by the collection manager. Category A models are intended for presentation on the middle shelves, category B models are intended for later presentation, and C should be stored in protective packaging. Next, the conservation condition of the collection at the Pariser Platz was determined. For this purpose, the models were divided into 3 condition categories. From category 3, models with heavy surface dirt and fragile condition, until category 1, which were slightly dirty models and stable conditions. All information was entered into an inventory list. The next step was to understand more about the conservation task of the collection. For this purpose, 4 A models from the 3 different condition categories were randomly selected and restored in-house. Restoration measures and the processing time were recorded in the inventory list. The experience gained from this first restoration work enabled the preparation for the following pilot project. The pilot project were carried out with 5 people. On the first picture, you can see Conny Hanke, the external paper conservator, and the collection manager working together on one workplace. On the second picture, you can see the archivist assisting René Otto, the wood conservator. Over 6 days, together we restored and documented 22 models and developed 18 protective housings. Most importantly, however, were the close exchange in the team, which formed the crucial basis for the entire project. In this way, the collection staff learned about the possibilities and limitations for restoration, and us restorers learned more about the priorities and the collection. Based on this experience during the restoration work, A conservation action plan was created and the resources needed were identified and formulated in a cost plan. With this conservation concept from the conservation department and the concept of the showroom from the archive, we applied for funding to implement in a first step conservation. We were happy about the support from Ernst von Siemens Kunststiftung und Wüstenrot Stiftung, which arrived at the end of 21, and that we could start with more manpower in 22. The goal of the project was firstly to restore and optimize storage for all A and B models within 2 years, and secondly, to clean, preserve, optimize storage for all C models in 3 more years. For the implementation, external funding of €100,000 was available. The archivist Tanja Morgenstern knows the history of each model like the back of her hand, and so she was responsible for the collection and housing logistics and the database. We developed the following basic conditions for the restoration process. As little transport as possible, therefore the team worked close to the collection. The implementation of the process is organized in workshops, and which is done in fixed teams consisting always of a restorer and an assistant and the collection staff. Inspired by Andrea Giovannini's opening speech at the IADA Congress in 2011, we wanted furthermore external employees to be paid equally and fairly to prevent competition and to promote the best possible professional exchange. Each workshop was prepared by the project leads. Models were selected, measured, photographed, conservation and housing material were ordered, and the workplaces were prepared. Each workshop lasted 1 week and began with a team meeting. Goals and priorities were discussed, and the team of conservators and assistants were assembled. After short object briefing, the models were restored, photographed, housings were built before returning into the storeroom. After the workshop, the handwritten documentation and the photographs were transferred to the database, the lab was cleaned up, the workshop was evaluated, and to prepare the next workshop. So far, we performed 8 workshops, with the final one to follow in November. Then all restoration goals will have been achieved and even exceeded. We were able to restore all A and B models and also surface clean, preserve and optimize the storage for the entire collection during the last 2 years. This is certainly thanks to the fruitful collaboration between the Architectural Archive and the Restoration Department, as well as the hardworking team of external collaborators. At the end of the next year, we hope to welcome you to the new display storeroom in Berlin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marie-Louise. All right, time for questions. First, please identify which speaker you're addressing your question to, and then I will make sure that speaker has the microphone. Any questions? All right, we have a hand on the right in the back.
This is for Justine from the Susu Yasha and oxalic acid. Hi, I'm Kaylin. Hello. I'm from a private studio in Toronto, Canada, and great presentation. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Is there any way to neutralize the acidity in the Susu to make it safe for use?
I tried different recipes, and some of them were with calcium bicarbonate, and it made no difference. Absolutely no. The pH was for all around about 5.2, something like that. But the used paper can make a huge difference. So if you use very good
paper with alkaline reserve, it can absorb some of the effects, but the discoloration will remain. So the pH is okay, but the discoloration will occur.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
There's a hand up in the back. There's actually, I just saw two.
Hi, it's for question for Justin as well, and it's Megumi from British Museum, London. I just like to ask you about the origin of the name Susu.
I don't know the origins, I'm sorry. I just learned them like that, and in every literature okay, I can't find any source of a name for Susu or Yasha.
Okay, because Susu, I'm originally from Japan, so Susu means in Japanese suit, S-O-O-T. So I sort of wondered about, where it come from, Susu. And then in London, UK, the Piers Townsend, the conservator at Tate before, he did the boiling the acidic backing board, and he often called goo. And then I just look up the AIC wiki, and then they mentioned about the method of boiling backboard, but they didn't really name. So I don't think there's a particular name, for that method. But I was just curious about the origin of the name
so
Susu.
So there's international literature about Susu under this name, and sometimes just boiled paper in the literature, but mostly it's Susu. So, but I didn't find origins for this name.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Deborah LaCamera, and I'm from the USA. And my question is for Marcus and Laura. So actually it's two questions. The first is that you talked about preparing the canvas with machine-made kozo. I wondered, but I could see seams, and so could you explain, was it rolled paper that you trimmed and pieced, or did you use sheets? And then the second question is, what length of time do you envision these mountings to? Are they temporary mountings for exhibition, or do you leave them for longer periods, and how do they hold up tension over time?
Well, we use mainly because of the cost, machine-made Japanese paper, and we cut it in pieces, and because of better handling for this layer. And, well, especially these frames are made for a longer period, not just for a presentation. Some of them we have in a longer term in our viewing, and the tension isn't a problem. The problem is, I think we just now have the right canvas after 7 years of trying different one, and this seems to be the one we have no no bubbles which can arise after some years, because folds you can stretch out quite easily, especially with these frames with the screws in the corners. But bubbles inside, this is a real aging problem you can have.
I'll just give you this one for your question.
Yeah, I had a question for the two of you too, and that was once you have the wallpaper on the lining and the frame, are you drying it flat or face side up, or have you ever dried it standing for airflow? Yeah.
No, I would really recommend not to let it dry standing. The tensions during drying could be quite high and dangerous in any dimension, and especially as these aluminium frames we are using are the cheap one. They're more double expensive one, the thicker, but the thinner one, you really can sometimes, if you let the humidification process be too long, then all of a sudden the aluminium frame can bow and things like this. So you really want to have it flat laid on the floor, on a table, and have a look at it while drying, because if necessary we loosen some staples all around. But as we just let it humidification just for 1 hour or something like this, and we know, no, well, this is enough. It's not happened too often anymore.
Thank you.
Sorry, is there any question?
All right, we're going to do over there first and then over on my side second. Thank you for your patience.
Jasna Malešić from Slovenia. I have a question for Clara. I was wondering, did you try to contact Gilbert and George, because as far as I know they are still alive, or did they confirm perhaps your...
Yes, we did. We tried to contact them since 2008. We've written to their White Cube Gallery. We've written to their home address. We've written to the Gilbert and George Center. We've had museums try to contact them. They're not really interested in the material so much, and I believe that that's probably why they're not answering. It's not about the material, but it's about the artwork for them. But yeah, we're still trying.
Thank you.
So, I'm gonna try. I'm Karin Steiner from the MUMOC, Vienna, and I also have a question for Clara, and was perfectly introduced now. Here I am. Thank you for the insights, how the color finds its way to the black and white photographs. We have, I think, 2 works from them in our collection, and I was doing some condition reporting, and for example, I found a yellow fingerprint on one panel at least, and I never could explain what technique corresponds with that phenomena. Now I got a more clear picture. And my question now is, we do have a big work, and on some point in the past, Gilbert and George were at the exhibition opening, and they found their work was had too much lighting, and they talked to the colleagues there, and they left the info. Please do not use more than 120 lux, because, yeah, and now this 120 lux is also written on a label on the back of each panel and on each crate, I think. And also it's written in the heads of our curators. And so whenever an exhibition is independent of duration, they want this full 120 lux, which I find is quite a lot, especially when they are long exhibitions. And so now I'm interested, at this point of your research, can you already say something to the light fastness or missing light fastness, or is this part of the project to find out more?
Yeah, I think we have to get a sense of the dye families to really be able to say something. What I've seen with the ones that we were able to unframe is that it's for all the blue, cyan, and violet dyes that are light sensitive. That being said, also the flesh or brownish colors can be light sensitive. So I don't have an overall image of exactly the light sensitive, but within the SBMK project that I mentioned, we did research for monitoring tools, how to monitor color photographs for change, and that's been done in the past with color spectrophotometers. We did testing with a very little spectrophotometer that was used, kind of in the painting industry, really. It's tiny. It's about this, a little bit thicker than my thumb, and it's just a conical. You can take it everywhere, and it has an app to go on the phone, and it works really. It has really good monitoring abilities. I mean, very reliable. So we'll be presenting on that. We're making guidelines right now on the use of that. So I think what I try to say is monitoring, and then you can convince people if you see change. I know also of other works that have on the back 50 lux, stickers on them. But yeah, I mean, light is so I think it's a discussion in that sense. Thank you.
All right, do we have anybody else? Oh, someone up here.
Hi, I'm Lenia. I'm going to ask a question to Clara, even though I'm just next to her. Clara, about the Gilbert and George, that masking gum, I haven't heard of it before. Do you know what it's made of? And what's your sense of, is it harmful? Or does it have any effects on the objects? Or does it just stay there and do nothing, essentially?
Well, we haven't found very much of it. If you look at photography books, handbooks, in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, you find that they, for the finishing and for hand coloring, that they mention masking. And actually, I'm old enough to have done analog photography myself, and I use masking as well, so I can recognize it in that sense as well. The effects of what's left on the image, we don't know at this point. Yeah.
Anybody else? If you could raise your hand high so that we can see them. Oh, we have one in the back.
So I have a question to the big artwork on paper team about stretching method, because I have seen that you have used the method that you first tack middle of each side, and did you try to do opposite? Because there is a method from the United States by John Bernstein, and he recommends stretching canvas from the corners.
Well, our stretching is, as it a wet stretching, it's not really a stretching, it's just mounting a humidified layer of canvas together with paper on a frame and then let it dry. So there's no real stretching. So we have this relaxed sandwich, then we fix it just to have it on the right place on the frame, then we turn it face down, and then we just fix it loosely or just with our hands, so it's not a stretching thing, and then we let it dry, and while drying we have the stretching process. So it's completely different than with a painting or a dry stretching. Is it okay? If not, we can discuss it in the break.
Okay, I think we still do have a few more minutes, so if anyone's feeling shy, you have time. Or if everyone is just desperately in need of coffee, I'm getting the sense that coffee is the verdict. Thank you all very much for your time and attention, and thank you once again to our speakers.
this working? Yeah. Just a short announcement. We had someone, the presenter, gave us a fob. I think I have a name, Julia, and if it's you, if you want your fob back with the presentation, just come and see me downstairs.
Whenever you feel like. I mean.
Is this now working? Hello? Yeah, I think this is working. So good afternoon, everybody. I'm Doris Pitur from Vienna, and I'm very pleased to host this last session. I'm a little bit sad because this is our last session, but yes, because it's such an inspiring conference and, well, we have only limited time. So we have now the opportunity to go on an imaginary journey from Milano to Cologne and to Washington and to Taipei. Challenges which we face when performing a retreatment or on a fragile object will be the topic of Simone Ferraro's and Chiara Palandri's presentation with the seductive title, Apotheosis of Psyche. So welcome, Simone.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. So, can you hear me? Because, wait. Okay. So, first things first, some acknowledgements for everyone that was involved in the project. This was a very big treatment. Many people were involved. I'm thanking just the first and foremost Equita that made everything available with a donation to the Academy. And then the Politecnico and the Elettra for the diagnostic analysis, and then all of the cultural heritage institutions in Milan and in Florence that helped with the research part of the treatment. So, some of you may remember that this was first presented last time in Warsaw as a poster, and the most keen-eyed of you may actually notice that this cartoon is a different one from the one on the previous slide. So there's a reason for that, and we're getting to it. But so this was a poster last time, and with a very unflattering photo from the amazing photographer from Poland, and which I'm pretty sure everyone remembers. So this is the cartoon we are working at the moment. It was restored in 1982, between 1982 and 1983, and it's a large format cartoon from the very end of the 18th century. So, who's the artist? Andrea Piani. He was the Premier Peintre by Napoleon in Italy, and he was the most important fresco painter in Europe. At his time, I'm pretty sure none of you have any clue who he is, because most of his work has been destroyed during World War II, because Milan was pretty heavily bombed, and yeah. So the most important testimony to what he actually did is his graphic work at the moment. So mostly drawings at the Academy. About 500 drawings by him are known at the Academy, and many other in various different collections. I've contacted some of your institutions in the past couple of years. If any one of you has a drawing by Appiani, you have been contacted. And in the past, there were also 20 cartoons at the Academy by him, and now just 2 are left. The one from the previous poster and the one we're talking about currently. This particular cartoon was gifted by Appiani himself to the Academy in 1806, while the artist was still alive, and as part of this research, we were able to actually reconstruct the original position within the gallery space of the cartoon itself. So that helped to understand why so much of the light damage occurred, because it was right in front of a window. And it has been on permanent exhibition for over 200 years. So the cartoon is for a fresco in the Royal Villa in Monza, and particularly from the Rotunda, a small building in between the main part of the villa itself and the greenhouses. And the frescoes themselves have been restored in the 1980s by Pinin Brambilla, one of the most famous conservators in Italy from the past century, and that has helped us with some research on the technique also to understand how the cartoon itself was used. And the image from the cartoon is for the central scene out of the 9 that make up the cycle of paintings. So, where did we start with our research? We had this object, and we started looking at the archives at the Academy. We couldn't find any kind of documentation, but that single sheet that just says the cartoon, both of the cartoons have been given to the previous restorer, nothing else. And so with this research, we were able to contact the conservator herself and find out, and actually received, she was very generous with sharing the documentation she had left in her archive. We currently have 30 pages of documentation and 18 photographs, which were very important for our treatment. So what happened between 1982 and 1983? The title is ominous, theft. During the treatment, a large part of the object was stolen, about 40 by 30 centimeters, right in the middle of the object. One day they just walked into the workshop and a head was missing. Yeah, that happened. And also, these are some before and after pictures from that treatment, and you may notice that something else is missing, the original mounting. Then the 1806 mounting was removed. And also, the third part of my title was trolleys, because I don't know whether you can actually see it, but the conservation treatment was sponsored by a supermarket chain. So the cartoons went on temporary exhibition into 3 different supermarkets in the spring of 1983. So all of the discussion we have had about climate and relative humidity and temperature fluctuations, supermarkets, like neon lighting, like also this has been on permanent exhibition since 1806. Like, yeah, through 2 bombings. But yeah, 2 bombings and the life it has had didn't leave no scar to the object. So yeah, this is what it looked like before the 1982 conservation treatment, between December 1982, February, March 1983. I'm just going to say 1983 from now on. So this is what it looked like. The mounting paper, very crumbled and tears everywhere because it had a thick layer of distemper, possibly or gouache, something like that. And the primary support was detached from the previous lining. It had two linings, a paper lining and canvas backing, and they were not adhered. It's pretty self-explanatory. So what did they do in 1983? They removed all of the previous materials for the mounting, detached the canvas and the paper, and completely disassembled it and washed it. So yes, that's the comparison they took of the before and after. Also, the tide lines were created when removing the previous mounting. They were not part of the object, so they had to wash it to get rid of the tide lines they had made. And yes, that's a stark difference, the color, yes. And of course, something was lost, not just, I mean, the definition in between the before with the white heightening and something was lost. And then magically it reappeared, the definition and the difference in contrast. So something was added and that we couldn't remove. And we had to live with that decision. So what was added on the back? Because they didn't just retouch the front. So this is a schematic representation of the paper backing. It's 10 sheets, and the arrows refer to the machine direction of the lining. And it's wood pulp base, very thick, about 300 grams per square meter printing paper. Lignin, a lot of lignin. And as you can see, the grain line is not very thought of. And so that led to some problems, some planar distortions. Also, what did they use to glue the lining down? A very complicated stratigraphy of from the top, this is the object, then some cellulose ethers, or supposed cellulose ethers, we'll get down to that, but according to the conservator, it was wallpaper glue. Then on the join lines of the lining papers, those had been joined before actually pasting the new paper on top of that with a synthetic adhesive that has not been able, we have not been able to identify, but it was thermoplastic, was not soluble in practically anything, and we have discussed it with the conservator, and most likely it's acrylic. And also a traditional canvas lining, Italian canvas lining with glue paste glue, so protein-based and also starch-based. And then it was mounted on a new stretcher, but they had some issues also with stretching it. So they started stretching it, then it was wonky, so they unpicked part of the stretching, but they had already put some tape on top of the nailed edge. So we found some smaller nails, then some partially covered parts with two first layers of tape, then new nails, and then two new layers of tape. So it's down to 5 layers of tape, if we consider the one from the pasting together of the paper lining. So yes. So what issue were we faced with in 2021 when we started this intervention? As you can see, these are the distortion caused by the grain lines, grain direction of the paper, and this is a join of the lining papers. And in some areas, not too visible in this picture, but it was completely ripped open through the canvas. So what has caused this? the object being on permanent exhibition in unstable climate since 1806, the previous conservation treatment, and also, of course, after the previous conservation treatment, it was infested by insects. So all of the black dots are abrasions, superficial abrasions caused by insect damage. And we also found the craters between the stretcher and the canvas backing. But it had undergone a disinfestation treatment in 1994, so no alive bugs. But yes, I counted them, because of course I did, around 3,000 individual holes, yes. But at least they were very superficial. They were nice. Could have been worse. So, how does one approach this kind of object? That's what my 2019 presentation was about. What do we do? Where do we start? So, literature research. I looked into everything that has been published since 1986 till at the time 2019 on large format paper objects and compiled the list of what had been done and pros, contras, and whatever. So also to that, we have to add that we had some particular issues. So lack of information, because we don't know what had been used, because even though we had a 30-page documentation list, nothing on the adhesives was listed, and everything had to rely on the memory of the previous conservator that hadn't worked on that 40 years prior. And she's also a wall painting conservator, because of course she is. She's not a paper conservator. Yes. The unstable exhibition climate that the work was in since 1980. Also, we couldn't move that. We had to work in the hall it was exhibited in, because it was too large to fit either through the door or into the door of the new exhibition, of the conservation workshop, so we had to make do. Also, yes, it's a large object. It's also almost 2.5 meters by 2.5 meters. That amounts to almost 6 square meters if we consider all of the edges, and yes, a lot. How did we approach the lack of information? Through documentary sources, the comparison with other cartoons, at least to understand what the main part of the object was about, and through a lot of technical studies, both multispectral, hyperspectral, time-gated luminescence, XRF, and all the rest. We threw everything that we could at the object and see what stuck. So, just in brief, the primary support, drawing materials, and then the lining materials. Through infrared transmitted imaging, we could see better what the structure of the paper was, and also we noticed what we suspected from the documentary research, that only part of the drawing presented black pigment on the verso that had been used to transfer it to the wall. So, as the British Museum presented in the first talk, that cartoon had been transferred using carbon paper, but an additional sheet of carbon paper. So this was just covered in pigment directly on the verso of the object, but not on the top part because it's sky. There was nothing to transfer. So that seemed interesting in the beginning, and then when we actually went down and tried to remove the adhesives, we noticed that that made a difference in how the adhesives aged. So yes, that was interesting. The original materials, a lot of different materials have been used, mostly dry materials, but also some lead white tightenings. And this is just what we got from our first initial microscope look around, and then through the multispectral imaging and fancier multispectral imaging and hyperspectral, and then time-gated and time-resolved photoluminescence, we got to pinpoint down, for example, that these parts, these lead white parts, are most likely made up of a mixture of either two types of lead white or lead white and some barium sulfide. But yes, that will be the subject of a different talk. But what we were actually most interested in for the conservation treatment itself was the adhesives. What had they used? Because we didn't know, and we still don't know. Despite all of our best efforts, the spectra results were too similar to figure out what actually was used, and we didn't have access to gas spectroscopy, mass spectrometry. So yes, we had to make do with what we had, and what we had was experience, because we are conservator. We have to adapt. So when science doesn't give us a reply, we just try and find out. So that's what they're called now, lipase and deionized water, because that's what worked. So also the unstable climate, that's the exhibition hall. It's the main hall of the Academy, and that's where it was hung before the conservation, and that's where it's going to be hung someday. So this is our humidity and temperature situation. It's not ideal. We had fluctuations. This is not even the worst of it. Almost the worst of it, but yes. A 30% humidity change. We had a 15% change in a single hour, down to that. But the temperature was pretty stable at least. Also, we compared that, the two of them together in average, and we found out that during summer, when the room was not used by the Academy for its public functions, the system was pretty closed, and instead when classes were happening, the system was more open to the outside environment, so it reflected what actually was happening on the outside of the building. But also a great plus for passive climatization, very thick walls, almost 1 meter thick walls in brick from 1700s, part of it, part from 1600s. It took a week to transfer the heat from the outside to the inside. So that's good for passive conditioning. So yes, this is where the workshop was set up inside the room. This is where a previous climate monitoring campaign had been had, and this is where we did our most current one, because this was closer to the original exhibition place, and these reflected more the final exhibition place. Also, this part goes to the inside of the building. This wall is directly on the outside, so much more fluctuations of humidity. So we considered everything. We didn't know what we were going to do. So the same with the British Museum. In the beginning, we thought that we could have been more conservative and keep the lining, because it was very well adhered. The 1980s lining was still functioning. It was keeping it together, but the planar distortion was too much. So in the end, we decided for a full lining removal. So that's the beginning. We had to take it down from the wall, and I'm not discussing everything because it was a very involved treatment. It took more than a year. So just in brief, the facing, the removal of secondary supports, lining, and then infilling. Before proceeding with the facing, we tested everything for stability. The original materials were surprisingly stable. I mean, whatever was still left on the paper after the washing was there to stay. But the retouching was not, so we were fine with losing some of the retouching and the other material from the 1980s. So we faced it. It was a long afternoon, 3 layers, and I was lucky being tall because nobody else could reach the middle of the cartoon itself. So we have been joking that I've been given this object just because I'm tall. So this is just the first layer. I'm not boring you with all of the layers. So this is the first layer structure, and then the second and the third layer were the same, just offset a little to avoid too many overlaps. Then, after lining, we were able to actually remove the nails, 276 nails. Yes, that took 2 days because they were breaking off. And we were finally able to start with the removal of the backings. So everything dry from the beginning, canvas, then paper, and that took a long time. Someone can attest to the fact that that took a long time to remove the, the paper backing. And then we started with water, because it was supposedly a cellulose ether, so we tried with water, and it worked in some places. And then we started throwing everything at it. So I'm just showing you what worked. This is protease from, because these areas are where most of the old adhesive from the previous lining was still there. And this that's left is the new adhesive, the synthetic adhesive that we got rid of with lipase. These are just some of the tests that we did, and nothing was working. So we did a lot of testing. And this is what we were left with after the removal of everything. Not the prettiest picture. But yeah, then we flattened it. Also, another long afternoon. I'm not boring you with that, but yes, flat. Lining, that was 3 days. 3 layers, 1 layer for each day. This is the second lining. And we had to go on top of it because we couldn't afford a bridge. So it was just felts and then boards, very thick layer of felts and then boards. And everything was humidified and flat. So we didn't feel like it was posing a risk to the object. And also it had 3 layers of facing on the front. So. And yeah, then we could proceed with some infillings and retouching. And what is still to be done? Addressing the infill of the missing head, mounting and infilling the edges, and managing to find a climate-controlled edge, or at least find the funding. We have very different, many projects with funding. So for the head, in the 1980s, they decided not to infill it, but discussing it with the curators and the ministry, we decided that, considering that we had a picture from right before the theft happened, it made sense to infill it. So it has been decided to make a digital infill of the digitally printed infill of the missing head, and then mounting. It's larger than most mounting boards that are being sold, so we have to choose and pick and then mount it. We were thinking about mostly honeycomb panels. So what did we learn from this treatment? The fundamental role of conservators' private archives, even when working with large institutions, because without the materials and the information that the previous conservator gave us, we would have been lost. We would have not known that most of the front had been lost, like the pigments from the front were, I mean, it wasn't that evident from the photographical documentation kept at the Academy. Also, how unstable some of the reversible adhesives that we are still using are, because yeah, I mean, they've been tested extensively, but not in all conditions. So a simple change as the presence of a pigment that was not accounted for in the testing made all of the difference in the removal of the adhesive itself. Also, how important was actually trying and removing everything, because from the analytical techniques, we couldn't differentiate the 4 adhesives that were present on the versa of the object, but actually trying and seeing the solubility of them made it apparent that it was not a single adhesive, as it was written in the documentation and as we were told by the documentation. And also how important an active dialogue and communication between conservators and scientists can help in understanding what's that we are working on. Thank you. It's not the most amazing before and after, but cartoons.
Thank you so much, Simone. And after all your efforts, it's amazing that you did not lose your sense of humor. So we have a little time for 1 or 2 questions before we proceed. Is there a question or? Yes.
You know, I'm going to
You
have
are
to
the
ask.
new Fuchs Köln. But
Simone, I'm curious about when you faced it.
Yes.
How had you gotten the cartoon flattened well enough so that the ripples weren't affecting the facing? And if I may ask also, can you talk about how you did your digital reproduction of the face that was missing?
Yes.
Was it printed onto a separate piece of paper that was inlaid into the area? And what kind of paper did you use? I only ask because I've done something like that similarly, but I printed on gossamer tissue. So you have the tracing, it's just a faint reproduction as opposed to a thicker.
Yeah. So, printing. So the printing has not been done. The infill has not been made. We have decided to use Western handmade paper. At least that's what we are supposed to be using, but we will see what the printing actually looks like on top of it. Also, we are thinking about using a coating of something on top of the paper to assist with the ink, because we're thinking about using an inkjet print, pigment-based inkjet print, but they are not the most stable on uncoated paper. I mean, according to what the IPI says, so we were thinking about using some sort of acrylic coating. Also, that would be completely reversible. It's a patch added onto the lining, so that could be removable. Your first question was about?
Flattening it.
Flattening. So, yeah, it was not that deformed. I mean, there were huge deformation, but they were not tight deformations. So, using small pieces of facing paper, we could just accommodate for that. And also, humidifying it a bit during the, I mean, it humidified itself with the Funori during the application of it. So it relaxed completely, and we were able to paste the paper without any ripples. Smaller pieces, 15 centimeters by 15 centimeters about. So,
and you use Funori?
Yes.
Okay.
1.5% cold extraction rather than heated. Yes, less tack.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Well, I'm so sorry, but we have to be on time. I'm so sorry. Please, you address your question to Simone, maybe at the party. Thanks so much, Simone. No. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Bernd Jacek from Technische Hochschule Cologne, and his co-authors Anne Sicken and Andrea Pataki-Hund. And he will tell us more about a novel washing technique using butanol, which can probably be used in the future for water-susceptible objects.
Vielen Dank
Welcome,
für die
Bernd.
Einleitung. Danke. Also ich möchte Ihnen jetzt ein Projekt vorstellen, bei dem wir die Reinigung von Papieren mit Butanolen untersucht haben. Und ich präsentiere jetzt so die ersten Ergebnisse. Achso, ich muss hier drücken. Viele Papiere enthalten alterungsbedingt verschiedene Abbauprodukte, die aus dem Papier selbst, aus Tinten, Farben oder auch von außen eingetragen werden. Häufig handelt es sich dabei auch um Eisen- und Kupferverbindungen, organische oder anorganische Säuren und anderes. Solche Papiere sind oft sehr fragil und brüchig und weisen Fehlstellen und Risse auf. Ein Weg, diese Substanzen zu entfernen, ist das Waschen in Wasser. Aber ist der Wassergehalt im Papier zu hoch, so können Spannungen zwischen den geschädigten und ungeschädigten Bereichen entstehen. Dies kann zu weiteren Rissen führen. Das sollte vermieden werden, damit vor allem bei Tintenfraß nicht noch weitere Buchstaben verloren gehen. Daher wurden einige Versuche unternommen, das Problem des Wassergehaltes in dem Reinigungsbad zu lösen. Das Papier weist bei normalem Raumklima einen Wassergehalt von etwa 4 bis 8% auf. Dieser kann bis zu 20% oder auch mehr steigen, je nachdem, wie die Luftfeuchtigkeit ist. Und je mehr Wasser im Papier enthalten ist, desto besser können die enthaltenen Salze in Lösung gehen. Und wenn die Luftfeuchtigkeit schwankt, werden sie auch hin und her transportiert, was meistens schlecht ist. Wird nun ausreichend viel Wasser eingebracht und das Papier im Wasser gebadet, diffundieren die Salze nicht nur im Papier hin und her, sondern in das Waschwasser sozusagen. Dieser Prozess soll nun mit einer geeigneten Menge Wasser gesteuert werden, um eben das zu viel Wasser im Papier zu vermeiden. Dafür werden seit geraumer Zeit gelegentlich an unserem Institut einige Projekte mit Butanolen durchgeführt. Diese Butanole haben die Eigenschaft, nur eine gewisse Menge Wasser aufnehmen zu können. Und mit diesem Wasseranteil im Butanol soll nun gereinigt werden. Es gibt 4 Butanole, 3 verschiedene können wir benutzen. Das 1-Butanol, das kann ca. 20% Wasser aufnehmen. Dann gibt es noch das 2-Butanol, das bis zu 30% ungefähr Wasser aufnehmen kann. Und den Isobutanol, der ungefähr 16% Wasser aufnehmen kann. Achso, es gibt noch den tertiären Butanol, der ist aber komplett wasserlöslich, der bringt da nichts. So, wie soll das Ganze jetzt stattfinden? Wird das Butanol mit dem Wasser gemischt, entsteht nach etwas Zeit, entstehen 2 Phasen. Oben sehen wir, sieht man auch so, die Butanolphase, die sich langsam absetzt. Unten ist die Wasserphase. Das Wasser hat eine höhere Dichte als das Butanol, deshalb ist es unten. Und wir sehen aber, die Tinte ist blau gefärbt gewesen, dass in der Butanolphase auch noch so ein bläulicher Schimmer drin ist. Das sagt uns also tatsächlich, in dem Butanol ist etwas Wasser gelöst. Aber nichtsdestotrotz haben wir 2 scharf oder klar abgegrenzte flüssige Phasen. Und mit der oberen soll nun gearbeitet werden. Ja. Durch die Brownsche Molekularbewegung diffundieren die Wassermoleküle zwischen den beiden Phasen hin und her, nachdem die gemischt wurden, aktiv. Es stellt sich ein Gleichgewicht ein und wird nun ein Blatt Papier in diese Butanolschicht, in diese Butanolphase gelegt. So nimmt auch das Papier Wasser aus dieser Butanolphase auf, aber nur eine bestimmte Menge, weil sich auch zwischen dem Papier und der Butanolphase ein Gleichgewicht einstellt. Also das Wasser wird kaum mehr als 20% oder 16% Wasser aufnehmen. So, werden nun wasserlösliche Substanzen in die Butanolphase gegeben, werden diese von den Wassermolekülen aufgelöst. Also die Salze zum Beispiel jetzt dissoziieren und zerfallen in Ionen. Diese entstandenen Ionen diffundieren nun in die Wasserphase aufgrund des osmotischen Druckes. Damit nimmt die Konzentration, also die Salzkonzentration im Papier ab und so sollte das Waschen mit dem wassergesättigten Butanol funktionieren. So gab es vor geraumer Zeit bei einer Restaurierung auch sehr gute Ergebnisse mit diesem Verfahren. Behandelt wurde eine arabische Handschrift, deren Tusche teilweise sehr wasserempfindlich war. Und da konnten jetzt diese sehr fragilen und mürben Blätter in diesem 1-Butanol-Bad gereinigt werden, mit 20% Wasseranteil ungefähr. Und das Ergebnis entspricht ungefähr der Papierfarbe, die im Inneren des Konvolutes vorgefunden wurde, also wo wir denken, das ist die original überlieferte Farbe. Wir hatten seinerzeit noch angefangen, in so einem Aquarium das Butanol einzufüllen als wassergesättigte Butanol. Also da ist jetzt nur eine Phase drin, und zwar dieses wassergesättigte Butanol. Aber es ist sehr schön zu sehen, wie da auch der Schmutz schon aktiv rausgewaschen wurde. So, aber für die Testreihen jetzt hat sich folgendes Setup ergeben oder bewährt. Also ein großes Becherglas, ungefähr 20 cm hoch. Da drin steht ein Gestell, auf dem ein grober Schwamm oder ein grobes Sieb liegt. Darauf werden dann die Muster oder die Proben oder auch teilweise die Originale draufgelegt. Und das Ganze wird mit einem Magnetröhrer noch angetrieben, damit die Molekülbewegung ein bisschen schneller ist. Jetzt haben wir aber ein Problem, wenn das Wasser gesättigt ist oder das System mit Salzen verschmutzt oder gesättigt ist, muss das Wasser ja ausgetauscht werden, die Wasserphase. Jetzt enthält aber diese Wasserphase durchaus auch ungefähr 10% Butanol. Das heißt, das Ganze wurde erweitert um einen Ionenaustauscher, der im Vordergrund zu sehen ist. Es sind jetzt nicht 3 verschiedene Gefäße mit 3 verschiedenen Lösungen. Überall ist das Gleiche drin, nur damit wir mehr Probekörper auf einmal bearbeiten konnten, sind das jetzt 3 Gefäße dort. Und der ganze Kreislauf wird angetrieben mit einer Schlauchpumpe oder Peristaltikpumpe. Ja, und so konnten dann ständig eigentlich die Ionen, die rausgewaschen wurden, vom Ionenaustauscher aufgefangen werden und man konnte also permanent reinigen. So, was haben wir genommen als Testpapiere? Ein holzhaltiges Papier, das Novotest 1 und Novotest 2 ist ein reines Zellulosepapier. Außerdem hatten wir vor geraumer Zeit noch eine Studentin da, die ganz viel mit Tintenfraß gearbeitet hat und so weiter. Und die hatte ganz viele Proben noch dagelassen, freundlicherweise, die ich also auch noch mit verarbeiten konnte. So, was haben wir alles gemacht, um es zu untersuchen, um überhaupt erstmal zu gucken, ob dieses Wasser-Butanol-Gemisch nicht grundsätzlich einfach schlecht ist fürs Papier auf irgendwelcher Grunde. Haben wir erstmal Zugprüfungen gemacht. Und dann wurden dann die Element- oder Ionenkonzentrationen gemessen von vor allen Dingen Kupfer, Schwefel, Natrium, Chlor und Eisen. Und dafür wurden der Pathophenanthrolin-Test und ETX-Analysen vorgenommen. Die Probekörper wurden nach Bädern von 24 Stunden und 48 Stunden in dem Butanol kontrolliert und beprobt. Und zum Vergleich wurden die dann auch nochmal 2 Stunden in ein Wasserbad gelegt, einfach um zu gucken, ja, dass ich einen Vergleich habe. Und 2 Stunden wurde jetzt auch beschlossen, selbst wenn eine wässrige Behandlung jetzt vielleicht nur eine Viertelstunde dauert, dann liegen die Blätter auch immer noch nass, irgendwie in einem Trockenregal oder wie auch immer. So, was sind jetzt die Ergebnisse? Hier sehen Sie nur die Ergebnisse der Zugprüfung erstmal. Bei dem Novotest 1 Papier ist eigentlich das Ergebnis zwischen Wasser und 1-Butanol sehr ähnlich. Ein starker Abfall der Zugfestigkeit ist dann nach 48 Stunden Behandlung zu beobachten, um fast 30%, was doch relativ viel ist. Das Novotest 2 Papier, also die reine Zellulose, wurde etwa zu 20 bis 25% geschwächt, aber entspricht eigentlich auch ansonsten Ergebnissen, die man auch mit anderen Papieren erhalten würde. Jetzt wird erstmal vermutet, dass das Butanol unter Umständen die Harz-Alaun-Leimung mit etwas rausgewaschen hat oder rausgespült hat. Das ist vielleicht ein Grund für diesen teilweise starken Abfall, aber das müssten wir noch uns genauer angucken. So, dann gibt es jetzt hier diese Testpapiere mit den Eisengallus-Tinten, mit der Eisengallus-Tintenkorrosion, und die wurden ebenfalls bis zu 48 Stunden behandelt. Ziel dieser Testreihe war jetzt, um zu gucken, macht jetzt dieses geschädigte Papier und das gesunde Papier so starke unterschiedliche Dehnungen bei meinem Wassergehalt von ca. 20%, dass die Risse noch weiter aufgehen oder sich verändern oder gar noch Papier rausbricht. Das ist aber überhaupt nicht der Fall gewesen. Also beide, oder die anderen auch, ich habe jetzt nur 2 mitgebracht, die sehen alle sehr gleich aus. Und mit dem Wassergehalt kann ich vielleicht auch noch dazu sagen, die Papiere, wenn ein Papier nass wird, ein Filterpapier oder so, dann ist es ja manchmal, dass es einem durch die Finger läuft. So weich kann es werden. Und bei diesen Papieren ist es so, dass man fühlt schon, dass sie weicher geworden sind, aber es ist halt nicht so weich, wie wenn das Papier einfach nur wirklich im Wasser gelegen hat. Also von daher stimmen diese Ergebnisse, ich sage, mit meinem haptischen Erlebnis überein. So, und dann haben wir noch die EDX-Analyse gemacht, also ein EDX-Scan im Prinzip, und wollten jetzt gucken, wie stark können wir das rauswaschen. Dafür wurden verschiedene Salzlösungen auf das Zellulosepapier getropft und so konnten da sehr schöne und scharf abgegrenzte Salzränder erzeugt werden, wie in der linken Spalte, also sehr schön zu sehen. Und in der unteren Zeile ist dann zu erkennen, dass ein Großteil der Salze ausgewaschen wurde oder des Salzes. In der Mitte ist rot die Eisenkonzentration dargestellt und gelb die Schwefelkonzentration, die also nach 48 Stunden deutlich verringert werden konnte. Ich gebe jetzt auch noch zu bedenken, wenn Sie jetzt auch sagen, ist ja noch was da, die Salzkonzentration war jetzt natürlich hier auch so hoch, wie sie eigentlich normalerweise höchstens bei einem Bodenfund oder so anzutreffen ist. Ein schöneres oder deutlicheres Ergebnis hat sich bei Kupfer-2-Sulfat ergeben. Hier wurde schon nach 24 Stunden ein Großteil der Elemente rausgewaschen und nach 48 Stunden war im Prinzip fast nichts mehr da. Die Sprenkel, die Sie da jetzt noch sehen, das ist im Prinzip ein Rauschen. Ja, dann haben wir das natürlich auch in Originalen getestet, sonst das ist ja nur eine Testreihe und dafür haben wir Briefe, die weggeschmissen wurden, haben wir für die Forschung gerettet. So, deshalb habe ich den auch zerschnitten oder die dann zerschnitten, die Briefe, um einfach tatsächlich mal am Original zu gucken, was kommt dabei raus. Jetzt sehen Sie in der untersten Zeile, unten das Rote, ist vor der Behandlung der Brief eingestrichen mit Batophenantrolin, also einen Eisennachweis gemacht. Rechts ist jetzt einfach noch mal ein bisschen das Rot verstärkt, weil ich jetzt nicht wusste, wie gut man das hier erkennt. Also ganz unten erkennt man es ganz deutlich. Darüber sehen Sie das Fragment, das untere Drittel, nach 2 Stunden im Wasser gebadet, dass also ein Großteil des Eisens ausgewaschen wurde. In der Mitte dann die Referenz, die unbehandelte, und das obere Stück wurde 24 Stunden in wassergesättigtem 1-Butanol behandelt und tatsächlich konnte auch so viel Eisen rausgewaschen werden, dass auch der Batophenantrolin-Test kaum noch jetzt Eisenionen nachweisen konnte. Ja, das war sehr schön. Da gab es einige schöne Ergebnisse dann, gab aber auch Merkwürdigkeiten. Hier sind Fragmente eines Atlases und die ebenfalls in diesem wassergesättigten 1-Butanol gewaschen werden sollten. Da habe ich mir jetzt aber gedacht, um diesen Schmutz auch mal aufzufangen und visualisieren zu können, für Sie hier, lege ich ein Stück Filterpapier drunter und zeige das dann. So, anfänglich war das alles, lief das wie geplant und dann gab es ganz merkwürdige Flecken auf dem Papier. Sehen Sie das, diese braunen Pusteln da? Erstmal großen Schreck. Und dann hat sich aber herausgestellt, dass das Wassertropfen waren. Und Ursache dafür war, dass das Filterpapier, ist jetzt auch vielleicht bei dieser Aufsicht sogar ganz gut zu sehen, das Filterpapier hat eigentlich verhindert, dass die Zirkulation in der Butanolphase stattfinden kann. Es war also wie eine Trennschicht dazwischen und oben fand überhaupt keine Zirkulation und kein Austausch statt. Ja, also war also die Salzkonzentration an der Stelle zu hoch. Das heißt, es wurde natürlich dann auch immer mehr Wasser partiell an der Stelle angesogen und es haben sich diese Wassertropfen dort gebildet. Mit den anderen Fragmenten, wo dann dieses Filterpapier weg war, also habe ich das nicht mehr beobachtet, aber die Flecken auf dem Filterpapier habe ich jetzt da zum Zeigen. So, was gibt es noch? Zum Schluss wollte ich hier noch was zeigen, und zwar einfach 2 Papiere. Altes Büttenpapier, was links mit 1-Butanol auch gereinigt wurde und rechts auch 2 Stunden im Wasserbad. Vom Reinigungseffekt, so Alterungsflecken, Stockflecken oder irgendwas da so drin ist, das hat man jetzt also soweit ganz gut rauswaschen können. Und auch die Wasserränder bei dem Zeitungspapier sind dann auch rausgewaschen oder konnten rausgewaschen werden. So, also so als Fazit, bis jetzt ist also auch klar oder ist jetzt gut bewiesen, dass das wassergesättigte 1-Butanol zumindest einige gut wasserlösliche Substanzen auslösen und transportieren kann und dass das prinzipiell funktioniert, dass man sehr fragile Papiere, die durch Schimmel ganz mürbe sind oder so, dass man die damit sehr gut reinigen kann, weil das Blatt, auch dieses mürbe Blatt, kann sich in diesem 1-Butanolbad, wenn man es reinlegt, einfach völlig entspannen und man hat keine Gefahr von Faltenbildung von irgendwas. Und das Papier wird aber nicht so weich wie in einem reinen Wasserbad. Und so könnten dann auch wasserempfindliche und auch vor allen Dingen auch berührungsempfindliche Farben und Tuschen unter Umständen auch gereinigt werden. Ja, genau. So, dann wäre natürlich noch zu überlegen, die Behandlungszeiten von 24 Stunden vielleicht zu verkürzen, weil das ja doch eher unüblich ist, im Papierbereich zumindest. Und daher könnte man sich überlegen, den Wasseranteil zu erhöhen, indem man jetzt noch Versuche macht mit dem 2-Butanol, was 30% Wasser aufnehmen kann, oder man mischt es entsprechend, was man für ein Papier hat, was man für ein Problem hat, 1- und 2-Butanol oder 1-Butanol und das Isobutanol, damit man unter um die 16 und 20% Wassergehalt kommt. Mögliche weitere Gebiete für das Reinigen mit diesen Butanolen haben sich im Hause jetzt schon ergeben für Textilien, Holz, Glas und so weiter. So auch sogar die Steinrestauratoren waren interessiert und meinten, dass man auch Steine nehmen ja Wasser auf in Quellen, dass das unter Umständen eine Möglichkeit wäre, auch Steine zu entsalzen. Ja, und soweit die ersten Eindrücke unserer Versuche, die jetzt aber noch weiter verfolgt werden sollen. Dankeschön für die Aufmerksamkeit.
Thank you, Bert, for this presentation. And maybe I ask you a question in German. Wie bist du seid ihr auf diese Idee gekommen mit dem Butanol? Ich meine, war das, weil in anderen Fachgebieten das schon mal ausprobiert wurde oder hast du einfach nachgedacht? Und also war das Zufall oder wie war da die Entwicklung von diesen?
Nee, da kann ich eine Geschichte dazu erzählen. Und zwar habe ich damals beim Diplom noch studiert und dann schön Fotorestaurierung gemacht und dann war da ein Stempel drin in dem Foto und den wollte ich schön auf dem Saugtisch rauslösen. Da habe ich dann mein Ethanol aufgetropft und meine Lösungen. Und dann am nächsten Tag bin ich da hingekommen und dann war es, die ganze Gelatine war kaputt, total krakeliert. Und dann, oh Mist, natürlich mit dem Ethanol die Gelatine ganz auf, also die sowieso schon angefressen war. Aber ich habe sie total kaputt gemacht. So, und dann war ich auf der Suche nach irgendeinem Lösemittel für diese Stempelfarbe, wo ich aber einen bestimmten Wasseranteil drin haben kann. Und dann bin ich da auf dieses Butanol gekommen. Und ja, und deshalb haben wir dann von Zeit zu Zeit immer hat sich eine Studentin getraut, wie die Johanna Scholze, die war die erste, die sich hat darauf eingelassen. Die zweite war jetzt die Mayret, mit der wir noch Experimente gemacht haben. Und ja, so kam dieses System mit dieser Wasserobergrenze in einem Alkohol ist eigentlich cool.
Ja, danke, weil oft hat man so ein Lösungsmittel gar nicht in seinem Repertoire und dann kann man also auch nichts ausprobieren. Das ist manchmal schon ganz gut, wenn man sich was Neues traut, ja. Noch Fragen oder Anmerkungen? Ja, bitte, das sehe ich jemand.
Ja, danke Bert für den schönen Vortrag. Gibt es Planungen noch, das Butanol auch an Fotos auszuprobieren, wenn das die Initialzündung war, oder?
Ja, ich hatte ja seinerzeit, nachdem ich dann meine Diplomarbeit über Fotorestaurierung dann auch geschrieben hatte, über das Reinigen von Fotografien, so propagiert, ja, 1-Butanol, wunderbar, wassergesättigtes 1-Butanol nehmen. Was ich im Laufe der Zeit dann aber auch revidieren musste, weil es enthält ja doch bis zu 20% Wasser und ist einfach zu viel für eine Gelatineoberfläche. Also da muss man mit dem Isobutanol dann eigentlich rangehen, wenn man damit reinigen will. So. Ja, man muss halt jemanden finden, der Lust hat, daran zu arbeiten. Also es wäre eine spannende Sache natürlich, aber ein Problem ist bei Fotografien diese Barytschicht, also bei den Barytpapieren, das ist ja wie eine Chromatographie-Schicht. Was man da einmal an Schmutz transportiert hat, kriegt man unter Umständen nicht raus. Und weiß ich nicht, ob man da jetzt so ganz allgemein pauschal was sagen kann, empfehlen kann. Ist eine heikle Sache, aber eigentlich wäre es mal nützlich, das mal richtig durchzuexerzieren, ja.
No more questions? Karin?
Hallo, ich habe nur eine ganz pragmatische Frage. Wir haben 2 Fotos in dem Skript, da bist du gar nicht drauf eingegangen. Was stellen die dar?
Ich habe 2 Fotos im Skript. Ach so. Das waren die allerersten Vorversuche, wo wir tatsächlich dann auch Natriumchlorid-Tropfen einfach erzeugt haben und die dann auch im Butanol quasi aufgelöst und weggewaschen haben. Und das Loch da in der Mitte waren einfach dann die Proben für die EDX und so weiter, Untersuchungen. Ach, die hätte ich jetzt, da habe ich nicht dran gedacht. Entschuldigung.
Das war ein Teaser.
Hallo, Karin Steiner, Wien nochmal. Ich hätte gerne gefragt, wenn das wassergesättigte Butanol behandelte Objekt dann trocknet, wie sieht da der Trocknungsvorgang aus? Im Sinne, dass die Phase Butanol und Wasser, verdampft das im Gleichgewicht oder ist das Butanol schneller? Und verändert sich dann sozusagen der Wassergehalt im Objekt während der Trocknung? Noch einmal zugunsten eines höheren Wassergehalts möglicherweise.
Also es geht jetzt ums Trocknen der Papiere. Das war eigentlich auch ein bisschen meine größte Sorge, dass sich die Papiere mit dem Tintenfraß oder dass die sich halt total verwellen oder so. Die Briefe zumindest waren ja aus der Mülltonne quasi rausgefischt, die waren ganz knittrig und so weiter. Die hätte man im Prinzip zwischen Filterkarton legen können, leicht beschweren und dann trocknen lassen können. Aber solange die offen trocknen, das verbiegt sich nichts oder, also es macht eigentlich tatsächlich den Eindruck, dass es hinterher genauso aussieht wie vorher. wir haben auch Streiflichtaufnahmen gemacht, das kommt dann aber dann in den Artikel dann rein. Sehen genauso aus wie vorher. Also es ist tatsächlich eigentlich wirklich so eine, da war auch ich erstaunt, eine geschmeidige Sache, wie auch dieses Trocknen einfach vonstatten geht. Das Butanol stinkt ein bisschen unangenehm, also man muss das dann tatsächlich irgendwo unterm Abzug machen, auf alle Fälle. Ich kann auch noch zugeben, achso, nein, da war noch eine Frage.
Ja, Marie Kern, Staatliche Akademie der Bildenden Künste in Stuttgart. Ich habe eine Frage zu dieser Nebenbeobachtung, wo das Filterpapier dazwischen war und quasi den Austausch zwischen den Phasen blockiert habe. Und da ist mir aufgefallen, dass das Papier, das sah relativ dünn aus, was da im Bad lag. Gibt es da irgendwelche Erfahrungen mit dicken Papieren? Kann einem das da auch passieren, dass es diesen Phasenaustausch blockiert? Oder lag das daran, dass das 2 Lagen waren?
Na, ich denke mal, das lag tatsächlich wirklich daran, dass es einfach wirklich wie eine Trennschicht dazwischen lag, dieses Filterpapier. Und wir haben ja diverse Fragmente bearbeitet oder da drin gereinigt. Das ist mir einfach noch nicht aufgefallen oder nicht aufgefallen, stimmt nicht, ist mir vorher nicht passiert. So. Und also muss man jetzt einfach gucken, bei dickeren Papieren müsste es nicht zwangsläufig passieren. Es kommt dann eher darauf an, wie hoch ist die Salzkonzentration vor der Papieroberfläche. Weil die Salze oder die Ionen, je nachdem wie stark die Ionen sind, verursachen die eine sogenannte induzierte Polarität, auch in dem Butanol, was relativ unpolar ist. Und diese induzierte Polarität führt dazu, dass auch das Butanol mehr Wasser aufnehmen kann. Das ist dann aber nur an diesen Bereichen gewesen. Und also man muss die Salze tatsächlich rausführen, auch aus dieser Wasserphase, weil sonst das System zusammenbricht. Hat es das so ein bisschen beantwortet?
Any more questions? Yes. Mando.
Guten Morgen nochmal, Madlongonia. Nein, guten Nachmittag natürlich. Stichwort Lösungsmittelinklusion, ob ihr da irgendwelche Untersuchungen zugemacht habt, wäre eine Frage. Zweite Frage wäre, was löst Butanol sonst noch? Also wenn ich da mit irgendwelchen modernen Papieren dran gehe, ist da irgendwie ein Papierfüllstoff oder ein Papierbindemittel, ein moderner, der auch gelöst wird? Und wenn ich einen Tropfen von Butanol aufgebe, gibt es eine Verfärbung? Kann ich da irgendwas sehen? Gibt es da Versuche, nicht mit so stark verbräunten Papieren, sondern mit reinen Papieren? Einfach, was macht Butanol mit normalen Papieren?
Nichts.
Ich meine, es kann nicht ganz inert sein, sonst irgendwas muss passieren. Also.
Ja, es wird irgendwas passieren. Es ist halt ein Alkohol, aber er reagiert natürlich überhaupt nicht so stark mit der Zellulose wie ein Propanol oder ein Ethanol, weil es viel weniger polar ist. Da haben wir jetzt in der Hinsicht auch noch keine Untersuchungen gemacht. Das Butanol enthält aber auch einen bestimmten Anteil Wasser. Es ist ja nicht so, als wenn ich das Papier in Aceton lege so, und dann das Papier quasi töte damit, vorübergehend. Aber es ist enthält eben genauso viel Wasser und klar wird der Butanol auch in die Zellulosefasern dazwischen eindringen natürlich, aber da haben wir jetzt noch nicht weiter geguckt, sondern wir haben geguckt, erstmal funktioniert es überhaupt und das müssten die nächsten Schritte sein. Ja. Ein reiner Tropfen Butanol, da kann man mal Glück haben, man kann Pech haben, je nachdem, was im Papier drin ist. Und bei modernen Papieren kann man auf alle Fälle sagen, dass die mit den optischen Aufhellern, das war ein bisschen unsere Hoffnung, da hat jetzt jemand Masterarbeit drüber geschrieben, da war jetzt die Hoffnung, dass das Butanol vielleicht doch so eine Grenzflüssigkeit ist, mit der man doch arbeiten kann, aber geht auch nicht.
Danke. Muss man mal ausprobieren. Lösungsmittelinklusion wäre also ein Forschungsprojekt für die Zukunft oder eine Semesterarbeit.
Ja, müsste man sich mal angucken, ja.
Danke.
Ja, ich glaube, jetzt sind viele Ideen entstanden. Das wird vielleicht noch interessant für die Forschung. Vielen Dank, Bert, für deinen Vortrag. Jetzt kommen wir zum Thema Cellulose Powder and its many uses, also Zellulose Pulver. Und das ist der Titel von Lilian Samlands und Mayrit Schleinschocks Vortrag. Sie werden ihn auch auf Deutsch halten und sie sind beide, also nur Lilian ist aus dem LAV Archivberatungs- und Fortbildungszentrum in Pulheim und Mayrit ist aus Köln und wir sind schon sehr gespannt auf eure Forschungsergebnisse.
Today I'd like to introduce you to a product known as diatomaceous earth stone mat. I will also refer to it as a DE stone for short. I'd like to propose that these DE stone mats could be used as a sustainable alternative to blotter paper in some drying applications and paper conservations. Today, I will talk to you about what diatomaceous stones are, how they're made, and the origin of the material. You will also see the results of analytical tests conducted at the U.S. National Archives Heritage Science Lab by Dr. Jennifer Herman. And I will also share with you how I use these objects in treatment. Okay, I'm not sure how to do it. Okay. Oops, sorry. All right. Got it. So conservators are creative. All the objects here, even though they were not made for conservation, somehow are used by paper conservators. So will you be then surprised if a bath mat is added to the list? What you see on the right is a DE stone mat. DE stones are absorbent, smooth, dimensionally stable, rigid boards. They're also cost-effective because they're reusable. And all these characteristics make them, in my opinion, good drying surfaces. These stones are marketed for home use, so in the United States you can buy them for kitchen or bathroom use. They're advertised as made of natural material without any additives. They dry instantly, they're safe, mold resistant. And so the purpose of this material characterization study was to verify some of these claims via scientific analysis. But before I get to it, let's start with a little more information about the product itself. So what is diatomaceous earth? Diatomaceous earth, also called diatomite, is the main component of DE stone mats. It is naturally occurring chalky sedimentary rock, rich in deposits of skeletal remains of diatoms. Well, you may ask, what are diatoms then? Those were first observed in 18th century. They're single-celled algae widely distributed in various aquatic habitats. They perform photosynthesis, so they're considered plants. They also vary in size from 5 to 200 micrometers, and there's more, or about 30,000 species out there. It's an estimation. And this micrograph shows you the complex geometrical architecture of some of these organisms. And notice the multitude of pores in each diatom. The porosity, combined with complicated shapes, contributes to the high absorption properties of this material. How are the DE stones made? So I have to preface this with the fact that I've never seen it. This is something I found on the website of one of my manufacturers. But I have a bit of a background in pottery, and it seems to me like it's a low-fire bisquing type of material. But basically, you mix water with diatomaceous earth, quartz sand, plant fiber for strength and bulk, and the slurry is then molded and layered about 20 times, pounded and pressed, and then it's fired at 200 degrees Celsius under pressure, dried some more to remove residual moisture, And then various shapes are cut and it's ready to be sold. The E-stones are sold under various brands, and we actually tested 2, but I'm not going to endorse anything or any company in particular. And these are formats that I particularly like in my studio. Especially the big stone is quite useful because you can combine it into larger surfaces. The large stone weighs about 3 kilos, and it's 38 by 61 centimeters, 15 by 23 inches. Coaster size, and I brought a couple of them. So after the talk, if you'd like to feel the material, you can come over and take a look. Coaster size squares are useful for pasting, hinges, attachments, or mending strips. So here I wanted to, this is a close-up of a surface. On the right, you see a photograph that I took under the microscope, and it looks really rough, but actually when you touch the actual thing, it's quite smooth. And besides, you always use Polytex with it or nonwoven polyester as an interleaving layer. And here I wanted to also briefly touch on material that is already used in conservation, and it's somewhat similar to diatomaceous earth. Fuller's earth is used for poulticing. It has similar elemental content, but different percentage of elements. So also, there are some other differences. The origin is different, structure, and characteristics and applications. And I just wanted to point that out because sometimes these two materials are confused or used interchangeably. And moving on to the scientific part, DE stones were characterized by XRF and FTIR spectroscopy. The chemical composition of the analyzed DE stones was consistent with known elements and compounds found in diatomaceous earth, so that was great. And because there was no reason for concern based on the chemical composition, we went on to investigate whether Whatman filter paper samples could be dried between these stones and then analyzed to see if there is transfer that happens, and also if there's any long-term effect, impact on the paper that is dried between these stones. And here's the XRF spectra of the Whatman filter paper samples dried between DE stones, along with a control. The control is in pink. Essentially, they're identical. So the conclusion is no inorganic elements moved from the stones to the paper. FTIR spectra of the paper samples, again, match the control, and the control is in red. And similarly, the conclusion is no new organic substances were introduced into the Whatman filter paper. Gravimetry and the accelerated aging and colorimetry tests were also done to give an estimate on how the DE stones absorb water, and also to see what long-term effect DE stones may have on paper dried against their surface. So on the left, you see 3 stacks of drying materials, wool felt, cotton blotter in the middle, and then those round coaster-sized DE stones that I showed you before. And the gravimetry analysis showed that the samples placed between DE stones initially dried much more rapidly, so the intake of water was much more rapid than in comparison to blotter, and wool felt. And I don't have the chart here showing that, but there is one. So after that, the same paper samples that we were just discussing were placed in an accelerated aging chamber and aged for 4 weeks at 70 degrees Celsius and 65% RH. The results of the accelerated aging test are shown in the graph in the bar chart on the right. So compare the data for the DE stones, which is in the right column, and the blotter paper center, and they both basically are similar. There was no significant color change in the dried and aged paper when DE stones and blotter paper was used as drying material. Interestingly, the samples dried between wool felt, which is the bar on the left, exhibited more color change, approaching the delta E where a just noticeable change is observed, which is marked by the red line. That's where your eye is able to see the difference. And so, as in the other previous analytical tests presented, the accelerated aging test results indicate that using DE stones in conservation treatment should not have any adverse long-term effect on paper. We also tested pH. The surface pH of the stones was measured with pH strips, and the range was 8.5 to 9. And TAPI pH cold extraction method was used to measure the pH of the paper samples dried between DE stones and blotters before and after aging, and that's in the chart, in the table. As you can see, the measured pH for blotter dried and DE stone dried paper samples is quite close. This suggests that DE stones have no negative influence on the paper pH. And here is a table sort of comparing different characteristics for both blotter and DE stones. And I just wanted to point out the fact that the stones absorb less water than blotter paper as compared to their weight, but it absorbs it faster, as the gravimetry test showed. Also, the cost is, for private conservators, I think that's a big plus, because you can reuse them. So now let's move on to treatment. DE stones can be used as a drying surface with non-woven polyester insulating layers, such as Hollytex or Bondina or Tyvek. They can also be used in conjunction with wool felts when a paper artifact has a plate mark or some other 3D quality. And that's what you see on the right is an etching, and wool felt is used on top. The image on the left is a lithograph, and the drying material is the stone, top and bottom. DE stones can also be used as an absorbing surface. So immediately after an immersion treatment, it is recommended to brush an object down over a layer of non-woven polyester to ensure a uniform contact. And you can also weigh it gently down with some felts, like so. And another idea is, and I tested it only once, when a treatment calls for a secondary support which requires minimal moisture, a lining paper can also be pasted over a DE stone to remove as much water as possible. And in the top left corner, you can see that hinges or paper attachments can be pasted directly on the stone, but when you have a larger piece of paper, a sheet of lightweight, sort of open polyester, Polytex, is recommended as an insulating layer. The polyester will prevent the lining paper from sticking to the stone. So recap, advantages of this product. It's sustainable, it can be reused, so it's cost effective. There are combined qualities of blotter paper and plexiglass in one. So you have absorbency, but it doesn't deform when it's in touch with wet object. It's rigid and it has some weight. And also I found that I don't need to check, like with blotter paper, you need to go back and check and change the blotters. With this, I don't think there's need for that. Disadvantages. Smaller than blotter paper size. Rounded corners, so when you combine more than 2 slabs, when you want to make a much larger area, then you have that space in the middle that is empty. You can creatively fill it in with something that you can make out of smaller pieces like this, but it requires some work. And another thing is that it's a commercial product, so it can be discontinued, it can be changed without notice. So conclusion. Analytical results confirm that DE stones are composed of inert material. They're safe for paper and could be used as a sustainable substitute for blotter paper. No transfer from DE stone to paper samples dried in contact with DE stones was observed, as in the XRF and FTIR. Accelerated aging tests showed that drying with DE stones does not affect color change and pH of the paper any more than drying with blotter would. Drying absorption rate of the DE stone is greater initially than that of blotter paper or wool felt. So that may be a useful observation in terms of if you have an object that is water sensitive. Interleaving with nonwoven polyester sheet is always recommended. And of course, more research is needed because it's just a new idea. And Jennifer and I would like to thank our colleagues for their support and advice and help. And I also would like to thank FAIC Foundation for Advancement in Conservation for their financial support. And you thought that I was done, but I'm not. Diatoms used to inspire art, and in Victorian times, diatom arrangements were used as an art form, and this documentary, which is literally 5 minutes long, but very interesting, is called The Diatomist, and I encourage you to take a look. And I will leave you with this image, because diatoms still inspire art. And this is an artist who works with fabrics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eva. Do you hear me? Yeah. Thank you very much, Eva. It's very, very inspiring. I'm sure I will buy a stone for my bathroom, and maybe it finds its way into my workshop. So, are there any questions, please?
Hello, here. Konstantina from Natural History Museum. Thank you, it was fascinating. I was wondering whether also you have checked the stone, whether it has absorbed anything from the paper, or when you use the adhesive, whether it has absorbed and the adhesive stayed in the stone, or whether you can wash the stone.
Right, so when I paste on the stone, it stays on the paste stains are on the surface, and then I just take it under running water, and with a soft brush I wash it off, let it dry, and it's clean. That's kind of how I use it. It can be reused in that way. I know that I talked to somebody who is in the audience who already uses the stones. And maybe, Frank, maybe you would like to share your experience.
Yes, I have used them, and I have 4 of them. And I use them every day when I'm doing aqueous treatments or when I'm leaf casting. What's remarkable about them is, first of all, you can use both sides. When you put a wet sheet of paper on the stone, the suction is instant. If you put a wet piece of paper on blotter, it will take a while, but you put it on the stone and you literally can see the water soak into the stone instantly. And because of the large size of the stone, smaller pieces of paper can be laid out on it, but you will notice that the stone will go from white to slightly gray when it's wet. Just turn the stone over, you've got the other surface to use as soaking. And it will dry within minutes, so you can keep flipping the stone over and over, and it continually soaks up. When I'm leaf casting, I've done 50 sheets in one day, and the 4 plates worked. When I cast, I'll put it on the stone. It'll suck out the majority of the first amount of moisture out of the paper, at which time I then take it to the suction table and can put it on a blotter. And the blotter doesn't get as saturated as I used to have to change it because it would become saturated. The stones are just remarkable. One thing to note, though, is if you use them after washing a sheet, if there's any residual coloration, some of that yellowing of the paper will stain the stone. And I've done some washing, but it's not significant. And I've been using them now. When did you give AIC? Was it February?
May.
May? I've been using them literally every day since May. And they're remarkable. And they dry quickly and can be used over and over and over again.
So I didn't notice a lot of staining, but I only use them for drying, and I try to keep them always clean and always with the Hollytex. So maybe that's why I didn't get any staining yet, but yeah, that's something to think about.
This seems a remarkable thing. I've never seen it in Europe. Is there anybody in the room who has seen this kind of things in Europe? Because to me, it seems an American thing.
You know, I try to, because you can buy it on Amazon or you can Google it, and different companies offer it. And I try to send it to somebody who lives in Europe, and for some reason, I could not deliver it. So maybe, I don't know, maybe there's some local companies that you can search.
Next to me, Avka tries to Google it. We cannot find it in Europe.
Yeah, in Italy. Yeah. Okay.
You didn't want to mention the manufacturer's name, but there is, is it Duval or something that, the name of one of the manufacturers of the big plates? Do you remember?
There's a lot of companies. I'm not going to mention any names, but
Okay.
there's a lot of companies. If you Google diatomaceous earth stones or mats, a lot of them will pop up in your feed. And I thought that the stones were available in Europe, because when I was looking at the advertising of some of the manufacturers or distributors in the US, they mentioned some kind of permission or health certificates from Europe. So I assumed that it's also available here.
In the States, what is the price?
Yeah, so the prices really vary on the company. The cheapest ones are $30 per the big stone, which was what, 60 by, I forget the 23 inches by 15 inches. But depending on the company, they can go up to $90 per stone. So you kind of have to, and there's more and more companies selling it in the US, so they're becoming more affordable and cheaper.
Now maybe this is also a task for the conservation supply companies, that they find a solution for it in Europe.
I just found it on Amazon. You can buy these things on Amazon. It is 26 euros something. Yeah, and you can buy it in Germany as well.
Just for clarification, it's Kieselgor in German. So if you Google Kieselgor, then you find this on Amazon.
I have a quick question. Actually, it's not quick. Hi, I'm here. I'm in the back. Sorry. Fenna Engeke, MFA Boston. I think because I've used diatomaceous earth for poulticing before, my initial thoughts are about solvents, and this might be outside the realm of your research, but I'm wondering about if something is coming out of the paper into the stone, if the stone holds on to it, because I know I always end up having to throw away my poultice material afterwards. And so I think that would be my first thought is, oh, if I did a treatment and I'm using this stone, is it possible for any degradation materials or solvents that may still be there to migrate into the stone and stay there? And also, do they break easily? That was the other one.
They don't break easily unless you like throw them on the ground, but they're not easily chippable, or unless you take a knife and jab at it, it's pretty sturdy. I did an experiment where I had paper with adhesive residue, and I tried to see if maybe with organic solvent it could absorb some of it. And then I looked at it under the UV, and I saw some residue on the stone, but it wasn't a lot. So some of it goes into the stone, but I don't use it for that purpose.
Thank you.
But that's an idea.
No further questions. So thank you very much. Eva, no, sorry, there's one.
Hi, Benjamin Kirschner. I just want to add, another very useful tool is to incorporate into a humidification chamber as the base layer. Just fill up like a sink and then put it into the sink, and then have the object resting on the surface.
You mean sort of like a blotter? You saturate it with water and you rest something on it?
No, actually, I fill up the tray to half the height of the stone, and then put my object on top of the dry surface, and let have the humidification happening with acrylic on top. So it's just like a blotter or a screen, or because I don't have access to these kind of egg crates that the US conservators like to use, so I found that was very helpful.
Thank you. So I think we're now done with questions. Thank you again. So treating an oversized object is not only an issue in Europe, as we learned this in the early afternoon. Ding Fu Fan and Yi Cheung Lin from Taipei, Taiwan will share their experience on this topic with us. And please, may I have your attention for some remarks? We heard it before from Adrian, but the IADA board wants me to repeat this again. Please give back your headphones. Please check your activities tomorrow. And if you receive a mail concerning a feedback, please answer it. They would be very happy. And as there is no dress code for the party tonight, but there is one dress code you should follow, and please wear the red ribbon around your ankle. Oh. So I will hand now the mic to Chiara for final.
Okay, please. We are missing one, yes, as always. Okay, yes, and also the new board member. Yes, please. Where is it? Leonie? I hope that you enjoy the pictures behind me. Unfortunately, they are not all the rest from today and from today, yesterday afternoon will be available soon all together. So, but I think they are great pictures. Thank you to our photographer. Maybe now you are thinking why I'm giving these closing remarks. I think Renata has done more than enough for this period, so we let her just relax a little bit. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and fellow conservators, as we bring the 15th International Congress of the International Association of Book and Paper Conservators, IADA, to a close, I deliver these final remarks with great pride and relief. This Congress has been an achievement in bringing together book and paper conservators from all corners of the globe, with attendees and speakers from 34 countries as far as Taiwan and Indonesia. IADA 2023 has exemplified the international collaboration and shared passion that binds our community. Over the past 3 days, we have celebrated the preservation of cultural heritage through the lens of book and paper conservation. Mostly, we came together to share our experiences and build new relationships. As we know, IADA connects. IADA 2023 has been graced by 65 interesting papers covering a wide range of topics, from insects to stone, paper, to the recording of our professional history, just to name a few. In addition, we had 13 posters from as far as New Zealand, each contributing their unique insights and experience to our field. We welcome almost 500 participants to this Congress. Your commitment to IADA is impressive and truly inspiring. IADA 2023 has not only been a platform for lecture and presentations, it was an opportunity to catch up with colleagues and friends and to build new connections. To all of you, participants and speakers, goes our massive thank you. We wouldn't be here without you. We cannot mention all the people who have worked around the clock behind the scenes to prepare this venue and supported us. No? Okay. Has arrived? Okay, thank you. And the corridor and the hotel. Throughout the process, in not a particular order, but equally all important, the staff from the Haendel-Halle who delivered a fantastic service. The student helpers and volunteers. Moderators and submissions reviewer, they are around. Photographer, again. The organist, Lucas, that maybe is not, is not yet. Okay. The vendors and the sponsors that already left, unfortunately, but we thank them a lot. And this is... This was not on my speech, but my special thanks to my friends, Alberto, Renate, Rebecca, Giulia, Caroline, Leonie, and Magda. Thank you very much. In the end, most important, our friends from the local committee. Fanny, and come here. Fanny.
Come on the stage.
Fanny, Sophie, Ulrike, Jana and Jana, Nicole and Nikolai.
Si sente?
Thank you. Okay. Last few words. As we say, Auf Wiedersehen, I'm sorry for the pronunciation, to IADA 2023, I'm sorry for this as well. Let's carry with us these experiences, memories and knowledge, and share them with our colleagues at home. Until we meet again at the next IADA Symposium in 2025, we wish you safe travels and continued success, and please keep in touch. And see you at the party.
Excuse me, as an exhibitor, I would like to thank you for the great preparation and a great audience, and we are really happy to exhibit always at the IADA Congress. And of course, I bought a bunch of flowers, but these flowers are special flowers, basically invented in China, never collected, never restored, but I would like to share these special flowers with you and as a sign for the future of IADA and for the next Congress. Oh, das reicht. Super.
Were on my speech. I was too excited. The translators, of course. Please. really behind the scenes.
I had my text, I forgot. Sorry. And this is special to Renate.
Thank you. See you later. Thank you very much again to all of you.
Done.